Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was a mortal fire prodigy? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Curveball: he hated the water. Always had done. Probably because he didn't have good experiences with it. Not a single one. The gillyweed had left a foul aftertaste in his mouth and he really didn't want to keep swimming. He couldn't think of anything that could have been taken that he cared about, not recently at least. Ron had tried getting back into his good books, but Harry had had enough of the bullshit his friend came up with. It was one time too many that the Ginger's jealousy had become too much. Not even mentioning Hermione. Her attempt at remaining neutral was pathetic. She clearly sided with Ron in believing he had managed to enter himself. They only wanted to remain friendly with him to keep his fame and the positive attention that it brought. He swam through the last of the kelp and twisted a moment too slow. A brightly colored bubble shot through the water, aiming for him like a missile, and appeared to pass through him. Only, instead of feeling nothing, Harry's eyes began to close of their own volition. His muscles tightened and relaxed, causing him to drop down to the lakebed. He tried to fight whatever was happening only to lose and felt himself lose consciousness. Images of strange creatures flashed before his eyes. Of a man with fiery wings and dark skin. Of a pale blonde with silver eyes and horns that curved over his head from forehead to nape. Of flashing gray lights that bounced between white and black. The message was clear. Balance needed to be restored. Harry opened his eyes and blinked up at the infirmary ceiling. Of course he'd been collected from the lake. They weren't going to let the bloody boy who lived die. He sat up slowly, only for his stomach to violently disagree with the motion. He scarcely managed to twist to vomit over the floor rather than himself before flopping onto his side to try and avoid the nausea rearing up again. I don't know what else you want from me, Albus. I have told you all that my vow will allow, and, should the Muggles have any regard for their ward, they are more than welcome to come through you, Madame Pomfrey said, snapping slightly. I need to know if the boy is well enough to continue competing, Poppy, Dumbledore replied. That is not something I can verify at this time. Mr. Potter has been unconscious for 3 days and, upon my last inspection, didn't appear any closer to waking. Now, it is time you leave me and my patients in peace so that healing may occur in private. Harry stared down at the pile of vomit by his bed, knowing it needed vanishing but unwilling to attempt vanishing it. He couldn't help but notice the spattering of blood within what was primarily bile and potions. A curtain shifted and the vomit was banished moments after. Harry, that doesn't look good, Pomfrey said quietly, though I am glad you woke up to do so this time. Vanishing vomit from patients without stripping a layer of skin is always a tricky task. How do you feel? He moaned in response and she nodded sympathetically, moving into his line of sight. She waved her wand and he felt subtle vibrations over his skin. Well, it appears your core is unharmed. You physically are uninjured and I can find no traces of a medical ailment that explains your bout of unconsciousness. I also cannot offer you a potion for your nausea given that it evidently provided no relief the last time. Can you tell me what happened prior to losing consciousness? Harry shrugged with one shoulder. I was swimming for the task and I just escaped the kelp. Some bubble targeted me and went straight through. Everything shut down after that. Pomfrey frowned. Did you see where this bubble originated? Harry shook his head, closing his eyes at the wave of nausea the movement caused. Pomfrey made a sound of irritation before telling him to remain in bed. He was on observation until she deemed him fit enough. For the time being, he wasn't willing to argue. Over the next few days, many people attempted to visit him and each time they were all denied. Pomfrey insisted that given the lack of knowledge of his condition, she wasn't going to risk them potentially becoming infected. Unsurprisingly, the only visitor Harry received was Hedwig, and that was simply because she showed up whenever Pomfrey was otherwise occupied. She brought him letters from friends and homework from McGonagall. So used to her visits, it took him a while to realize that in addition to the parchment attached to her leg, she held a very crisp envelope in her beak. He took hold of it warily, knowing that she wasn't impressed by having to wait, before blinking rapidly at the seal. Gringotts. He had never received a letter from the goblins before. What could possibly have changed? He glanced around, checking that he was alone, He popped the wax seal. Dear Mr. Hadrian Potter, due to events we are unwilling to share through a letter, your vaults have been sealed. In order to regain access, your presence is required within Gringotts' magical bank at the earliest convenience. Due to your age and current residence within Hogwarts, you will find a port key enclosed within. Simply state the words below and you will be transported to the lobby. Goliath runs sincerely, Gatwog, Goblin Chief of Gringotts. Diagon Alley Division. Harry reread the parchment multiple times. His vaults had been sealed. What caused them to do that? Also, Vault S, more than one? When did the other one appear? He contemplated his options before ultimately deciding that it was better to sneak off now rather than once he had been released. His nausea had become manageable, though he still struggled to eat anything. He hastily scrawled a note to Pomfrey in case he wasn't back by the time she made her rounds on him again, and left it on his pillow. He threw his school robes on over his pajamas, having no choice given the lack of an alternative, and gave Hedwig a grateful smile. He lifted the plain silver bangle from the envelope, slid it onto his wrist, before uttering the activation code. He staggered but remained upright. He swallowed rapidly, trying to keep his nausea under control. Evidently, port keys were easier to use when worn as opposed to holding onto. Taking in his location, he glanced around. He was in a secluded little corner of the main hall of Gringotts Bank. He guessed it was to allow for portkey users to not flatten anyone. Taking a deep breath, Harry made his way forward, joining one of the relatively short lines. When his turn came, he nodded to the goblin. "State your business," the teller said briskly. "I received a letter along with a portkey informing me that my vaults had been sealed. I've come to sort them out," Harry replied. The goblin's head snapped up before they pressed a button and a light flared on the desk. Harry swallowed his anxiety. He hadn't done anything wrong. Two goblins carrying shields and axes approached and insisted Harry follow them. Knowing that without starting a feud with the creatures, he had no alternative but to do as they said. He was marched deeply into the stone building, going downhill for a while. In fact, they went so far into the stone that goosebumps formed on his arms and he regretted not having proper clothes on. After walking what seemed like miles into the stone, the guards stood on either side of the door and pushed it open. Receiving no further instruction, Harry entered cautiously. A goblin was sat behind an ornate metal desk, made of what appeared to be gold and silver. "Sit. We have many things to discuss," the goblin snapped without looking up from the parchment before it. Harry sat opposite and tried not to feel like he'd been sent to the head teacher's office. That had happened so often in primary school and had never ended well. Eventually the goblin scrawled something on the parchment before putting it down and eyeing Harry critically. "You are here because your vaults sealed themselves. They only do this for one of two reasons. The first, an imposter is caught entering them without express written permission and escorted by a high-ranking goblin. The second is that a minor becomes an adult, thereby ensuring that no money or valuables can be pilfered by the former guardian." Harry blinked at the influx of information before shaking his head. "I'm only 14, so it must be the former." The goblin raised an eyebrow before thrusting a parchment piece towards him. At first glance, Harry had no idea what he was looking at, but as he read the legalese carefully, he realized it was a contract. A written contract deeming him an adult in the eyes of magic due to the tournament. He had become an adult months ago, at least magically, and so he'd become an emancipated minor. The forms had been filed with the ministry and no body had stepped forward to argue it. Harry felt sick. Why did nobody ever feel the need to inform him of these things? "I take it this comes as a surprise to you. Nonetheless, as an esteemed member of Gringotts Holdings, it is a requirement that you go through a cleansing and claiming of your lord's ring." Swallowing the information, Harry nodded and the goblin, seemingly glued to its seat, gestured towards a partially hidden door on the wall to the right. He stood and walked through it, feeling numb. The results that followed sent him reeling and he was portkeyed back to the infirmary unconscious once again. Daddy issues, he shot upright as he fought back the dreams. They were recurring and pervasive. He knew who the dreams were about, regardless as to why he was dreaming of them. He wasn't admitting the truth to anyone. It changed nothing and, whether or not there were consequences to ignoring it, he didn't care. Not anymore. Not after the summer from hell. Not after the fucking goblins deemed it necessary to break his ignorance. As the dream tried to take hold again, he dressed silently and donned his invisibility cloak. He wasn't risking the dream taking hold again. He wasn't going to allow it. Moving as quickly as possible while remaining as silent as possible, he exited the castle. The moment his feet touched grass, he launched into a sprint, desperately seeking the solitude of the forest. He had to get away from it all. He needed a break from fucking everything. Once secluded in a little opening, he dropped to the ground and glared up at the sky. The moon was barely a sliver and the stars glinted mockingly. Their futures were fine. Whatever deaths they were due had already happened. But Harry would never get such a break. "Wanderer, you are entirely too far from your castle," a voice said, sounding amused. "Thank you, Bane, for that very obvious insight. I'm doing no harm to you or your territory," Harry replied, still glaring at the sky. "Such wanderings are grounds for punishment if I'm unmistaken, especially when the moon is high above." "Yeah, then go squeal to the headmaster. I'm going nowhere until I'm good and ready." The centaur chuckled and Harry bit his tongue. Responding with irritation was one thing, but to outright insult the creature was just idiotic behavior. So despite his urges, Harry kept himself silent. He knew the only reason Bane was even speaking to him without scorn was because of what the goblins had revealed. How he wasn't truly a wizard. Not in the direct sense at least. The urge to follow resumed within Harry's chest and he shook his head, rubbing his sternum. He had forgotten about that little issue. He rose to his feet. Of anyone he didn't want to run across out here, it was him. He turned to face the centaur. "Is Severus Snape out here by any chance?" Bane nodded once. Indeed. He sought newborn moon buds over there. Noting the direction the centaur pointed in, Harry nodded and went the exact opposite. He was not interested in losing. It seemed, however, that Bane was a lying sod, as barely 12 feet in the opposite direction, he ran across Snape, standing up from collecting some kind of mushroom stem. The professor turned and scowled at Harry. "Potter, what in the blazes do you think you're doing out here?" Harry avoided looking in his direction, forcing himself not to respond to the urge within his chest. When he didn't respond, the professor stepped into his space and Harry backed up, keeping his gaze firmly locked on a tree. Snape, evidently, was not taking silence for an answer and grabbed his chin, forcing his head to turn. "I will not ask again, Potter. Why are you out here?" Fighting himself in such close proximity was physically painful, but Harry persisted. "It doesn't matter why. Just that I am." "Go ahead. Give me detention and send me on my way. It's not like you give two shits about me any other time." Hiding another of Hagrid's beasts for him? Surely such behavior should have been outgrown years ago. Harry locked his jaw, keeping himself from saying a word. He was not telling the truth. Especially not to Snape. His chin was jerked again and he had to close his eyes to avoid meeting the dark ones he was facing. "Are you trying to stop me reading your mind, Potter?" Snape sounded somewhere between surprised and irritated. When Harry said nothing, Snape released his grip and Harry forced himself several steps back. "What could you possibly be hiding that's so vital you keep it to yourself?" Harry shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Whatever I'm hiding changes nothing. Not to you anyway. I must get going, Professor." Harry turned to walk away only for Snape to step into his path, faster than possible for a human. Despite this, Harry tried to step around the man only for his shoulders to be grabbed. The double contact proved to be too much and the urge to follow took hold. He lowered his head submissively, and loathed himself for being too weak to resist. Snape released his hold, but it was too late for Harry to leave. Until he was dismissed, he was stuck beside the professor. "Remove the glamour," Snape said slowly. Reluctantly, Harry reached for the former portkey bracelet he still wore and slipped it into his pocket. The change was instantaneous. His hair darkened, streaks of bluish-green emerging as it lengthened to his elbows. Fangs grew in his mouth and his back itched where the wings were compressed against his back, unable to expand due to the clothing. He wasn't about to strip for the man though, regardless of the obedience urge that had irritated him from the moment it existed. He knew his eyes were now half red, half yellow, and he hated it. "Explain, now." Harry shook his head, pointlessly fighting with the impulse he knew would win. Snape simply tilted his head up and met his gaze. Harry reached into the expandable pouch he now wore permanently, and withdrew the evidence. "It doesn't change what you've done, or how you've treated me, just so you know," Harry said before handing the sheet over. He turned and bounced into the nearest tree, reaching the 6-foot branch with ease. He hadn't wanted to ever tell the truth. Hadn't wanted to expose himself to further abandonment. Yet fate, once again, loved to torture him. Down below, Snape's own glamour vanished, leaving a very pissed-off yellow-eyed Wampus, feline ears twitching furiously on the top of his head. Harry rolled his eyes and broke off a twig, fiddling with it while the man below got control of himself. After a while, Snape growled and Harry glanced down at him. The man, now partially glamored again, glared up at him. "This is an impossibility. You're the only child of James and Lily Potter." Harry shrugged. "Feel free to take your issues up with the goblins. Tell them exactly how you believe they're lax on security and can't possibly remove layers of lies during a routine cleansing. As I said, that changes nothing about how you've treated me and makes no difference to me. I've been without parents long enough. I can manage perfectly fine without them." Snape growled again and Harry forced himself to remain still. He loathed the cub instincts. Loathed that they were doubled by whatever the fuck his other parent was. "When did you find this out?" Snape demanded. "Between the second and third tasks. The goblins sent me a portkey while I was in the hospital wing. I went to unseal my vaults and they killed my ignorance. It's fun, isn't it?" Harry replied. "You've known this for months and said nothing?" Harry dropped down, his irritation momentarily surpassing the instincts, and met Snape's gaze unwaveringly. "Which part of it changes nothing? Did you fail to comprehend? You are still the same snarky arsehole you've always been since I met you. This is the reaction I expected because I know the type of prick that you are. I'm not playing games and I'm sick of my life being taken from my control. So fuck you, fuck your DNA and fuck this life." Harry turned away, desperately wanting to leave but not having enough control of his own instincts. Stupid parental bonds. Snape stayed quiet for so long that Harry was half convinced the man had left, but he also knew that he wasn't that stupid. Besides which, had he begun leaving, Harry would have had no choice but to follow him until granted permission to stop. "Who knows about this?" Snape asked, voice far more even. Harry couldn't help but snort. "As if I was going to tell anyone. Even if I did have someone to tell, they'd kill me on the spot. Not to mention, you'd become unreliable as a spy. Not that it matters much to me anymore. We both know I'd never be able to kill him. Not knowing what I do. Patricide isn't something I'm interested in pursuing, regardless of the men involved. Can I go now? I have nothing more to say about this." Snape dismissed him and Harry bolted away, slipping his bracelet glamour on without missing a beat. It wasn't until he was back in school grounds that he remembered his proof was still in the professor's hands. Fucking Dumbledore. Fucking Dumbledore. Severus Pov. He needed to get a grip on himself. He had to speak with the Dark Lord. If nothing else, he had to ensure that the target was shifted from the boy's head. The relationship was strained and, while he bore no recollection of ever bearing a child, let alone his lord's, he wasn't about to allow said child to die. He knew the goblins earned nothing from lying about such trivial matters as the parentage of a customer. As for Potter Harry, well, the boy clearly understood what it meant and was about as happy as he was to find out. Moving just beyond the wards, Severus disapparated towards his lord. He strode through the halls of Malfoy Manor, the current hideout, ignoring everyone he passed. He couldn't afford to delay. He entered the makeshift throne room and bowed low. "Severus, Rookwood, leave," the Dark Lord said. Waiting until they were alone, Severus stood straight and frowned at his lord's appearance. The man was no longer fully reptilian but mostly human. As he had been when Severus had joined the cause. "My lord, I apologize for the interruption, however, I have something of utmost importance to convey," Severus said. The Dark Lord raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. However, I require your assistance prior to your news. It is a task only you may perform. There appears to be gaps in my memory and I require outside influence to confirm the missing time." Severus was stunned momentarily before nodding his agreement. The Dark Lord locked the room down, reducing his vulnerability, before lowering his wand. He nodded once, confirming that his mental shields were dropped, and Severus dived in. The Dark Lord guided him, so to speak, past memories and thoughts that didn't pose any concern, until he stopped, beside what could only be described as a rippling wall of pain. Severus touched it and flinched as it tried to attack him. Each gap was the same until Severus couldn't take seeing it and withdrew. Severus knelt before his lord, unwilling to admit that someone had warped his mind. He knew it would anger his lord and wasn't looking forward to being targeted as a stress relief. "Well, Severus, what did you see, my lord? They aren't gaps as such. I believe they are memories, powerful memories, which have been forcibly bound. Which leads me to what I came to inform you. My lord." Severus looked up, his lord's face furious. "It would be best if you simply saw what I came to tell you." Opening his mind, Severus broadcasted the images of his meeting with Harry, displaying the goblin birth certificate along with the image of the boy in his creature image. It was clear that the boy was part Wampus, but Severus had no idea what his lord was. He had no recollection of him ever possessing a creature visage. The Dark Lord withdrew and he was, somehow, even more angry. Severus bowed his head, only for the Dark Lord to tilt it back up. "How do we remove these blocks? I am unsure, my lord, given that I don't know what was done to cause them. The fact that neither of us can recall the memories and can only observe them as a gap, it suggests a complex mixture of Obliviate and Memoria Cincino, a spell primarily used on children faced with wartime loss. They are made to forget that their parents exist so that, if they were to die, they do not grieve." The Dark Lord snarled, rising to his feet in a very fluid, almost serpentine motion. Severus knew to stay on the floor. One did not draw attention to themselves when the Dark Lord was irritated, let alone enraged. The Dark Lord paced the room and Severus forced himself to remain still, despite the Wampus within attempting to regain control. He did not wish to be crucioed. When the Dark Lord came to an abrupt standstill, Severus held his breath. "Visit me again come the week's end, Severus. It would appear we are in need of goblin cleansing." Nodding slowly, Severus rose and quickly walked from the room. By the time the weekend had arrived, he had been forced to observe Harry and was struck by a sense of guilt at not realizing the truth of the boy's life sooner. He secluded himself from the others, even going so far as to move his chair as far as possible from his classmates. He spoke only when required and flinched minutely if anyone moved too quickly. None were signs of a positive childhood. Severus didn't bother showing up for the evening meal. He knew that other matters were more vital and he could always inform Dumbledore that he had been called. He simply took himself straight out into the forest before apparating to his lord's side. The Dark Lord stood waiting for him in the lobby of the manor, and simply took his arm to apparate them directly to the front of Gringotts. His non-reptilian facade faded until he looked nothing like himself whatsoever. Instead, he looked like the most ordinary person ever to walk the earth. They walked into the bank and immediately approached a teller and requested to speak with Gatwog. A button was pressed and they were escorted by armed guards deep into the bowels of the bank. The Goblin Chief eyed them warily as they entered the office and sat down opposite. "Only those who have been summoned by me personally know of my name. How is it you know of me?" Gatwog asked coldly. "Harry Potter. He revealed his identity to me," Severus replied. "However, neither myself or my lord have any recollections of becoming parents." Gatwog nodded before pointing to the hidden door at the side. "An intensive cleansing will be charged to your vaults. I will discuss further with you once this is completed." Severus could barely contain his nausea. That cowbag had stolen his child out of petty jealousy and revenge. Lily had stolen his baby, only hours after he'd been born, because she had been slighted by his queerness. His lord was his mate and she couldn't accept that. She claimed the child was supposed to be hers and that James could never give her children due to being sterile. Tears flooded his cheeks for the first time in over a decade as he recalled the months of searching, pain and terror following his loss. Of the failure as a submissive and regret at being unable to protect his offspring. At losing the relationship with his mate in the process of grief. He'd grown so desperate as to seek out Dumbledore, begging him to help, only to lose everything. He lost his child to empty spaces and had his mind warped to detest his mate, to blame him for death of his childhood friend. A hand cupped his cheek and tilted it upwards. His lord, his mate, was stood before him, eyes flaming with rage but also riddled with guilt. "I caused you so much pain, Severus. I did so much damage to our cause and to you. I apologize sincerely and with all that I am for doing so," he said softly. "My lord, none of that, Severus, you bow to me no more." Severus stood, not realizing he had sat down, and allowed himself to be pulled into his mate's arms. He sobbed into his shoulder and relished in the comfort he had been denied for so long. "Come along, my love, we have a goblin to speak with." Gatwog looked far more pleased to deal with them as they emerged from the cleansing rooms. They retook their seats and Severus tried to startle when his maid took his hand. "My apologies, Lord Slytherin. Your disguise was most impressive and I failed to recognize you," Gatwog said pleasantly. "Think nothing of it. In fact, I must apologize for not recollecting our mutually beneficial relationship. It seems my mind was savaged by a fool very lax with his wand. Yes, it appears your son was also affected by this man." Severus sat up straighter. "What do you mean?" Gatwog raised an eyebrow. "Apologies, I was under the impression he had spoken with you. Hadrian was subject to extensive mind-altering spells and potions, was punished severely by Muggle methods and shows evidence of a damaged soul." Severus wanted to vomit. His son had a damaged soul. How was that even possible? His son wasn't a murderer, he couldn't be. Marvolo. How? I only know of one way to damage a soul. Surely he hasn't. Marvolo turned his head, eyes blazing with rage, and squeezed his hand. "I sincerely doubt it. Even when facing me as a wraith and on the back of Quirrell's head, he only wanted to leave. He didn't want anything to do with me or with my values at the time. Even the damage caused to Quirrell wasn't enough to kill the man. Simply knock him out, but it terrified Hadrian into unconsciousness." Signs of a submissive creature then. Hadrian wasn't biologically inclined to violence and it explained so much about his interactions with the Slytherins. Severus desperately wanted to lean against his mate but feared rejection, so looked back at Gatwog, forcing his emotions behind a mental wall. "What did the cleansing reveal for me?" he asked, trying to keep himself together. Instead of speaking, Gatwog simply handed him a long sheet of parchment. Severus wanted to scream. For the last 14 years he'd been slipped a potion that slowly caused infertility, something which, as a submissive creature, would have driven him to suicide. He'd also been cursed and tortured, but that wasn't so much of a surprise. Voldemort hadn't been forgiving and neither was Dumbledore apparently. "Severus, I need you to bring me the boy," Marvolo said. "I need to speak with him." He just nodded silently. It was the only way to keep his emotions in check. During the following fifth-year Gryffindor, Slytherin potions class, he demanded Harry stay behind afterwards. The Gryffindor shrugged, telling his friends to leave, before packing the last of his stuff. Wards flared to keep nosy children from hearing anything and Harry just raised an eyebrow. "He's asked me to bring you to him," Severus said quietly. "So, he's wanted you to bring me to him for the last 13 years of my life. He wasn't himself, Hadrian. The things the goblins discovered." Harry stood. "My name is Harry. I don't care if he was in his right mind or not. He tried to murder me more than once. You just have to obey him because he's your bloody lord." Severus stared at his son. "He is more than my lord. He is my mate. He is your father and he wishes to speak with you. Nothing more, and I can guarantee your safe return here." Harry sighed before shrugging. "Whatever. When are we going? How are you hiding it from the bearded twat?" "Friday you have potions last. I'll keep you in detention, but instead you'll bring your invisibility cloak and we will go via the forest." Harry shrugged again before grabbing his bag and leaving the room. Severus felt a stabbing pain pierce his heart. His son, potentially his only child, loathed him. He gripped his desk, using the pain in his fingers to keep his emotions under control, and forced his occlumency barriers as high as they could go. He still had several days to get through. Reunited yet so far apart, reunited yet so far apart. Wanting to be anywhere but there, Harry followed Snape beneath his cloak. He didn't want to meet him and he certainly didn't fucking want to be stuck in a conversation between two people who made his life a living hell. When they stopped, Snape held his arm out and Harry, reluctantly, took hold. They apparated to a very gaudy manor and Harry couldn't help but vomit what little he'd eaten for lunch over the marble floor. He hated magical transportation. "It happens more often than you'd think. Especially the first time," Snape said quietly before leading the way forward. Harry tried not to think about the puddle of vomit he'd left and definitely forced down the panicked guilt he felt about not clearing it up. He wasn't at the Dursleys. He didn't need to clean a damn thing. They entered a hideously posh living room and Harry scowled at the blonde portrait on the wall. They were at fucking Malfoy Manor. Thankfully it wasn't any of the Malfoys he recognized in the painting, as he would have walked straight back out. Sitting primly on one of the rigid-looking sofas was an older version of Tom Riddle with the addition of red eyes. He looked nothing like the snake-like beast that had risen from the cauldron and it made him deeply uncomfortable. He could easily hate Snakeface. He wasn't so sure he could hate Riddle. Snape attempted to sit on a different sofa, but Riddle grabbed his hat and dragged him to sit beside him. Harry couldn't help but notice the tension that rapidly vanished from Snape's frame as the man leant into his mate's side. Harry scowled and sat opposite, as far from them as the layout allowed. He wanted it perfectly clear that he was there under duress. "Hadrian," Riddle began. "It's Harry," Harry interrupted, glaring at the men. Riddle nodded. "Harry then, first and foremost, I deeply apologize for every attempt I've made at harming you. I wasn't in my right mind, but that doesn't excuse my actions. You were merely a child and I a fully grown adult. Even were you not my son, you did not deserve such treatment. I will spend the rest of my life attempting to right the many wrongs I've committed. Second, will you remove your glamour? I wish to see you as you're meant to be." Harry glared at the painting until it got the message and left its frame. Only then did he remove the bracelet. He looked back at Riddle only to blink rapidly at the man's transformation. Wings wider than he was tall had erupted from Riddle's back, somehow not damaging his clothes. His eyes were glowing somehow, while black, gray and green scales littered his skin. Snape had also released his creature and Harry fought the urge to move closer. He was not an animal, regardless of his heritage. "What are you exactly?" Harry asked. "The goblins either couldn't or wouldn't tell me." "I'm an amphitrite, or descendant of them at least." Slytherin was an incredibly curious man who wished to further his connection with snakes and began testing potions on himself. It was a complex process, but eventually he managed to bind his blood with that of the winged snake, thus producing offspring bearing snake-like traits, Riddle replied. Harry glanced at Snape, curious about the wampus despite himself. The professor shrugged. "Human testing is a relatively recent ban. About 10 or so generations ago, my maternal ancestor pissed the wrong person off and became a guinea pig." He rolled his eyes. Of course, that origin story entailed a moron who feuded with the wrong person. It was exactly how he expected the Snape, or whatever his family name was, genetics to play out. After a moment of silence passed, Harry stood up, beginning to pace as his instincts tried driving him towards his parents. "You brought me here for a reason. Either get on with it or let me go back. You truly do despise us, don't you?" Riddle asked. Harry turned and glared at the man. "You tried to murder me." "More than once. Not only that, but, regardless of why you were there or that she wasn't my mother, being forced to witness the murder of another being is not something any toddler should have to experience. Not to mention Cedric. As I have told Snape, the truth changes absolutely nothing, not how you've treated me and not what you've done. Biologically, you are my parents. Congratulations, you know how to procreate. I have survived this long without parents being around. I certainly can manage another 2 years. Then I'm a magical adult and I can completely walk away from everyone magical." Riddle raised an eyebrow. "You say that as if you won't have mates, Harry. I don't want some predestined boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever you want to call it. If I am to get with someone, it will be of my own volition or not at all. I am not going to let my freakishness dictate my life." Snape shot to his feet and Harry flinched backwards. The man's eyes were furious and his ears twitched uncontrolled. Harry wondered what he'd said to cause such a reaction. "Your guardian had better not have been Petunia Evans," Snape hissed. Harry frowned. "She was Petunia Dursley when she gained guardianship of me." A feral roar erupted from the wampus man and Harry couldn't avoid the impulse to kneel submissively. He didn't want to, but he also knew that behaving like a creature was less likely to get him killed in that moment. He kept his gaze focused on the floor even as he heard Riddle mutter soothing nonsense to Snape. Whatever he was doing seemed to be failing though as the growling and snarling continued. "Severus." Riddle finally snapped, a heavy pressing of authority within his voice. "Explain what is wrong immediately." Even without it being directed at him, Harry felt the obligation to reply and bit his tongue to keep himself quiet. Petunia Evans was Lily's sister. She was a spiteful bitch even as a child. She loathed magic even then and was intensely jealous of her sister. Her favorite insult was freak and Marvolo. Harry has shown signs of abuse since I've been observing him. Even the goblins stated that he'd been punished by Muggle means. Snape hissed furiously, his words rushed and barely English. Harry froze. Snape knew of the abuse. Nobody was supposed to know about that. He tried so fucking hard to keep it hidden. He wanted nobody to know how pathetically weak he was to lose to Muggles. Snape was told to sit down and Harry listened, his breath locked in his throat, as footsteps approached him. He didn't want to look at them. He didn't want them to know the extent of the damage. A hand touched his head and he couldn't suppress the flinch fast enough. "Harry, look at me," Riddle said quietly, the sibilant words revealing the Parseltongue. Despite his unwillingness, his head slowly tilted up to look at the man. "Severus cannot understand the language of the snakes, but I have to know something. The goblins said your soul was damaged and I know you didn't kill anyone. Did the muggles kill you?" Harry swallowed hard, averting his gaze even if he couldn't look down. "I was 7. Vernon sat on my chest while carving into my skin with a knife. I stopped breathing and my heart stopped temporarily. For whatever reason, they decided to resuscitate me." Riddle hissed dangerously, his fingers curling tightly into Harry's hair. He wanted to move away but knew it would just make things worse. "Marvolo?" Snape said questioningly. "Are you opposed to me killing those muggles?" Riddle asked, ignoring Snape momentarily. "Why does it matter what I think?" "Never stopped you before," Harry replied, allowing his frustration into his words. "Because I don't wish to cause you further upset, so if you are opposed to their deaths." Despite still wanting to, "I will stay my hand and pursue more legal options to dispose of them." Harry looked up and into the eyes of the former Voldemort. While there was still true hatred for muggles, he genuinely didn't seem to want to cause Harry any further harm, directly or otherwise. He sighed and put his hands up in surrender. "I have no care for them. Be my guest to do what you like." It was quickly revealed in the Daily Prophet that Muggle relatives of a famous celebrity had been brutally murdered in their home. Aurors had stated that the magical residue within the house had been cloyed, they'd barely been able to breathe. While no names of said relative had been mentioned, the moment Harry was requested to the headmaster's office, the whole school knew it had been his. It also brought up that he hadn't been living with magical folk growing up, and from there rumors went wild. Dumbledore had faked being upset and ignorant to how they had been reached by Death Eaters, and Harry just nodded along. Listening with only one ear to the drivel, he spoke. He'd known during the summer from hell that there were no blood wards on Private Drive. Only magical suppressors and a redirection ward for anyone specifically looking for him. One that was easily surpassed if you just thought about visiting a Dursley. "Unfortunately, my boy, it means you will be required to reside at headquarters come Christmas. Then again for the summer. It is the next best thing to the blood protection your mother's sister offered," Dumbledore said, faking his sadness. Harry snorted inside. He wasn't going to stay at headquarters. Not only was it just oppressive, but his creature had been screaming to escape the moment he stepped through the front door. Once Dumbledore dismissed him, he headed straight down to the dungeons. He didn't care what he interrupted. He had to speak with the one man who could offer him an alternative. He knocked on Snape's classroom door and waited silently for the man to show his face. When he did, the commonly seen sneer was held despite his eyes being shocked. "Apologies for disturbing, Professor, but I need to speak with you privately," Harry said quickly. "And this couldn't wait until break, Potter," Harry had to admit. Snape was a brilliant actor. "Unfortunately, sir, there's a time constraint in place." Snape turned, barked some orders at the 7th years, before stepping out of the classroom and leading Harry to his office. Wards flew into place the second the door closed and Harry immediately leant against it. Snape picked up a seemingly random potion before holding it out to him. Harry frowned before taking it and looked at the label. "Dreamless sleep." Harry frowned at the man. "You quite clearly haven't slept properly, if at all, since meeting him. It comes as little surprise to me that whatever you discussed with him led to the deaths of the Dursleys. However, I will not stand by as you slowly kill yourself with lack of sleep," Snape said firmly. "What was you needed to discuss?" Harry sighed, pocketing the vial, before fixing his gaze on a random object in the room. "I can't go to headquarters. It seems to kill my creature the moment I step through the door. How you cope with it for meetings, I don't know, but that is the alternative Dumbledore offered me. Or stated, I should say. But I can't go back there. So, lacking better alternatives, I need to go elsewhere and, since he was claimed no longer to want me dead, I'd rather stay there." "You realize, going off-grid, you won't be able to return to Hogwarts?" Harry scoffed. "What's really keeping me here aside from education? I have no friends and Dumbledore is constantly hounding me to be the golden bloody savior. I refuse to maintain this image anymore. Magically emancipated or not, I don't know enough about life to go out alone, so will you help me?" He didn't hear anyone moving, so when Snape placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, he leapt out of his skin only to freeze after realizing what he'd done. Snape didn't mention it, however, and just placed his other hand on the other shoulder. If it means protecting you, Harry, I would do anything. I have failed you thus far and I refuse to continue doing so. I will speak to him about how to collect you, but it may simply be a case of him apparating you from Hogsmeade. Keeping secrets chapter notes. So, who would like Moony to remain on good terms with his cub? Please vote in the comments. Keeping secrets. Harry could barely concentrate on his studies. He wanted to regret asking for alternative living arrangements, but he couldn't. He knew it was better for him, despite not wanting to be around the residents. It made the need to avoid the other Gryffindors a requirement, not just a preference. They regularly hounded him for information and told him things he was inevitably going to do. Of course, they knew nothing and had no idea that he planned on ditching them and their shitty ideas as soon as feasibly possible. It certainly helped that Dumbledore, with his infinite wisdom, had decided to avoid him like the plague. The man frequently dove into his head and he wasn't sure he could be bothered trying to hide the truth. During the next potions double, Harry was partnered with Neville and the boy was so terrified of Snape that he flinched whenever he passed. This led to frequent blade slips and rushed ingredient adding. So by the time their potions were due to be handed in, Harry's potion was more goop than liquid. He wrinkled his nose at it, leaving Neville to bottle it. He wasn't entirely sure the bloody thing wasn't toxic. Potter, Longbottom, that is nothing like Giggle Gin is supposed to look. Detention for you both this evening. Longbottom with Filch, Potter with me, Snape yelled. Harry rolled his eyes at the obvious attempt to speak to him privately but shrugged off Neville's apologies. He no longer cared. The second he had consumed some description of dinner, Harry left, making his way to the dungeons. He had no desire to sit and listen to a herd of morons babble on continuously about Umbridge. She wasn't there in the position of an educator. She was clearly the Ministry's attempt at crowd control. Why he seemed to be the only one capable of understanding that was beyond him. It really didn't take a genius. There is no doubt in my mind that you haven't consumed nearly enough food, Snape said, quickly catching up to him as they neared the classroom. Harry shrugged and followed the man into the quickly warded room. Snape sat behind his desk and summoned a further plate of dinner for each of them. Reluctantly, Harry shrunk one of the stools and sat opposite the man, finally eating without listening to the same pointless conversations on repeat. I have to ask, when did you last sleep a full night? Snape asked quietly. Even with the glamour on, I can see the exhaustion clearly on your face. I don't remember. Probably some point before the second task. The bloody dreams keep haunting me, Harry replied. Snape lowered his fork. You understand what the dreams mean? Harry scowled at his food. I know exactly what the dreams are and I know exactly what they're for. I'm not telling you who was in them. I told you already, either I choose my relationships or they don't exist. Even at the cost of your life? At the lives of your mate? Don't be dramatic. The only reason I get the dreams is because I'm the submissive one in the relationship. Yet another reason to ignore it. My mate would only die from a lack of bonding if they were one of the very few creatures that require a dual-way bond. I've seen mine and they don't fall into said category. Snape sighed. Will you tell me what creatures they are? Harry looked at him, the scorn clear on his face. So you can narrow down and track them for me? As if. I take it you're aware that not fulfilling the mateship bond will lead to your mate living a half-life of knowing that some part of themselves is missing but having no idea how to correct it. Harry nodded but said nothing, slowly eating his food. There wasn't any point in him furthering the conversation when he wasn't going to reveal anything further about his mates. Especially the fact that he had more than one. It was rare to require multiple mates and Harry did not want to step any more into the limelight than he already was. They finished their meals in silence and Harry relished the quiet. He hadn't realized just how loud the school was and just how sensitive he'd become to it. It will be the Wampus, Snape said. They've got heightened senses and while dulled by comparison, we suffer the same consequences. Harry glared at the professor. Stop reading my mind. Snape raised an eyebrow. I wasn't. You've simply relaxed for the first time ever, at least in the time I've ever seen you. He continued glaring before dropping his gaze to the desk. He fucking hated that he hated his parents. He knew he should have been accepting or willing to mend the relationship but he couldn't. He hated them. He wished they were dead because being an orphan was what he knew. It was what he understood. Parental figures were a foreign concept. He wanted to believe that Snape and Voldemort were plotting some devious, malicious attempt on his life, but he also knew that the goblins weren't involved in wizard conflict. They didn't care who won so long as they still got to earn and manage money. They had no reason to lie to him, and that made it all so much worse. One parent had attempted to kill him multiple times and, while he had no concrete evidence, he believed that Snape had somehow caused at least one of those attempts. He scowled at the desk. Why couldn't he just have a normal fucking life? "Time for your detention, Harry," Snape said, his voice further away than he expected. Harry lifted his head and looked over at where the professor had accumulated a collection of ingredients in a cauldron. He slowly got up and stood beside the man. Snape leveled his gaze on him and handed him a knife. "I want to see your potions skills. Whether that be abysmal or not, I need to know where your abilities lie and where you struggle. Now, dice the ginger root, mince the bloodroot and finally slice the bursting mushroom." Heaving a sigh, Harry got to work, knowing that his skills were lacking. Snape kept quiet until he was finished and quietly took the blade. "Your cutting skills are surprisingly only a couple of years behind where they should be, which given your home life, is unsurprising. Now we shall move on to grinding capability," Snape said, no hint of judgment behind his words. "Take the mortar and pestle. I want you to grind the bezoar, powder the lacewing flies and crush the bicorn horn." Once that was completed, Harry was informed that he was better with the grinding than cutting by a small margin. He was then told to produce the cure for boils, a first-year potion. Snape told him what to do for each step and Harry followed to the best of his ability. The end result was a passable potion that would work as a cure, just a lot slower than it should. Harry wasn't entirely sure of the point of the assignment but also wasn't going to complain about not cleaning cauldrons. As he was readying himself to leave, Snape held out a vial. "Detest me all you like, but I am unwilling to allow my son to kill himself through a lack of sleep. Take half tonight and the other in 3 days. It should leave your slumber dreamless the entire time." As Christmas drew closer, Harry knew he'd become more sullen. He wanted nothing to do with the school, with his parents and definitely nothing to do with his friends. He was sick of being labeled as the fucking boy wonder, savior of the wizarding world, liar of truths. He'd watched Voldemort rise from the fucking cauldron. He'd provided his blood willingly as his son, despite everything. Not that he wanted to ever admit that to anyone. As far as they knew, he'd been used as the enemy forcibly used. He wasn't about to go around correcting them. He received a note alongside his potions essay, but he didn't so much as glance at it whilst still in the classroom. He wouldn't risk either of his besties snitching to Dumbledore about it. He doubted it would be particularly incriminating but wasn't about to risk his partial freedom. Once they were dismissed, instead of heading to the Great Hall for lunch, he skulked off towards the greenhouses. He knew that they were nearly uninhabited during mealtimes and provided enough coverage for ample privacy. Harry Shrieking Shack. Midnight. Bring your belongings. The note was unsigned but that wasn't necessary. He knew who it was from and recognized the writing from the diary anyway. Feeling freer than he had in weeks, he headed up to the dormitory. Deciding on leaving the majority of his stuff, he stuffed the essentials into a satchel. Primarily, the invisibility cloak, Marauder's map and photo album of James and Lily. He knew the last item was a tad strange to cling onto but it held sentimental value as one of the few presents he'd ever received. Once completed, he headed over to the owlery. Hedwig needed to leave and hopefully find him wherever he ended up. His feathery friend flew down to meet him and nipped his fingers affectionately. He smiled at her. "We won't be staying here for Christmas, Hedwig. I'm sure you'll find me, wherever I end up. Just, don't irritate the wrong people. I'd like to keep you alive. Why don't you head off, go hunting in the meantime? I'll see you again later." Hedwig hooted at him understandingly before rubbing her head against his hand and taking off. At least he hoped he'd see her again. She really was the only reliable thing in his life. He stayed awake until the other boys fell asleep and quietly opened the Marauder's map. He wasn't going to use the cloak unless necessary and, surprisingly, his route to the Whomping Willow remained clear the entire time. Granted, it probably helped that Snape wasn't patrolling that particular area as was typical. Clearly he'd redirected himself for the night. Harry didn't bother disarming the tree, choosing instead to just rush into the tunnel before it could touch him. He also didn't bother illuminating his path as his night vision had improved tenfold since his inheritance. He reached the shack just short of midnight and resorted to sealing the entrance to reduce anyone else sneaking out of Hogwarts or following him, but he wasn't paranoid at all. At the strike of the new day, Riddle appeared with a faint crack, wand drawn as if expecting the enemy. Harry raised an eyebrow but made no other moves, seeing that he was alone. Riddle dropped his fighting stance and smiled gently at him. "Are you 100% certain of this choice? This will be the last time you have to change your mind because you won't be returning here whilst Dumbledore runs the school." Harry shrugged. "I lost my friends last year and I'm assuming you'll provide some degree of education, so I really have nothing tethering me to the school. Can we go now?" Riddle nodded and Harry gripped his arm tightly. He really hoped this time he didn't vomit. They landed, once again, in the entrance hall of Malfoy Manor and, once again, Harry threw up on arrival. He glared at the floor, propped upright with his hands on his knees. The vomit vanished and a vial appeared in his line of sight. "A stomach soother. Why you struggle so much with apparition I don't understand. Neither I nor Severus ever had this issue," Riddle said. Harry scoffed, downing the potion without hesitation. He knew exactly why he wasn't okay with apparition. He was unstable without his mates. Not that he was going to admit that. "Nonetheless, we have our own wing. The Malfoys have agreed, albeit the younger begrudgingly, to leave the wing uninhabited. The only people that will venture there will be you, myself and Severus. No dark members will meet there and you will remain undisturbed. We will discuss your education after Yule." Riddle led the way forward and Harry followed him. He didn't want to be alone with the man, but it was better than dealing with the Malfoys, especially the elder. They headed down a convoluted maze of hallways before heading upstairs. Riddle opened a door and gestured for Harry to enter, which he did with a scowl, before blinking rapidly at the sudden change in decor. The walls were darker, a paneled mahogany, and the torchlight was dimmer. The paintings along the wall were landscape depictions of forests, rivers and caves. It was warmer too, which caused Harry to relax slightly without realizing. "Severus and I redesigned the wing with our creatures in mind. It is far quieter and causes less sensory overload. Your bedroom is designed to mimic a cave or den. The temperature is closer to 30 than 20 and you are free to remove the glamour. I would prefer it if you removed it, but I won't force you to," Riddle explained, allowing the door to close, leaving a pleasant silence behind. Harry nodded. "Is there a specific bedroom for me?" "Fourth door on the left. The one opposite is mine and Severus's. You can disturb anytime you need us. For food or other requests, just call for an elf. There's plenty in the house." Harry took off in search of his bedroom. He wanted to lie down before he fell down. It was late and he was exhausted. Snape's dreamless potions were ineffective against the mateship. Dreams. He knew that he didn't have long before he was incapacitated from the lack of bonds. He didn't even have parental bonds to stabilize him. Not proper ones anyway. He found his room and headed straight for the bed, dumping his satchel on the floor without care. The moment he touched head to pillow, he was out. He woke the next day but couldn't rouse himself to even sit up. His muscles ached, his wings twitched beneath the glamour and his head felt on fire. Evidently, he'd left Hogwarts just in time for his creature side to win out. He blinked before closing his eyes again. Even in the dimness of the room, it was too bright. Luckily for him, or unluckily depending on your viewpoint, his condition was quickly discovered. Riddle, having been informed by the elves that he hadn't requested any food, entered his room before freezing. "No, you're too young for this to be happening." If Harry had the strength, he would have pointed out that he was emancipated, meaning his inheritance wasn't likely to obey the standard rules. Or maybe he wouldn't have. He wasn't exactly in the presence of his closest confidant. He felt the glamour bracelet be removed and his wings flopped gracelessly to the sides of him. Clearly his strength was more depleted than he'd thought. "Harry, please, tell me who your mate is. I've only just gotten you back, I refuse to lose you." His hand was gripped and, despite himself, it provided a small wave of energy due to the parental bond. His eyelids flickered open and he looked at Riddle. The man looked terrified. "It's the only thing I have left for myself. It's the one thing you can't forcibly remove from my mind. I will not let instincts control my fate," he hissed. He probably would have yelled, but he couldn't garner the strength to do so. Frustration crossed Riddle's face before pain flickered in his eyes. He seemed to genuinely wish for Harry to live. Harry shrugged internally. Too little, too late. Tolerated mate plus a bastard. Chapter notes: it appears Canon Remus isn't people's favorite. Perhaps Moony will have to become the main persona of the two smile with horns. Tolerated mate plus a bastard. Severus Pov. He'd left Hogwarts the moment he could. He had informed his snakes to turn to Professor Sinistra if they needed adult guidance. He knew they wouldn't complain to Dumbledore about his absence, and he knew that Aurora would take her job seriously, without complaint, despite not having been officially given to her. She had been the one meant to take the position years ago anyway, but Dumbledore wanted his spy for the Slytherins. She was more than happy to accept the responsibility. He fled with his belongings shrunken in his pocket and apparated directly to Malfoy Manor. He'd expected some kind of greeting, either from Marvolo or the Lord of the Manor, but none arrived. He frowned. Dippy, he called. The house elf, sister of Dobby, arrived and bowed. What can Dippy be doing for Potions Master? Where is Marvolo? Dippy looked sad. Master's son not be doing well. His bonds need making, but he be refusing. Severus took off. Of course Harry would destabilize quickly. Scarcely a year after presenting, and he was already suffering from his lack of mateship. No doubt he was also still refusing to acknowledge them. He made it to their wing in record time and rushed into Harry's room. Marvolo was sat by his bedside, clutching their son's hand. Harry was pale. He trembled with each breath and his wings were limp at his sides. He forced himself closer and squeezed Marvolo's shoulder. Their son looked like living death. How long has he been like this? Severus asked quietly. The night after he got here. The elves informed me that he hadn't requested anything to eat or drink, so I came to check on him. He was already bed-bound, Marvolo replied. Severus, he refuses to tell me still. I figured he hadn't. He's as stubborn as the both of us. Not to add in that he clearly stated that he knew his mate wouldn't die without him. All I know is that neither require him to live. They'll just suffer a half-life. All that rules out is Vila, Incubus, Succubus and Phi. There is still too large a selection for us to even remotely narrow it down. Severus, we can't lose him, not when we only just got him back. He nodded and sat on the edge of the bed, holding Harry's arm just above his wrist. Harry's eyes flickered open and focused on them briefly. Still not telling you, he said, his voice weak and hoarse. Severus nodded. He knew that Harry was adamant about keeping his secrets. He just prayed to fate that she wasn't as cruel as she'd been before. Severus remained at Harry's bedside even when Marvolo was required to attend to the Death Eaters. He spoke softly to him about the good times of his youth, of his relationship with Lily as a child. He knew that discussing the woman who'd stolen his son was strange, but he knew Harry was still adjusting to not being her son. It seemed to help to some extent because Harry slowly grew more lucid and more responsive. He even managed to get Harry to drink a bowl of broth with a nutrient potion within it. But despite granting his son a small amount of energy, the will to live was clearly fading from the young creature. He loathed that mateship dreams were hidden beneath occlumency walls that not even the greatest of legilimentes would be able to break. If only he could find out who his son was so against mating with. He was dozing in the armchair he'd moved to beside Harry's bed when he was roused by the voice of Draco. Severus frowned. Only 3 people were supposed to be within their wing, and none of the Malfoys were included in that small list. The blonde teenager was complaining about what had been done to the decor. He sounded as though he were flinging doors open as he passed, grousing more with each discovery. Severus scowled. The brat had decided to ignore the request for privacy then. Severus slid Harry's glamour bracelet onto his wrist just moments before the bedroom door was flung open. Draco stood, half shocked, half angry, in the doorway. Did you fail to acknowledge the request to keep off this wing, Draco? Severus asked, dangerously neutral. Or did you decide that despite the request from our Lord to ignore his wishes and do as you please? Draco glared at the floor. It's my house. I should be allowed to go where I please within it. Why's Potter here anyway? Dumbledore's furious about his disappearance and taking it out on the Slytherin house. Not that you vanishing is helping any. Severus refused to answer his question as he heard the voice of another Slytherin student. Draco, your manor is too fucking big to keep running off, Zabini called out. Severus retained his glare of the boy before him, especially as Zabini appeared behind him. Hello, Professor, Zabini said politely. Draco, we have to go. We were only supposed to be visiting your father during Hogsmeade hours. Before Draco could reply, Harry began to wake. Severus completely ignored the other two boys and ran a diagnostic over his son. He hadn't woken in days, despite the constant talking and touching he and Marvolo had supplied. This was sudden. Harry's eyes flashed open and his gaze locked on Zabini, ignoring his long-time rival completely. Severus raised an eyebrow. He couldn't be. Surely. Zabini, come in and close the door. Draco, return to Hogwarts immediately, Severus stated without taking his eyes off his son. He left no room for disagreement and, ignoring Draco's complaints, Zabini stepped into the room without hesitation. The door closed with a soft click and Severus shot a silencing charm at it. He didn't need Draco knowing anything about Harry as of yet. He glanced at Blaise as he slowly removed Harry's bracelet. Zabini blinked multiple times before allowing his own glamour to fall. Severus inhaled sharply. He had heard of them before but never thought he would see one. Homo immortalis ignis, otherwise known as the human phoenix. Harry on the other hand was trying to exit the bed, but not in the direction of the other boy. He was trying to escape. What's going on, Professor? Zabini asked. Since when was there any kind of creature in the Potter line? What even is he? There aren't creatures in the Potter line. At least none I'm aware of. As to what is happening, I strongly believe that you are Harry's mate, Severus replied, holding Harry's arm so he wouldn't injure himself. What is he, Professor? How did he become a creature if there isn't a hereditary factor? Go away, Harry hissed, struggling to remove the hands keeping him attached to the bed. He dipped into parcel and Severus forced himself not to react. While he couldn't understand specific words, he knew that Harry was cursing them both. He sounded far too much like an angry Dark Lord to be saying anything else. Blaise tilted his head. Why would you believe I'm his mate, Professor? He clearly wants me nowhere near him. Severus looked at the other boy. He has been denying his mateship dreams for the best part of a year. He has been bedridden for the last 2 weeks, incapacitated completely for the last 72 hours. You simply showing up caused him to wake. I do not believe in coincidence. Zabini slowly approached the bed, heading to the side opposite of Severus, and kept his gaze solely on Harry. His son stilled, warily eyeing the human phoenix. It was obvious he still wanted to escape but knew his chances were slim. Have you been dreaming of me, Harry? Severus recognized the voice of a dominant creature and scowled. He really didn't want his son to be forced into obeying his instincts. Yet clearly, Harry was doing exactly that. He shook his head rapidly, biting his lower lip as to keep himself from speaking. All it took was Zabini touching Harry's arm for his son to become motionless. Yes. For fuck's sake, yes, I have been dreaming of you for the last fucking year. I'm fact, dreaming of you was the cause of me nearly drowning in the lake. Happy now. Congratulations. You nearly killed your mate, Harry hissed, clearly seething despite his stillness. Severus sighed. At least he now knew who his son was mated to and it wasn't the worst choice in the world. He quietly excused himself as the two teenagers discussed, scratched that, debated, the potential of being mated to one another. He had situated himself in the private library of their wing for less than 20 minutes before Zabini encroached again, looking less than impressed. Severus put his rare book of hexes down and gestured for the boy to sit. I'm not enough for him, Professor, Zabini said bluntly. Harry is, as usual, decidedly unique. He has more than one mate, sir, but while he has decided to tolerate me, he refuses to even discuss the other. He wouldn't reveal it even when I demanded it. It's as though he locked down his own mind. Severus curled his hands into fists. He could understand not having proper parental bonds stabilizing him. They hadn't exactly been the pinnacle of brilliant parents, but mateship bonds were supposed to be untouched. Even before presentation, the two mates weren't supposed to develop any kind of antagonistic relationship. If anything, it was supposed to remain neutral or they'd form a preliminary bond. Sir, what would happen if a mate tried to kill the other, especially the submissive, so to speak? Zabini asked quietly. Severus focused intently on the teenager, his glamour fading with his rage. It would cause a world of problems. Is that what you're suggesting? Did someone try to kill my son? Zabini blinked at the last question before looking down at the floor. Well, Dark Lord aside, I know of at least one person who tried to kill him. I overheard him bitching about losing his personal house elf to a child. Your child. Severus felt his blood run cold. That wasn't possible. Lucius was married and had a child. But, it would also make sense. The man wasn't exactly a neutral party and had a temper shorter than his own. What did Lucius attempt to do to Harry? Blaise shook his head. That wasn't entirely clear through the door. I don't even know who he was yelling about it to. I do know that if the elf hadn't still been there, Harry would be dead. Severus nodded before rising to his feet. Thank you for informing me. Stay with him and I will be back later. I have a Dark Lord to speak with. Severus stalked into the meeting room without pause. He didn't care in that moment what he interrupted. As it happened, it was simply a small gathering of the most loyal, so Severus wasn't worried. Marvolo raised an eyebrow at his rapid entrance before summarily dismissing the meeting. Once alone, Severus walked directly into the waiting arms of his mate and burrowed his head into the man's shoulder. Why are you not with Harry? Marvolo asked. Because he is with his mate, Severus replied, grinning at the shock the man gave off. He quickly sobered. However, not all of what I came here for is good news. In fact, it's majoritively negative. He took a step back and Marvolo eyed him warily, clearly uncertain about hearing the bad news. Severus looked down for a moment before meeting his eye again. It would seem that our darling Hadrian has defied the odds once again. He has reluctantly agreed to tolerate one of his mates, but it would appear that, not only does he have a second, that the other mate has royally fucked up the bond. Even when demanded of him, Harry refused to divulge the identity of the second mate. Marvolo looked thunderous. Very few things can cause such damage to a bond before it's even been formed. I take it you have some theory about the identity? Severus nodded. Blaise informed me that you were not the only one who has attempted to take Harry's life. That another had also attempted it, over the most pathetic of reasons. He was swindled out of an elf. It took Marvolo all of 2 seconds to make the connection. He pressed a hand to Severus's dark mark before releasing it and stepping in front of him, shielding him from the ire he was undoubtedly preparing to release. I apologize if you feel this, Severus. I will see to making your mark unique once we have clarified this situation, Marvolo said quietly. Lucius entered the room cautiously, head bowed from the get-go. To be summoned so soon after a meeting rarely entailed good things. Lucius, it has come to my attention that your temper bested you once before. To an extreme that losing a house elf caused you to attempt murder on a child, Marvolo said, his voice deceptively calm. Is this true? Lucius clearly froze for a moment before releasing an inaudible sigh. This is true, my lord. Pray tell, how long ago did this occur? At this point, just shy of 2.5 years, my lord. Marvolo rose from his seat but made no further moves. The blonde flinched minutely and kept his gaze down. Severus fought against itching his mark. It was the first sign that an angry Dark Lord was approaching. This is curious information, Lucius. Give me the name of this child you sought to destroy. There was a brief silence before he replied, voice quiet. Harry Potter. The Cruciatus curse erupted from Marvolo's wand moments before he'd even spoken the words. Severus subtly applied pressure to his mark, trying to subvert the pain coming from it. A minute later the curse was lifted and Lucius struggled to his knees, but made no attempt to stand. A wise decision given the tremors running through his limbs. Lucius, has it not been made abundantly clear that if anyone is to kill the boy, it would be me? Must it be written in script for your feeble mind to comprehend a simple directive? Shall I brand it into your flesh? Marvolo hissed. Explain yourself. My apologies, my lord. Had I known you continued to pursue the boy at the time, I never would have laid a hand. Why did you attempt his murder? The response was mumbled, but in the silence of the room, it echoed. Marvolo and Severus both glared at the man who'd attempted to kill their son. Marvolo covered the distance, jerking Lucius's head up and entering the man's mind violently. Blood dripped from his nose and he swayed dangerously before being tossed to the floor. Marvolo stalked back towards his chair, but instead of sitting he looked directly at Severus, his eyes burning with violent fury. What did you see? Severus asked quietly. The moron attempted the murder mere steps from the headmaster's office, which was occupied at the time. Both Harry and him had left moments before. It truly was over the loss of an elf, Marvolo seethed. Despite knowing it, having irrefutable truth had Severus's glamour dropping and the requirement of every ounce of self-restraint he had not to murder the man he'd once seen as a friend. Marvolo placed a calming hand on his cheek and met his gaze carefully. I understand the urge, but he still has his uses. Though how we will go about correcting his grievous error, I do not know. Harry is not a forgiving person. Not for things such as this. Severus growled but made no attempt at killing the blonde. He wouldn't cause Harry harm. Not if there was a way to avoid it. However, unless they proved that Lucius was his second mate, keeping him alive was unnecessary. Lucius, remove your glamour, Marvolo said, turning around. The blonde, despite being in severe pain, attempted to deny wearing one. Evidently, however, the Dark Lord no longer retained any patience. He hissed some parcel spell at Lucius and forcibly stripped the glamour from him. It clearly hurt, and Severus was infinitely glad he no longer counted as a standard Death Eater. He couldn't help but be grateful to no longer experience the painful wrath of Lord Voldemort. With nothing hiding the creature features, Severus frowned at his former friend. He had elements of various creatures, but none he knew combined them all. His horns suggested incubus while the fangs pointed towards a vampire. Yet he also gave off the aura of Avila. Despite his Dada mastery, he had no idea what being he was looking at. Marvolo appeared of the same mind. Lucius, what is your inheritance? Buvard sang, my lord. In essence, a combination of creatures that results in the requirement of feeding on the blood and sexual energy of one's mate. The Malfoys were fascinated by magical creatures and sought any of them out that they could. Severus couldn't help but sneer in disgust. The man needed to feed on Harry's sexual energy to thrive. At least, assuming Harry was correct in that it wasn't required to survive. Severus took the lead in returning to Harry's bedroom. He loathed this idea, but it was also the quickest way of ascertaining if the elder Malfoy was in fact the second mate. On one hand, Severus desperately hoped he wasn't, because he only wanted to torture the man for trying to kill his son, but on the other hand, if it was him, they needed to look no further to keep their son alive. Granted, having Harry accept Lucius as a mate would be a tremendous task in itself, but one that they'd eventually find a solution for. They weren't Slytherins for nothing. He gave a cursory knock on the door before opening it. Harry was sat on the bed, propped up against the headboard. He had more color to his cheeks and his eyes were focused, but it was plain to see that it wasn't enough. He needed his second mate. Zabini was sat at the other end of the bed but had a hand lightly curled around Harry's ankle, providing the physical contact required without being invasive. A logical move. Both teenagers looked over at his entrance, but Harry's gaze narrowed immediately. He appeared to coil himself, ready to spring at a moment's notice. As Severus stepped further into the room, Lucius and Marvolo followed, both displaying their creature features. The effect on Harry was instantaneous. His tremors ceased and his complexion brightened, but his fury soared. He snarled so aggressively it would give any slighted dominant a run for their money. He lunged off the bed, fangs bared and wings lifted as though torn between shielding him and taking flight. Claws extended from his nail beds and he was all but spitting flames. Zabini stood, far enough away from Harry not to earn his ire but close enough to protect him if necessary. You made a grave mistake bringing that thing in here, Harry yelled. Your assumption was correct, but I will never, ever, mate with that thing. I'd rather die. As if a cord snapped, Harry spun away and dove into the ensuite bathroom. In the time it took Severus to comprehend what had happened, Blaise was by the door begging Harry to come out. He tried to approach, but the human phoenix turned and screeched at him, the avian equivalent of a growl. Get out and take him with you, Zabini snapped. You've done the damage you sought to do. Severus backed off but felt his legs go weak. He was guided backwards until he sat on the bed. Marvolo insisted he stay before aiming his wand at Lucius and magically dragging the man from the room. What the fuck were they thinking? Lucius had tried killing Harry. Of course the boy who had every right to loathe them would reject such a mate. It was unheard of for an unpresented creature to develop any kind of negative association with their intended, let alone to despise them so much. Yet they had brought Lucius into the room while Harry was already vulnerable and resisting his creature anyway. Severus buried his head in his hands. They had royally fucked up. Split Egos chapter notes TW self-harm. Attempted suicide. Not graphic, past tense mentions of animagus on animagus relations, animal form. A.N. The tags are quite clear as to the relationships of this FIC. By the second chapter you will realize how old HP is during. If this is an issue, please don't read. Split Egos. Harry trembled against the shower wall. His arms barely stung, but he knew he'd gone deep enough. His magic was desperately trying to heal them and slow the blood flow down, but he wasn't letting it. He didn't want this life anymore. Harry, I swear to you, I had no idea that they planned on bringing him in. Why they thought that was a good idea I don't know, but please trust that it was never my intention. All I wanted was for you to live. You're my mate, Harry. The only one who can give me a brilliant life, Blaise said through the door. There was a soft thump and Harry could only guess that the other teenager had slumped against the door. Look, Harry, I want you in any capacity you'll have me. If that means we remain friends for the rest of our lifetimes, I will take it. I'll give you the reins and let you decide if you wanted to go any further. But please, don't die. Please don't leave me alone. It happened to my mother and she is constantly seeking out lovers to try and fill the void within. It never works and they end up dead when she destabilizes. I really don't want that to happen. I can make you happy, Harry. I can give you everything you want in life. Just please, let me in. Harry wanted to deny him, to tell him to fuck off, but his magic was winning and he was losing the fight. He wanted to die, but he didn't want to subject Blaise to becoming a murderer. The ward around the door snapped and it creaked open slightly. Only you, Harry whispered, his voice raw. Oh, trust me, I'm not letting anyone else near you tonight, Blaise said as he crept into the room. In seconds he was at Harry's side, crying onto the slowly healing slash marks. Just like after the chamber, the wounds healed instantly, the flesh knitting together before his very eyes. That's what you are, human phoenix? Harry asked quietly. Blaise nodded. It's from my mother's side. It's been in the family for longer than we can recall. I never knew what you were, just that you didn't require me to live. In terms of surviving, no, I wouldn't, but to live properly, yes I absolutely do. Harry slumped into his mate, sagging as all the energy left him completely. Blaise wrapped his arms and wings around him, his head resting atop Harry's. An elf called Skippy was summoned and they were taken to a different bedroom along the family creature wing. Blaise guided him onto the bed and laid down beside him, keeping an arm wrapped around him. If he had the energy, Harry would have complained about the lack of space he was being given, but he was too tired. He was emotionally drained and hadn't regained his mental stability from fighting the bonds. He wanted to deny that he was comfortable in the Slytherin's proximity but couldn't. He would be flat out lying to himself rather than just denying. He scowled as he turned his face into Blaise's chest. Stupid fucking creature instincts. You're still tense, Harry, Blaise said quietly. What's wrong? I don't even know you, but because of this fucking creature inside me, I'm being told that I'm comfortable in your arms. I hate it. I can't fucking stand it, Harry replied sulkily. Blaise tensed beneath him. Harry, you make it sound as though you've separated yourself from your creature inheritance. Of course I'm fucking separate. I was born a human and I'll die a human, regardless of the extras I've developed. The Slytherin slid out from beneath him and sat up, looking at him seriously. No, Harry, you aren't human. Not anymore. Since your inheritance came, at best you were humanoid. Creature blood vastly overwhelms human blood. Trying to separate your creature instincts from the boil over human thoughts will eventually kill you. It's like with a werewolf. If they deny themselves the hunt and a pack, they'll end up dead. They physiologically cannot cope without it. That's why whenever one is caught having been an absolute prick, it's because they were rogue. Packless. The only exception would probably be Greyback, and that's just cause he's a fucked up individual. You need to understand, Harry, that these instincts you keep suppressing, the bonds you've been denying, will kill you. It's probably why you became bedbound so soon after your inheritance. Your body made a last-ditch attempt at keeping you alive. I know it probably freaks you out. You've clearly not had the life everyone knows you to have, but please, try and accept that you're no longer human. I really don't want to lose you. Harry sobbed. For the first time since the goblins told him the truth, it seemed to finally register that he wasn't human. He rolled over, shoving his face as far into the pillow as possible. He needed to muffle his tears. He couldn't be seen as weak. Blaise, evidently, had other ideas as he laid back down and tugged Harry into his arms, holding him close. The sobs morphed into a full-blown meltdown. Yet, throughout it all, Blaise simply held him. No sneers or insults. No belittling. Just a steady source of freely given comfort. Harry woke, unsure of when he fell asleep. He was using Blaise as a pillow and was remarkably comfortable in his arms. He pressed his forehead against the other teen's chest. He wasn't allowed to separate himself from his creature, but it was hard. He didn't want to be a creature. It just proved without a doubt that he wasn't the son of Lily and James Potter. He never knew them but had been indoctrinated by the magical world to view them only as brave and valiant individuals. His biological parents, on the other hand, had been ingrained in his mind to be equated to dark and evil. The air vibrated and Harry quickly left Blaze's hold. He didn't quite know what was happening, but he instinctively knew that something was amiss. His gut was proven correct when a feral howl was swiftly followed by a roar of pain. Harry dashed to the window and looked down at the expansive gardens. Battling to what looked like the death were two wolves. Only one of them was familiar. Harry flung the window open and launched himself into the air, his wings catching him as naturally as a broom would. He heard his name being yelled from various directions, but he ignored them all, gliding through the air to hover above the fighting wolves. He wasn't stupid enough to intervene, but he needed to know how Moony was here, in canine form, when the moon was barely half full in the sky. It took less than 5 minutes before the unknown wolf's neck was snapped and Moony glanced up with amber eyes. "Are you going to kill me if I land?" Harry asked calmly. Moony shook his head. "Wolfsbane." Another denial. Harry frowned but slowly lowered himself to the ground. The wolf made no attempts at lunging at him and he relaxed his wings, letting them settle against his back. "How are you here, Moony? The full moon is weeks away." The werewolf whined in what sounded like irritation, before he began to transform back. Harry wanted to look away from the agonizing breaking and morphing, but morbid fascination kept his gaze focused. As Moony neared the end of his transformation, Harry heard footsteps approach but paid them no attention. When Moony transformed fully, he stood slowly, clearly uncomfortable but not as drained as Remus usually was. Harry frowned. It seemed wrong to separate the two, but looking into the amber eyes, it was clear that Moony was still the one in control. "I'm here because I wasn't going to allow that coward to keep me from my cub twice. You disappeared from the school and his scent was blatantly obvious in the shack," Moony said. Answering his question, his voice was more guttural and blunt than Remus had ever been. Harry nodded, still mostly confused. Moony smirked. "I can become a wolf at will without the moon's pull, because of that bitch over there. It runs in his bloodline and, as my sire, it was always a possibility. The coward was just too afraid of the gift to harness it." "When you refer to the coward, I take it you mean the other you? The Remus ego?" Harry asked curiously. Moony sneered but nodded. "You disappearing gave me the edge I needed to take over. The body is mine now. Permanently. He was too weak of will compared to the pack instinct to seek you out. Now he's gone, blended with me, though his pathetic mindset is easily ignorable." Smiling, Harry lunged at the werewolf and hugged him hard. He was aware of the man's complete nudity but didn't care about it either. Moony returned the hug only to growl as someone tried to approach. "I'm not going to take him from you, but I'm uncomfortable with you being naked while hugging him," Blaze said, a faint trill following his words. Moony grunted before taking whatever was being held out. Harry allowed himself to be moved so that Moony stood between him and the others before releasing him to pull the robe over himself. Harry glanced past the werewolf to see Blaze, Snape, Riddle and the elder Malfoys. The adults were all scowling or, in Snape's case, actively glaring at Moony while Blaze looked deceptively calm. Once dressed, Moony tugged Harry back into a tight embrace and Harry relaxed into him. He knew it was illogical, but the werewolf was far more safe to him than any of the people behind. "Why did you kill Greyback?" Riddle asked, sounding annoyed. "He deserved it. His existence threatened my cub's safety and he was a bitch," Moony replied without hesitation. "You realize without him, the treaty with the werewolves is tenuous at best?" Moony snorted. "Your agreements with them were tenuous anyway. Wolves don't care about wizards. Even non-human ones like the lot of you. Greyback aligned himself with you because it gave him the ability to murder, rape and turn as many kids as he wanted to during your raids. It was advantageous for him. The others only followed because he either groomed them or terrified them. Knowledge of his death will allow them the freedoms to return to the forests and find peace." Harry lifted his head as Moony turned slightly and glanced at Riddle. The man was not pleased by the events. "Get your hands off my son," Snape hissed, the wampus features becoming increasingly more prominent. Moony snorted. "Piss off. He's as much mine as he is yours, regardless of blood. I protected him when I could and I fought for him when you turned against him. You're just afraid of me because of the shack. Newsflash, I wasn't aiming for you that night. I was aiming for the stag. Harry frowned, looking up. What do you mean? Moony met his gaze. Back when we were in school, the rat, dog and stag decided to spy on me during the moon. I fucking hated them for it and their superiority of pretending to be my alpha. The dog and stag were constantly using the time to copulate with one another whilst in animal form. It was vile to watch. The rat used to watch them constantly as if wanting it himself. One night the dog led your parent to the shack. I don't know why exactly, but it was a stupid decision that put my existence at risk. When I heard the stag, I knew he didn't care one bit about me being found out but wouldn't risk losing his mating time. I'd had enough and lunged at him, but your parent got too close. I had to pull back lest I risk killing him and putting a death sentence over my head. Harry felt sick. The reality of the Marauders was a bitter truth compared to the brilliant lies he'd been told. He stared numbly at Moony's chest and felt himself break apart inside. Either way, the parents he had to pick from were not good people. He felt weak and pathetic. His existence was an atrocity. Bad people didn't deserve children, not when good people were infertile. Hands pressed against his cheeks, but he could barely feel them. How was he supposed to live with himself knowing his heritage? Either he was the son of cowards with vile sexual impulses, or he was the son of a dark lord intent on ruining the world. Harry, listen to me. I don't know what's going on in your head, but I promise you that you are far stronger than your fears. I promise you that you are stronger than anything, Moony whispered into his ear. I'm a child of monsters, Moony. How am I supposed to live with that? Harry croaked. Moony tipped his head back, forcing him to meet his eyes. If it bothers you that much, Harry, you can always kill then. I did it with Greyback and he was my sire. A position which should have bound me even more tightly than parental. However, I don't believe that your real parents are as bad as you think. You've simply had ideas and beliefs shoved into your head from the time you were 11 that you need to overcome. What do I do? Maybe it's time to ask questions and reach conclusions of your own. Whatever you decide, I will stand with you. Harry nodded, resting his head on Moony's chest. Perhaps it was time to figure out the way of the world without the forced mindset of the boy who lived thrust upon him. Given the hour, shall we return inside? I'm sure none of us wish to stand in the cold any longer, Lucius said nonchalantly. Harry couldn't help but flinch at hearing him speak. Harry sat with Moony on a small couch as far from the others as possible. Blaise decided to sit in the only seat close to them, forcing the other adults to sit across the room. It was a strange little room somewhere between a living room and an office. Harry decidedly found it obnoxious. Lupin. Riddle began only to be cut off. I do not associate by that name. My name is Moony, regardless of how said name came to be. Do not insult me with the name of the coward, Moony snapped. Riddle nodded tightly. Apologies. Moony, you are aware that being here sets you against Dumbledore? Surely you understand that by aligning yourself with Harry, you align yourself with the dark? Moony shrugged. I align myself with Harry who, despite his parentage, isn't overtly dark himself. By nature, I am classified as dark. Trying to fight the opposite side seems unproductive and was never my choice in the first place. I side with Harry, regardless of you or your cause. Yes, because he's your cub, Snape sneered. Harry leaned against the werewolf and allowed himself to find comfort in the warmth he extruded. Moony played slightly with his hair. Despite what you might think, him being my cub makes him no less yours. Simply put, Harry became mine when we were exposed to him repeatedly when he was an infant. It's pack nature to protect and guide the young, regardless of who bore them. Had it been my decision, I'd have kept him and protected him after the stag and doe died, but unfortunately, I wasn't strong enough to emerge without the moon. You tried to kill him when he was 13, Moony raised an eyebrow. Did I? Or was I simply trying to greet my cub? Not to mention, you and the two brats were in the way, and after being on Wolfsbane for so many months, being free of it was disorientating. That poison is barbaric. You would have killed him if the mutt hadn't lured you away, Snape hissed, less confident in his words. I would have murdered the mutt for showing his face to me. Vile bastard that he was. He would have harmed my cub. Led him down a path no child would ever recover from. He would have taught Harry to become an animagus for nobody's benefit but his own. Harry felt sick. He really hoped Moony was wrong. He didn't want to be a James replacement for Padfoot. Moony pulled him close and sniffed his hair. Despite, or because of, the wolfish gesture, Harry felt calmed and relaxed into the werewolf. Be that as it may, you are a danger to him, Lucius said firmly. Harry flinched again and Moony growled. The only danger to him in this room would be you. You are a vile excuse of a man, a coward who bowed to the whims of his father simply because he was afraid of outing himself as non-human. The only reason I have not killed you is because it would be a detriment to Harry. Harry loathes you so much he is willing to die rather than allow your bond. You must have attempted to murder him in order to cause such a reaction. You dare tell me I'm a danger to him? You Lucius Malfoy, are a pathetic mongrel of the lowest kind. Open-ended Vows chapter notes bold equals Parseltongue. Open-ended Vows. The silence drove Harry's nerves skyward. It didn't make sense to him that Moony's proclamation would bother him, and yet, it did. Riddle rose to his feet. Indeed. I believe we should all rest for the remainder of today. Tensions are high and we are all likely to say things that are inflammatory. Harry didn't want to agree with him, but he was also still exhausted. Blaise stood, offering his hand to Harry, and he took it, wanting nothing more than the silence of sleep. Moony followed them out of the room, ignoring all protests by both Snape and Malfoy Sr. Blaise took them back to the Slytherin's chosen bedroom and headed straight for the bed. Harry followed his example and curled up in his mate's arms, trying to ignore the supposedly human thoughts of trying to refuse. Moony took himself into the bathroom and evidently began transforming into a wolf again, if the sounds were anything to go by. He was proven correct when a massive lump of a wolf jumped onto the bed and laid down at their feet. I can't tell if you're here to prevent losing Harry or to stop any attempts on his virtue, Blaise groused. Harry smirked. Probably both. I'm glad you're here, Moony. You're a sliver of normalcy in the fucking nightmare of oddities my life has become. Harry's leg was butted through the duvet and he smiled lightly at the vague response. Despite wishing for the silence of sleep, Harry woke shortly after falling asleep. Blaise was breathing deeply in his ear, clearly fast asleep, and Harry shuffled as quietly as he could away from him. He didn't want to disturb the other teen for no reason. He padded to the bathroom and sat on the toilet lid, staring blankly across the dim room. He hadn't bothered with lights since he could see perfectly well, one of the few benefits of being a wampus. He tried to make sense of why he was awake and could only come to the conclusion that his refusal to bond was forcing his hand. He wasn't going to get any peace until he was either dead or bonded. He clenched his hands into fists. Neither were good choices. He didn't want to die and leave Blaise to become a murderer, but neither did he want to bond with the likes of Lucius fucking Malfoy. He barely noticed he wasn't alone until a furry muzzle rested on his lap. Unfurling one hand, he stroked the top of Moony's head and felt his shoulders release some of their tension. I'll die if I bond to him, Moony. I'm not sure if that's how it works for any dual-bonded creature, but either way I die if I bond to him. Lucius will destroy my soul or I die by refusing. It's more than a rock and hard place. It's hell or purgatory. There is no heaven, Harry whispered. Moony muzzle punched him in the chest and he scowled at the wolf. The amber eyes glared up at him. It's not as if there's another choice. Not that I wouldn't love to have Lucius murdered. If he ceases to exist, I lose my life. It wouldn't be a merciful death either. I was in so much pain the last however long. It was only a fluke that Blaise was even in the manor today. I was bedbound, Moony. I couldn't move. Everything was on fire and every muscle felt like it was in a constant cramp. Moony, what am I supposed to do? You being here and agreeing to bond to Blaise has helped, but it's still there. The nagging, unavoidable voice in the back of my head telling me that I need to bond, regardless of my own feelings. I want to be nowhere near Lucius, let alone allow him to touch me long enough to satisfy the thread of a bond that still remains. Moony huffed, still glaring balefully. Yeah. Figures really. You're biased. Everyone here is. Only reason I don't want to die anymore is because I don't want to force Blaise into becoming his mother. Fucking Gryffindor tendencies for the win. I think the only one who'd be somewhat unbiased would be Mrs. Malfoy, and even then I can't be totally sure. I mean, bonding to her husband surely can't be good for her. She gets no say to it, Blaise interrupted. I've seen Draco's betrothal contract. While they hope that he won't present, it's highly likely that he will become whatever the hell Lucius is. However, regardless as to who he is married to, They will remain legally attached but would then be allowed to have discreet affairs with others should a bondmate come into the fold. Harry sneered at the foulness of such a contract. Why would anyone want to sign something like that? That you'd be married to someone who no longer loved you, if they ever did, with no escape. A lifetime of being legally attached to someone regardless of who you ended up loving. Blaise touched his shoulder. I know it's difficult to understand. I'd personally never have agreed to something like that, but the Malfoys are extortionately wealthy. Many pure-blooded families would do whatever necessary to gain their hands on even a yearly allowance from them. They'd never need to work a day in their lives. You say that as if non-purebloods wouldn't do the same, Harry scoffed. Blaise shrugged. They would, but the Malfoys are unlikely to ever agree to a match below pureblood unless Draco somehow fell in love with a halfblood. A Muggleborn would never be allowed, and even a halfblood would have to have been magical for several generations. Harry frowned and looked up. How can they still believe in the blood purity rhetoric if they're not even pure themselves? Lucius is a creature which, if Draco can inherit it, means that it's in the bloodline. It means they're cowards who actively hide their status. While I hardly go around flaunting my nature, it's not a secret. The whole of Slytherin know, and I'm considered untrustworthy because of it. However, we can continue this conversation in the other room. It cannot be comfortable in here. Harry sighed, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. Moony huffed at him before leaving the room first. Blaise sat leaning against the headboard and Harry sat beside him, leaving space between them for the uncomfortable conversation they were going to have. Moony plonked himself at the end of the bed, watching them carefully. Harry, do you fully understand what it means to accept the bond? Blaise asked. There was no hint of derision or scorn, but Harry still felt like he was being mocked. He scowled at Blaise, but the Phoenix just raised a hand placatingly. I'm not asking because I think you're uneducated. I'm asking because I think you're panicking about something that doesn't need to happen. Harry rolled his eyes. As far as I'm aware, to bond with a mate, especially at the stage of denial I'm in, would require me to have extended contact with him, the same way I did with you. Blaise smiled encouragingly. That's the fastest way to level you out, yes, but it's not the only way. In essence, you just have to swear on your magic that you accept him and will eventually form an appropriate bond. While it's not particularly pleasant for you, as you'll still feel a bit shaky and ill for a while, it means that you'll remain alive without having to force yourself to be touched by a man who tried to kill you. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was that seriously an option? He shot a glance at Moony, but the wolf just huffed. Clearly he wasn't going to be much help. Harry looked back at Blaise and, taking all his remaining Gryffindor courage, he made the vow. By my magic, so more it be, I accept the bond between he and me. I swear to join with Lucius Malfoy in future times as the second of my mates. So mote it be, so shall it be. In an instant, he was struck by non-existent lightning. It fried his nerves, muscles contracting violently, and wings curling around him to form an impenetrable barrier. Almost as soon as it begun, the pain vanished and he felt as good as he had months before. Settling his wings back, he met the worried faces of both Blaise and Moony, the latter looking ready to tear the former apart with his teeth. That was clearly punishment for defying fate, Harry grumbled. Do I look any better for it? After a moment to snap out of his concern, Blaise nodded. You look healthier. Not as sickly. Do you feel better? Much. When a house elf informed them it was time to eat, a human Moony, Harry and Blaise set off to join the others in the informal dining room. The other adults were already seated and, upon their entry, a letter was held out to Blaise by Snape. I believe it is from your mother if I remember the scent correctly, the man said in explanation. Blaise took the envelope and joined Harry at the far end of the table with Moony on Harry's other side. It didn't take long for the teen to read through the Italian script and tuck the letter into his robes. She's been informed I'm no longer in school and expects a response. Will she be allowed to visit? Blaise said to nobody in particular. Despite being the owner of the house, Lucius looked to Riddle for an answer and the Dark Lord scowled. What will she want? Riddle asked. Blaise raised an eyebrow at him. To ascertain that I'm in no danger and that I'm caring for my mate as is proper. She'll also demand a tutor for me as she won't allow me to separate from my mate. Riddle huffed. Fine. She may come. I expect her not to complain about you being in the company of the Dark Lord. She will, and she will threaten you. I have no control of my mother. She will also threaten you to never lay a hand on Harry. Phoenixes don't do well with their chicks being threatened. Harry smirked into his breakfast. It was nice to be included as someone's chick despite being a biological cub or hatchling. It was also brilliant that he would have someone go to bat for him against Riddle, even knowing who he was. Blaise squeezed his knee before continuing to eat. Moony leaned over and agreed to tutor the both of them in everything he could, and both teens agreed easily. They remembered being taught by one of the few competent Dada instructors and, even without Lupin being present, they knew that Moony would be a brilliant teacher. "Why do you look healthier this morning, Harry?" Snape asked abruptly. Harry looked up at the man, irritated at being disrupted from his quiet discussion about lessons, and scowled at the angry face the Wampus had on. "Why?" he asked. "Because you went to bed looking like death and awoke looking healthy. What happened?" Harry rolled his eyes. The way he said it suggested something devious had happened with Lucius overnight. Blaise snorted beside him. "I vowed on my magic to accept the bond in the future. Fate punished me for denying her for so long, but I'm fine now." He attempted to go back to his conversation, but now both Snape and Riddle looked furious. "You made a vow on your magic. Have you gone completely around the twist?" Snape hissed. "Who told you to make such a vow?" Riddle demanded. Harry shot to his feet, ignoring the submissive desire to silence himself, and glared at the two. "I am aware of the risks involved with magical vows. Let's not forget who was forced to fucking compete in a competition designed for practical adults. However, the alternative was allowing my disgust and hatred for that bastard to kill me and make Blaise's life hell. Funny thing about mate bonds is that they override anything prior to it, including suppositional parental bonds." He stalked out of the room, refusing to look back even when he heard someone following him. He headed straight into the gardens and launched himself into the air. He needed to be free of these fucking people but had no alternative. Air whooshed past him before he was dragged to a hover by Riddle, wings expanded in all their glory. "I understand you're angry and that none of this is what you wanted, but you cannot keep shutting us out like this. We want what is best for you," Riddle hissed. Harry glared. "What's best for me is not forcing myself to endure that bastard's touch. What's best for me is to accept the one mate I have no ill will against and when magic demands you fulfill your vow, what then? Without building your relationship with Lucius, your magic will be stripped and you will die. Blaise will suffer anyway despite the brief respite." Harry felt sick. He hadn't even contemplated that. He just wanted an alternative to bonding to Lucius that he hadn't even considered eventually fulfilling the words he spoke. His wings faltered and Riddle guided them back to the ground. "I know what he did to you, Harry, and I fully intend to punish him for his actions, but despite that, you will need to build some kind of relationship in order to bond in the future." "Did your vow contain a time limit?" Riddle said softly. Harry shook his head. Riddle sighed and gently pulled him into a hug which, despite his broken relationship with the man, soothed some intrinsic part of him. Such an open-ended vow could either mean you have weeks or decades to fulfill it. Magic and fate have far too much leeway in your future now, but we will work on it. I will do everything in my power to help you, so long as you let me. Breakdown. Harry and Riddle returned inside, neither saying anything about the hug. Harry because he wanted to pretend it hadn't happened, and Riddle, well, Harry had no idea why he was silent. They rejoined the others being everyone bar the Malfoys, in a library. Harry headed straight over to Blaise and curled up in his lap, hiding his face in the Slytherin teen's neck. He hated being so clingy but also didn't know how else to process his emotions. Fucking Dursleys had screwed him over big time. Blaise held him tightly, one hand absently stroking his hair while the other turned the pages of a book. He paid little attention to the quiet whisperings between Riddle and Snape until the latter's voice rose to a yell. "He did what? Hadrian, are you clinically insane?" Harry flinched, fighting the stupid urge to submit against his parents' rage. Blaise's hand paused, cupping the back of his head protectively. "You're out of line, Snape," Moony snapped. "Out of line? Are you aware of the fucking vow he took? An oath with no set limitations aside from whatever magic and fate deem adequate," Snape yelled. "What alternative did he have? Would you rather be forced himself to touch that vile bastard? He didn't have the time left to develop even a neutral relationship with the beast. You condoned his behavior." Clearly Moony did something to admit his guilt because Snape began hurling insults and vitriol at the werewolf. Harry curled up even tighter into Blaze, wanting to disappear from it all. His mind tried to pull him back into the past with Vernon screaming at him to stop being freaky, but his survival instincts wouldn't allow it. He vaguely heard Blaze trying to soothe him, but it wasn't really registering. He didn't notice that the books were juddering on their shelves nor that the floor was vibrating beneath them. He didn't even notice when Snape ceased speaking. His breath was coming rapidly and he couldn't control it. His magic was fast approaching a meltdown and he could do nothing but ride it out. "Mr. Potter, come with me," Mrs. Malfoy stated, her crisp voice somehow breaking through his delirium. Without questioning her motives, he moved away from Blaze and followed her almost blindly out of the room. He followed her down the hallways, not paying the slightest bit of attention to anything but her slender form. The floor was still vibrating, but it didn't affect his feet. She stopped and opened a door, gesturing for him to enter. He did as he was bid and blinked rapidly at the odd room. A raised platform ran along the middle, either end widening into a circular shape at either end. Wooden figures in groups of 5 ran along a rail system. His mind flashed to the farce of a dueling club from second year and quickly ascended the platform. It was a dueling room. "You need to vent, Mr. Potter. Clearly you are bottling up, or at least have been attempting to, all of your emotions. It does nobody any good if that occurs. This room is designed for such purposes," Mrs. Malfoy said calmly. "Why are you calling me Mr. Potter?" he asked. "Because despite knowing your true parentage, you have not accepted it. You were raised to believe yourself one person and it would be a struggle for anyone to accept it as a falsehood. I believed it would make you more comfortable." Harry turned to face her. "Why are you doing this? Helping me? Are you just trying to get into my good books because of the betrothal contract you signed?" Mrs. Malfoy's eyebrows rose before she shook her head. "My son evidently failed to learn discretion. Nevertheless, no, I am not doing anything to garner your favor. I despise those who use children for their own gains. I do admit, however, to wishing to retain my home in the condition it currently is. Allowing you to lose control of your magic in any of the other rooms would not allow for that." Harry nodded his acceptance. He knew she could be lying, but his magic was at the end of his tether. She was correct. He needed to vent. He turned towards the nearest collection of dummies and raised his hands towards them. Varying bolts of light shot out, striking the lifeless opponents, and he allowed his magic to flow freely. It was a risk, revealing himself to Lady Malfoy, but it couldn't be helped. The more worked up he became, the more powerful and dark the spells were. Riddle's head was certainly useful for his education in the dark arts. The dummies, while lacking entrails or blood, gave brilliant audio illusions of screeching in agony. He didn't relish in them the way Riddle did, but he didn't shy away either. "Cub, are you all right?" Moony asked when he paused for a moment. Harry laughed hysterically. "All right? I've never been fucking all right in my life, never enough for people to care, always too much for people to bother thinking, always in the way. I'm so tired of being angry, but what else am I supposed to do? Anger is something that makes sense to everyone. It is all I've known and I fucking hate it." With a final concussive wave, his magic flooded out of every pore in his body and slammed out against every surface it could reach. With a sigh, he blacked out. He came to lying sideways, his head cradled in someone's lap. He blinked slowly, trying to remember how he got into the scenario when it all flooded back. His magic had gone haywire, driving him to the edge of his limits. He had snapped, losing control of it all. Harry turned his head, looking up at the owner of his temporary pillow. Mrs. Malfoy was sat demurely on the dueling platform looking over at the door. "Cub, you back with us?" Moony asked, his voice sounding far away. Mrs. Malfoy looked down and smiled at him, but the expression was sad. "Well, Mr. Potter, you certainly are a very powerful wizard." Harry nodded. "With Riddle as my parent, Moony, I see where the difficulty comes in. It would be impossible not to be powerful. It's knowing who to show the true extent of it that's the problem." Her smile quirked up briefly into amusement. "I have no doubts that the Dark Lord is your father, Mr. Potter. Severus would be classified as your bearer." "Bearer. Male parent who conceived and carried you. The male equivalent of a mother." Harry frowned, sitting up carefully as waves of vertigo tried to knock him down again. "What the hell do you even call a bearer?" "I believe it's personal preference. There's the traditional variations of father and in some cases, mother, though I strongly doubt that Severus would fall into the second category. It seems to be the minority. Harry couldn't help it. He snorted. No, Snape would never allow himself to be called mother. He glanced around the room and froze. The walls were charred and bits had crumbled off. The dummies no longer existed, and all that suggested they ever had were the barest remnants of wooden limbs sitting amongst dust piles. Fuck, he whispered. I'll never be able to hide this. No need to worry. As I told you, this room is designed to allow for magical explosions. All things are coated with spells and potions to allow for repeated and severe destruction on a temporary basis, Mrs. Malfoy said gently. She brandished her wand and, muttering a string of Latin, had everything regrowing and repairing itself. Within less than a minute, the destruction had been undone and everything was pristine again. Harry stared in amazement, still somehow managing to be surprised by magic. Do you feel better, cub? Moony asked. Harry looked over at him, the worry evident on his face, and shrugged. I really don't know. My magic isn't trying to murder anyone anymore, but I guess it's more like a cork in a damaged tube. The pressure just builds up and releases somewhere else eventually. Moony frowned and Harry looked down. Another adult that didn't understand what he was talking about. It didn't surprise him. Mrs. Malfoy placed a delicate hand on his arm. I would like to run a health scan on you, Mr. Potter. I'm fully trained as a healer. I simply never took the final vows allowing me to officially join the profession. There may be some explanation, medically, that explains your situation. He frowned but nodded, acquiescing to her request. She muttered a few spells he recognized from Pomfrey along with a fair few more that he'd never heard. He felt the brush of hundreds of tiny feathers across his skin, his brain and deep inside himself, but sat stoically waiting for her results. Once the feathers receded, a thick scroll appeared in her hand. She pursed her lips before regaining her neutral expression. I'm sure you'll understand that this amount of parchment, especially for one as young as yourself, is foreboding, she said carefully. I will need to review this carefully before I know how to proceed with treating you. Harry nodded, knowing that she wasn't going to like reading it. He imagined she'd likely make use of the dueling room herself before she was even halfway complete with it. Mrs. Malfoy tucked the scroll away within the folds of her robes before returning her wand to its holster. With a gentle hand, she grasped his right wrist. He swallowed hard, understanding his mistake immediately. He had very fresh curse scars. Mr. Potter, Harry, I couldn't help but notice something rather peculiar. Would you care to explain the markings on your hand? He shook his head, eyes darting over to the door. With Moony stood guard beside it, he had no doubts that he could escape without being caught. The werewolf's eyes narrowed as he observed his desire to bolt. Cub, what are you hiding? Harry shook his head defiantly. He didn't want to tell them about Umbridge. He didn't want her to win. Mrs. Malfoy grazed the back of his hand with the one not holding his wrist, dispelling the glamour as if it were nothing. The words "I must not tell lies" stood glaringly pink on his pale skin. Harry, there is only one object that would leave these marks along with residual dark energy, Mrs. Malfoy said. Who used a black quill so barbarically? A blood quill. Moony snarled. Cub, who was it? Harry fought against himself. It wasn't right. He needed to keep silent, but Moony was practically demanding an answer. He couldn't deny his godfather. An errant whine escaped him as he fought against the words that tried to escape. After several agonizing long moments, he lost the battle. Umbridge. Detention. Told me not to lie about Riddle's return, he panted breathlessly. Moony growled from deep in his chest, eyes blazing like molten bronze. His appearance almost seemed to phase between human and beast. I'll fucking kill her. Bitter truths, bitter truths. Before Moony could so much as take a step, Harry shot forward and blocked the door. You can't go herring off on a suicide mission, Harry pleaded. Please don't make me lose you. Moony snarled but nodded. Fine. I won't leave the manor. Despite his agreement, he stepped around him and took off at a considerable pace, somewhere between a march and a jog. Harry raced after him. Moony, if you're not leaving the manor, where are you rushing off to? I'm bringing the hunt to me. The sentence left many unanswered questions, but Harry grew too breathless to ask as he kept pace with the aggravated werewolf. Harry became lost very quickly among the convoluted layout, but Moony seemed to know exactly where he was going, as proven by him slamming a door open to an opulent office harboring the lord of the manor. Unwilling to be in the same room, Harry flattened himself against the wall outside. He heard flesh slam down on the wooden desk. You can make portkeys to bring someone here, correct? Moony demanded. Precisely whom would I be bringing? Lucius replied evasively. Don't play fucking dumb with me, you slippery prick. Can you do it, or is a simple task beyond your feeble capacity? I refused to answer a question without knowing the extent of the request. Moony snarled, but before he could do much more, Mrs. Malfoy swept into the room. Now then, let's act like adults, shall we? She snapped. Harry was tempted to peek into the room to see what she was doing, but didn't want to risk Lucius knowing he was there. Lucius, dear, you will make a portkey and send it to our son. Have the recipient sent down to the cellar and shackled to the wall, Mrs. Malfoy continued. Who am I retrieving? Lucius asked, more resigned than before. Dolores Umbridge. She has committed an atrocity which I am sure our Lord would relish in knowing. Moony snarled at her exclusion of him but didn't defend her words. Harry couldn't help but think it was purely a manipulation tactic to get her way. She was a Slytherin after all. Grateful not to have lost Moony to his rage, Harry slunk off down the corridors. A deep sense of unease filled Harry when he was collected by an elf and popped into a dining room. The discomfort grew when every other house member was brought in via the same manner. This didn't bode well for someone, and luck usually didn't favor him. He took a seat at the far end only to panic when sticking and silencing charms ensnared him. Blaise and Moony sat on either side of him. They received the same treatment if Moony's silent rage was evidence. Harry grabbed Blaise's hand and looked at him pleadingly. He didn't want to be there. It's going to be okay, Blaise mouthed, enunciating his words enough for Harry to understand them. Harry shook his head. He really didn't want to stay. Mrs. Malfoy entered the room by her own volition and remained standing. The seated occupants couldn't help but eye her warily and with mistrust. Is this your doing, Narcissa? Riddle snapped. She looked at him with a blank mask. My lord, I am currently acting in my position as healer. Had you not wished me to have the power I do, you never should have granted me leave to abandon the vows. Now, I granted you the courtesy of keeping your speech, but if you interrupt or prove belligerent, I will silence you as well. Riddle scowled at her but kept his mouth shut. Harry's anxiety spiked further. He didn't know what she was going to talk about, but he doubted that his medical report would remain confidential. Mrs. Malfoy smiled at him before floating over a vial containing a turquoise blue potion. Peace draught. Harry knew for certain that he wanted out of the room. Without that option, he took the vial and downed it, allowing the potion to send him into a state of tranquil dissociation from the room. He vaguely recognized Riddle telling his origin story. About the assholes in the Muggle orphanage causing him to use magic in self-defense. How Dumbledore had villainized him for his Parseltongue, then how he'd had to fight for his place amongst Slytherin because he'd believed himself Muggle-born until he'd turned 15. I never intended to kill Myrtle Warren. Zara, she was being petulant. She didn't want to accept that I was leaving her in the chamber and I hadn't quite mastered the ability to control her yet. She followed me up the pipes and Myrtle was hiding from some bullies. She was the start of my downfall. From there, something began happening. I'm not 100% clear on what, but I became obsessed with dark arts. Fixated with living forever. Madness befell me, and with each object I created, I fell further into the madness and darkness. I became paranoid and trusted no one. Even after bringing Severus into my ranks, accepting him as my mate, I made choices that made little sense even to myself. I heard the prophecy wherein an infant was supposedly destined to kill me, and I made a decision that destroyed everything I worked for. Everything I stood for ended in bloodshed and doing exactly what I wanted to stop. Harry frowned. Where did I come into this? Not as the prophesied death bringer, but as your child. How did I come into existence if you were a raving lunatic? Riddle winced, a hand touching his forehead. Whatever ritual the goblins performed to cleanse me apparently hasn't fully retained my memories. There are still gaps in my memory. Information about Severus becoming pregnant and you being stolen. They're hazy at best, non-existent at worst. Is that because you died? Did the memories get fractured? Riddle frowned, looking both frustrated and thoughtful. A glance at Snape suggested he loathed the idea of Riddle having lost the memories permanently. Mrs. Malfoy cast some kind of healing spell at Riddle and pursed her lips as a result. You require a purgative potion, my lord. Whoever cast on you ensured that no ritual would be capable of completely ridding the curse out of you, she said, a hint of irritation in her voice. Snape scowled, pointing at his throat. Mrs. Malfoy raised an eyebrow and he clicked his fingers twice. A house elf popped into view only to glance around when not given an order. Mrs. Malfoy reversed the silencing charm and Snape demanded 2 purgative potions. Once obtained, both he and Riddle swallowed them down, paling slightly at the taste. "Why do you want me?" Harry asked, feeling himself separate further from his body. "Do you actually care about me as a parent should, or is it more along the lines of a psychopath wanting their legacy to continue on?" He wasn't entirely sure of where the question had come from, nor why he had asked it, but his grip on reality seemed to be slipping. He saw Blaise grip his hand, but he couldn't feel it. Riddle and Snape both glanced at him, concern written across their faces. Mrs. Malfoy approached, waving her wand at him only to blanch and summon a scroll to hand. She seemed to read through it before demanding another purgative potion. When offered, though, he couldn't quite grasp the concept of taking it. It seemed like a Herculean task to attempt. He drifted further from himself. The potion was spelled into his stomach, and within seconds, he was vomiting the contents over the table. He felt like he'd been thrown off a cliff to re-enter his body. He felt weak and out of sorts. He curled up in his seat, clutching his stomach. What the hell had they done to him? "Narcissa! What is wrong with my son?" Snape yelled. He had a contraindicative long-term potion in his system. One designed to enhance his negative and destructive emotions. They would have forced him to obey his baser instincts rather than act upon rational thought. The draft of peace counteracted the potion, forcing his mind to fight a drug-induced battleground, Mrs. Malfoy replied. He would have become so separated from reality that he may as well have been kissed. Harry slumped against Blaise's shoulder. Yeah, he could see that. It certainly felt like a more peaceful version of the Dementor's kiss. Blaise wrapped an arm around him protectively. "Harry, are you well?" Riddle asked. He snorted. "Less painful than a Dementor's kiss. Granted, they didn't succeed the last time they tried, but I didn't have to relive Lily's murder." His voice sounded weird even to himself. "Harry, even with my insanity, paranoia and rage, I loved Severus with my entire being. Despite what vitriol Dumbledore would want you to believe, I am human regardless as to my conception. I am fully capable of loving you and, in terms of the clinical label, I am not a psychopath. When Severus told me he was pregnant, I was overjoyed. You were my heir. My proof of love. Only, it made Severus a target, so I tried to keep myself away from him where possible. He was ensconced in what I believed to be a safe house. It wasn't as protected as it could have been. I didn't even consider using a Fidelius charm, though in hindsight, I really should have. Severus gave birth while I was away, trying to lure Dumbledore and his order in the opposite direction. By the time I returned, you had been taken and Severus was distraught. The grief didn't mix well with my insanity. We began to drift as much as mates can. In the end, it likely caused my death as much as my foolishness." "I don't see how," Harry mumbled. "By then, I had been exposed to the headmaster, Harry. He'd begun casting compulsions and other nefarious spells upon me. I sought Marvolo's approval, seeming to forget that I didn't require it. I overheard the prophecy, but only a part before I was discovered. I took it to Marvolo and informed him of it. Only, my memories of your theft had been wiped from my mind. I had no recollection of birthing you, so, when I realized Lily had a child that fit the description, it became vital I beg for her survival. I'm unsure of why, but it was absolutely necessary. At least, that is what I can remember of it. Perhaps I was obliviated to some extent or on some instinctive level when knew you were my child even if I didn't know it rationally," Snape continued. Harry scowled, still unable to sit himself upright from the potion-induced disorientation. Blaise squeezed his shoulder gently, his arm draped over his shoulders as if to shield him. "Why are we having this conversation? I seem to have missed the memo," Harry groused. "I don't really understand why you're rehashing the past." Mrs. Malfoy triplicated her scroll. "Because, Harry, you have never had a support system in your life. In order for you to develop one with adults capable of protecting you, you need to know the full extent of the truth. Just as they will to know how to care for you correctly." He balked as the 3 scrolls were sent flying towards his parents and Moony. His panic drove the disorientation far away and he channeled his magic into breaking the sticking charm. He needed to get away from them before they saw it. He rose and in an instant, popped away. Groaning loudly as his stomach heaved, emptying the contents onto the slanted tiles, Harry remembered doing the same thing once before. He'd apparated because of his intense need to escape. Once again, he'd placed himself on a roof. He didn't remember having such a shitty reaction to the magical transport as a child, but then again, he only remembered scraps of childhood memories to begin with. He sat up slowly, shuffling away from his bile-filled regurgitations. He glared out across the manor grounds. Who did she think she was exposing his medical history to people he despised, let alone trusted? It was a violation of privacy, but then, why did he expect anything else? When had he ever been granted privacy to live his life? Stupid woman didn't know the meaning of privacy. No wonder she refused the vows of a true healer. She'd be unable to manipulate circumstances in her favor under those. He ignored the squirming of his insides. He knew it was because they would know exactly how weak he was. Moony would see it as a failure and abandon him. It would prove to Riddle and Snape that he wasn't worth their time. If Blaise so much as caught a glimpse of it, at least then he'd be free. They'd all stop trying to keep him alive for selfish reasons. "This is an interesting hiding spot," Lucius said, his shadow falling over Harry as he approached from in front. Harry glared. "Why'd they send you?" Lucius raised an eyebrow. "What makes you think they sent me? They know precisely how much you despise me." "Understandable, truly. I acted foolishly in an act of wounded pride and rage. It has likely cost me my life. I accept the consequences of my actions." Harry said nothing in response. What would he even say? He didn't want to mate with the blonde. Hadn't asked for the second bond to exist. Hadn't asked for his life to be threatened. Lucius sat beside him and Harry tensed. He hated how little space there was between them. He swallowed his revulsion. So long as he didn't attempt to touch him, he'd tolerate it. "Do you know what I am? Did my lord or Severus tell you?" "No, they probably didn't see the point of it." "That is a likely scenario. However, I will tell you. I am what can only be referred to as buveur de sang, which roughly translates as blood drinker in French. My creature, once bonded, would require the blood and sexual energies of my mate." Harry couldn't help but gag. The idea was repulsive to him beyond measure. Or, the sexual energies was. Blood donation could be made clinical. He shuddered. "Why are you telling me?" Lucius shrugged one shoulder. "You ought to be forewarned about what bonding to me entails. I heard you made a vow upon magic to do so. A foolish idea, truly, but nonetheless, you ought be told what it is that you're signing on to." Harry despised himself for the curiosity that spiked and failed to bite back the questions. "How would you harvest the sexual energies from me? Would it only be me, or would Blaise count as mate too?" Lucius glanced at him as though assessing him. "Mr. Zabini could potentially provide sustenance given that he is your paramour, but it would be weaker, therefore I'd be forced to feed from him more frequently. As for feeding, to an extent, ambient sexual energy created by masturbation or sexual encounters between you and Mr. Zabini would provide a running drip of sustenance. However, it would only prove useful between bouts of penetrative sex between the two of us." Knowing he was in deep water anyway, Harry pushed forward despite his unease. "How long can you go between feeds? Either version. By penetrative, would you have to top me?" "I'm uncertain how long I would be capable of surviving between feeds. Surviving in any functional capacity is directly linked to the duration and quality of both variants. As for topping, it would be negotiable provided you are still submissive to me. Though, that is not including the first mating. To seal the bond I would be required to top you." Harry froze. To bond with Lucius, to fulfill his vow, he would have to be penetrated. He didn't want to think about that. He moved before he registered it and was gliding off the rooftop before he'd begun to acknowledge that he wasn't still sat down. He felt sick and disgusted and violently angry with himself. Clearly he had done something heinous in a past life to deserve this. His existence was bitter and vile. Barely breathing. Chapter notes. TW. Repeated and prolonged discussions of self-harm, vague mentions of pedophilic grooming. Barely breathing. Severus Pov. After searching the entire manor several times over, Severus couldn't contain his anxiety any longer. Harry had vanished, and all because they'd looked at his medical records. He knew what his son was thinking. Shame and anger and violated. He'd felt the same way whenever anyone found out about his father's actions. He'd felt weak and pathetic being unable to defend himself against a muggle. It had taken years of Lily and Marvolo to undo the damage done to his psyche. He couldn't blame Harry for vanishing, but he was terrified for his son all the same. Who knew what would happen should he step outside of the wards? The potential for tracking spells was too great to ignore, and Merlin forbid any of the creatures aligned to the Dark Lord catch sight of him. They'd so far kept his existence secret, and all it would take was for an overzealous follower to take Harry Potter, defeater of Lord Voldemort, out of the equation. His son could be killed. "Have you seen him, Lucius?" Marvolo asked, entering the hallway. The blonde raised an eyebrow. "Why would he have sought me out, my lord? He has proven time and again that he despises me, understandably of course, but nonetheless." "That doesn't answer the question," Severus yelled. "The last I saw of him was an hour ago on the roof. He asked me what I was and what any bond would entail before flying off. I have no idea where he went, as he said nothing beyond his questions." Marvolo was torturing his impudent follower before stalking towards the front door. Clearly Harry had left, and neither parent were willing to risk losing him permanently. Severus all but ran into Marvolo when the man halted abruptly in the foyer. Standing just over the threshold was their unconscious, bloody-armed son being held by what was clearly a vampire. "I recognized his scent as your offspring. He needs medical treatment immediately," the vampire stated. Breaking out of their frozen states, both Severus and Marvolo rushed forward. Marvolo took their son and darted into a lounge. Severus held his wand to the vampire's throat. "What happened to him?" The vampire didn't seem concerned by the wand, which instantly made Severus believe that the creature hadn't harmed Harry. "He was wandering along the outskirts of the property. I'm not in the habit of allowing submissive creatures to become prey to others, so I followed him." He was talking to himself before stopping. "Utter gibberish left his mouth before I noticed the blood. The wounds were severe, and I do not possess healing abilities for those already of creature blood," the vampire replied. Severus understood what was meant. Harry was so severely injured that had he been human, the vampire would have transformed him into one in order to save him. Severus's creature came to the fore, and he bolted into the lounge where Marvolo was attempting to close the wounds while Dippy was administering potions down Harry's throat. "He caused this himself, Marvolo." The vampire didn't know what he said, but it was after speaking that the wounds formed. Marvolo hissed rapidly in parcel, but it didn't seem to help. Despite loathing her in that moment, Severus summoned Narcissa, knowing that her healing knowledge was urgently required. The blonde appeared with a pop of elf apparition and immediately set to trying to heal the wounds, only to scowl at her own results. "He's inflicted something I've never encountered before upon himself. None of the known sealing spells are doing anything, and I've tried 12 different languages," she snapped. Severus swore at his son's intelligence before glaring at him. He was not about to lose his child because the boy was mentally scarred. He demanded Dippy to bring Zabini, and instantly the human phoenix was crying into the wounds. Astonishingly, the magical tears bore no effect. Zabini screeched as though in pain and gripped Harry's forearms as if trying to close them manually. Severus grasped his shoulders to pull him away. "Why didn't they heal?" Marvolo hissed. "Harry is actively refusing to be healed. His magic is negating my tears," Zabini cried, struggling to return to his mate. "Muggle methods it is then," Severus said, magically producing tourniquets above both elbows. Blaze Pav he tried. He tried with all his might to retain control of himself and his abilities, but in the end, his instincts won out. His skin began to burn, forcing Snape to release him, and he lunged at Harry, flashing the pair back to his room. Harry's clothes were mildly charred but otherwise unharmed, and Blaze straddled his mate at the hips. He needed to get through to the stupid Gryffindor. "Harry, open your fucking eyes." Despite the submissive clearly being steps from death, his eyes fluttered open at the command of his dominant. It took several moments for the emeralds to focus, but Blaze waited until they were. "You said you wouldn't leave me. That you wouldn't force me to become my mother. Why did you do this to yourself? What have you even done?" Blaze yelled. "I can't do it. Do you even know what Lucius is? What I'd have to do? I'm not that selfless, Blaze. I can't do it anymore." "You're not enough to counter every other fucking thing anymore," Harry replied, his voice weak but pointed. "What does it matter what Lucius is? You dying means I cease living. We've been over this. I'm expected to give up my blood and body to him. I'd be forced to bottom for him. I can't do it. I won't do it. Not happening. Let me go, Blaze. Let me die." "No, I refuse to let you die. You still have years to get over your insect." "It's not an insecurity, and I'm never going to get over it. Whether I die now or in the unconfirmed years, I will die because I cannot give myself over to Lucius Malfoy. I can't give myself over to anyone like that. Blaise froze. It was more than just the broken bond. It was more than just the mateship. It was something he never wanted to think about happening to a child, let alone his mate. What happened? Blaise asked quietly. Harry shook his head, weakly struggling to free himself. Blaise cupped his face in both hands and forced the dimming emeralds to look at him. Harry sighed, but it ended in a sob. I can't use legilimency. I can't say it. He stroked Harry's cheeks before slipping into his mind. The memory was dragged into the spotlight instantaneously and Blaise couldn't help but gag. Memory scene of child Harry being abused by pedophile Aunt Marge. Not graphic but could be triggering. He watched as a beastly woman called Marge and some unknown man sequestered Harry into a cellar and threw him onto a filthy mattress. Memories of the man being introduced and looking after him, being kind, flashed through as context. Memory Harry was terrified. He knew the violent look in Marge's eye couldn't mean anything good and the man's face held no kindness any longer. See, I've been so good to you, Harry. I've been so kind, so generous to you, but you seem to be so selfish, the man jeered. Never once repaying me for helping you out. I've spoken to your lovely aunt and it seems to be a running habit of yours. Being ungrateful. Unfortunately, I refuse to allow it. Memory Harry swallowed. He should have known that good things never happened to him. He knew that he shouldn't be expected to repay the man for being kind. Dudley never did. Then again, he wasn't like any other boys. He was the 7-year-old failure. The freak show. The man advanced, Marge removing a camera from its bag as he did so. What are you going to do? Memory Harry asked. Oh, I'm going to make myself feel as good as I've been making you these past few weeks, the man replied. I don't have any money. I can't buy you anything or take you anywhere. The man chuckled. Don't you worry about that. That's not how I enjoy myself anyway. What followed was blurry and painful. The man had been careful not to cause lasting damage to Harry, but the mental scars were eternal. End memory. Blaise exited Harry's mind and couldn't contain his own sobs. I'm sorry, he croaked. I'm so sorry. I'm being so selfish and I know I should let you go but I can't. I'll find a way to fix this. I'll find a way around the requirements. Harry coughed weakly, a hand falling to rest on Blaise's arm. Heal them. I never created a counter. The request was easily fulfilled as Blaise was already crying himself blind. Once healed, Blaise flipped their positions and allowed Harry to position himself on top of him. He'd never take his mate for granted again. After a while of silence, broken only by Blaise's tears, Harry sighed. I never told anyone about that. Never wanted to admit that I'd been defiled by a mere muggle. To think I should never have even met Marge. Or that bastard. Strange though. I'm sure I knew his name once. Blaise carded his fingers through Harry's hair. Maybe your memory was tampered with. Or maybe the trauma forced you to forget. Either way, I'm glad you told me. I can help you better now. He loathed how thick his voice was, but Harry didn't seem to care. He just burrowed his head into Blaise's neck, beneath his chin, and began breathing deeply. Once assured that his mate was fast asleep, Blaise summoned an elf to collect Lucius. While he loathed the blonde patriarch, he wasn't about to allow anything to harm his Harry ever again. Lucius entered the room with a foul scowl on his face. I do not take kindly to being summoned within my own house, Lucius snapped, his voice loud enough to stir Harry. Blaise glared at him. Keep your voice down. There is a reason I asked you to come here rather than me visiting you. You need to find a way around your creature requirements. Lucius's eyes narrowed. Which ones? The sex one. Harry will never be bottoming for me, you or anyone else. This isn't a negotiable option. There is no other way of consummating, as I said, it's non-negotiable. Find a way around it or so fucking help me I'll make your existence living hell without him because that is the alternative. Lucius glared before stalking out. Blaise had no idea if the man would bother trying to find an alternative, but he would certainly follow through with his threat if he didn't. He would ensure with every fiber of his being that Harry would never have to be exposed to that again. Severus glared at the door separating himself and his son. It had been specifically warded against everyone but those within the mateship. This meant that Lucius could enter when summoned by Zabini and the blonde had exited surrounded by a violent aura. He hadn't cared enough at the time to ask why he'd behaved so stupidly, but since the hours had passed, he couldn't help but think something severely strange or painful had been suggested to the Malfoy Lord. Marvolo approached looking exhausted. Any change? Severus shook his head without looking away from the door. Marvolo touched his cheek. Standing here is a very unproductive way of passing the time, my love. Let's adjourn to bed since it's gone midnight anyway. He shook his head. I have to know he's all right in there. He was dying the last we saw of him. Then Lucius was summoned and left in the worst mood I've ever seen from him. What happened to my baby? Marvolo signed before calling for Dippy. The elf appeared quickly. Can you enter that room and tell the occupants that a sign of life is required? From all residents, I might add. Dippy nodded, popping away. Fuck off. Sleeping, Harry's voice grumbled, clearly half asleep and magically amplified. Sorry, Harry. Your parents insisted, Zabini replied, voice also enhanced. Fucking psychopaths need to stop staring at the door, fucking creepy bastards. Zabini snorted before silence fell. Severus stared at the door. How the hell did Harry know he was stood there? He glanced at Marvolo and the man blinked in their direction. Clearly he had no idea either. Perhaps this is a discussion better held after we've both slept, Severus said quietly. Agreeing by heading down the hall, Severus and Marvolo fell into bed but remained awake for several hours before being taken into Morpheus's arms. Pay the price, Harry woke feeling warmer and more comfortable than he should have done. The bliss of sleep quickly faded and the previous day flooded his brain. He groaned, face pressing into Blaze's neck. He had no doubt at all that Snape and or Riddle would demand to know what spell he'd used to slash his arms open, then likely berate him for not creating a counter. Stupid bastards thinking they had any right to parent him. Blaze ran a hand over his back soothingly, but Harry wasn't in the mood for reassurance. If you were in my position, what would you do? He asked quietly. Harry, I have no idea how to answer that or what answer you want to hear. I doubt that anyone has ever been in your position before. He scowled before sitting up slowly. That was likely true. Fate didn't seem to loathe anyone as much as it did him. Harry slid off Blaze, having been lying directly atop him the entire night, and stared at the bedsheets. Why was he always in the bloody eye of the storms? Thrown into the middle of magical warfare, thrust into fame regardless of his lack of participation, launched into a whirlwind of a mateship that threatened to drive him utterly mad. He shot a glance at the door. He could feel the magical barrier surrounding it and had no doubt that whatever he had done to it was there to keep Snape and Riddle away. Blaze stroked his arm. If you really can't deal with being around them, I have no doubt that my mother would gladly host you. The manor easily matches Hogwarts with the amount of protective enchantments surrounding it. Nobody but those we wanted could enter. We would have no choice but to allow Lucius in eventually, but he'd be stripped of all magical items before coming anywhere near you, and we can easily lock the flows, he said. If it means I stop having to talk you out of dying, I will gladly take you far away from Britain. Harry smiled mirthlessly. It sounded so easy, so simple, yet he wasn't so naive as to believe it would be so. Riddle alone would tear down every enchantment on Zabini Manor just to reach him. He squeezed Blaze's hand. While that's a lovely offer, we both know a certain Dark Lord wouldn't allow me to walk away so easily. Neither would Dumbledore either if he ever caught wind of it. Both of them have far-reaching and all-encompassing power around the globe. I wouldn't risk your mother like that. Blaze smirked. I'm sure your future mother-in-law would have no issues protecting her family. Harry balked slightly. Merlin, Blaze. Who said anything about marriage? Bonded. Married. Same difference really. Legally the same rules will apply. Harry shook his head and quickly dashed into the bathroom. He needed a shower to distract him from that train of thought. Joining the Zabinis by law wasn't the worst thing to happen, but the alternative was, he'd then become a Malfoy by marriage, as well. He frowned. How the hell would that even work with Lucius already being married? Upon exiting the shower and dressing in the clothes that had been silently left for him, Harry returned to the bedroom. If bonding you equates to marriage, would that not then make Lucius polygamous? Blaze frowned at him, seeming bemused. It's essentially the same thing, but not quite. The two would be registered in different departments of the ministry. Besides, while frowned upon these days, polygamy isn't actually illegal in the magical world. Especially among creatures and their deluded offspring. Harry shuddered. Nope, he did not want to contemplate his future, marriages, anymore. Feeling distinctly on edge, Harry kept a tight grip on Blaze's hand as they headed to the kitchens. Technically they could summon an elf to bring them food but didn't want to risk anyone finding out they were awake. They moved almost silently through the sleeping manor and made their way to the kitchen without incident. They should have realized, however, that elves would wake far earlier than their human masters. The kitchen was alive with activity. With foods being prepared, dishes being cleaned, floors being scrubbed. Harry blinked in surprise before a single elf stepped towards him. "I's being dippy. What can I's be doing for yous?" it said. "We wanted breakfast." "Kinda forgot elves don't run on the same pattern as people," Harry replied. Dippy smiled. "We elves don't be needing as much sleep as humans. Our magical binding be giving us energy instead. It be why free elves be dying within a few years." Harry swallowed. "So freeing an elf is the same as signing a death warrant?" Dippy shrugged. "Not much is being known. Elves don't be getting freed much. We is loyal to our families and our masters. Some elves be punished for disloyalty but they be getting shunned by all other elves when they do. What would happen if someone tricked an elf into freedom? Would they still die?" Blaze wrapped an arm around his shoulders. "You're thinking about the elf you took from Lucius, aren't you?" Harry nodded and Dippy's ears drooped. "Dobby being my brother. He's been gone for years now. We must shun him but I's be knowing he not disloyal. He be loving our creature masters. Never hurting them." Tears filled his eyes and he burrowed his face into Blaze's shoulder. He had freed Dobby, had signed his death, and he couldn't even remember why. He'd been under the impression that Lucius had been an evil gid to the elf but his head hurt the more he tried to remember it. "Can an elf be brought back into a family once it's been freed?" Blaze asked. "Yes, but it being painful for the elf and master. Very painful. It punishment for the broken bond," Dippy replied. "Do you know where to find Dobby, Harry?" He nodded against Blaze's skin, not lifting his head. "He was working in the kitchens at Hogwarts last I saw him." Blaze told Dippy to fetch him before guiding Harry to sit at the table hidden away in the corner of the kitchen. Food was placed before them and Harry begrudgingly turned away to eat it. Everything tasted like dust but because Blaze was watching him carefully, Harry ate. He really didn't want to get put on some kind of suicide watch. Harry was halfway finished with his plate when Dippy popped back with an armful of weak-looking Dobby. The gray elf had darkened to an unhealthy charcoal color and his formerly bright eyes were dull. Harry had to swallow against the guilt that filled him. He needed not to blame himself. He had never been educated about elf welfare. "Mr. Potter, sir, why aren't you in school?" Dobby asked, his voice all but lifeless. "I couldn't stay at Hogwarts, Dobby. Bad things kept happening. What happened in my second year? Why? How? What really happened when I freed you?" Dobby tilted his head. "I forget. Some kind of whizzy magic hit me when Master Draco returned from school. When I remembered again was when Dobby received a sock inside a book. We's be needing a Malfoy if we's to be bringing Dobby back to the family," Dippy interrupted quickly. "Master Lucius would be best." Harry chewed the inside of his cheek. "Dobby, how did Lucius treat you?" Dobby stumbled slightly, droopy ears wobbling as he tried to get closer. "Master Lucius was being a good master. I was his personal elf. Went with him to all places. Master Lucius was Dobby's first friend." Blaze sent Dippy to fetch Lucius and Harry stared at his plate, insides churning violently. He'd freed Dobby, nearly killing him, when Lucius had been his friend. Why had the elf been subjected to wizard magic? What possible reason could there have been to try and stop Harry from going to and staying at school his second year? Dumbledore didn't have a logical motive to do it. It went against the need to have his weapon close by. A panicked thought struck him just as Lucius entered the room. That was the year the diary was brought to the school. What if the bloody ghost of Riddle had done something to Dobby? "I really would prefer to cease being summoned in my own house," Lucius drawled, glaring at Blaze. "I'm sorry I stole your elf, Lucius," Harry said. "Mind elsewhere. I thought you were abusing him and he'd been trying to keep me away from school all summer. I didn't realize it would kill him. You can have him back, but realigning the bond will hurt." Harry didn't really register whether Lucius replied or not but the agonized shriek from Dobby and the pained groan from Lucius broke through his restless thoughts. He looked at them briefly before leaving the kitchen. He was pounding on Riddle's bedroom door before he really caught up with his own actions. He was moving on autopilot as his mind sought to remember his second year correctly. The door was opened by Snape, but Harry paid him no attention. He pushed past and met Riddle's drowsy gaze. "Your diary, whatever the hell it was, how sentient would it have been?" Harry asked. "I believe I'm missing too much context to answer that question," Riddle replied. "The diary containing your 16-year-old self. The one I destroyed as a 12-year-old with a basilisk tooth. Would it have been sentient enough to perform magic?" Riddle frowned, his face clearing as he fully woke up. "I am not entirely sure. It's possible, I suppose, given that it contained a rather large piece of myself within it." "Why?" Harry shook his head. So the diary could have done something to Dobby, but what purpose would teenage Riddle have for keeping Harry away? Especially since the diary version and Harry never met before that year. Fingers were clicked in front of his face and Harry stepped back immediately from Snape. When had the man encroached upon his space? "Why the question?" Riddle asked again. "Why would it matter if the diary could perform magic?" "Because something happened to Dobby that year. Some kind of spell was put on him to interfere with me returning to Hogwarts. The more I try and remember what happened, the more my head hurts. I was trying to figure out what reason there would be for someone to fuck with an elf I'd never met," Harry replied, still not entirely within the room. He didn't see the wand aimed at him and didn't hear the spell spoken until he was unconscious. He woke for the second time lying on someone's bed that wasn't his or Blaze's. He glared at the ceiling, trying to ignore the throbbing in his temples. Why was he on some random bed? How had he even ended up at it? Snape's face came into view and Harry scowled. Right. He'd come asking about the diary and not being completely with it. Clearly he hadn't been thinking clearly or he wouldn't have entered their bedroom. "I'm glad you're awake," Snape said softly. "After 2 hours, we were worried you'd entered a comatose state." "The fuck did you do to me?" Harry snapped. "Marvolo and I needed to ensure you didn't have any further mind magics on yourself that would cause long-term side effects to your well-being. Your memories of second year were placed behind someone's mental wall. Whose I cannot say, but it was familiar. However, the block should be gone now, though I wouldn't recommend it just yet." Snape's reply remained soft, which, irritatingly, was considerate given the headache he was sporting. "While you were unconscious, we decided to undo all the harmful magics on you that we could. We managed to remove most, but the last thing you'll need is a magical malady mitigator. It's a potion combined with a spell, but it requires the afflicted to be conscious and aware of the act in order to work." Harry sat up slowly, cataloging his aches and pains throughout his body, before realizing that he felt remarkably lighter than before. Whatever spells and potions he'd had on him had added a weight he didn't know was there until it vanished. "Are you willing to take the mitigator now?" Snape asked. Harry took the vial and choked it down, the ashy taste immediately making him want to gag. Snape uttered a string of Latin and Harry shuddered as the last remnants of foreign magic dissipated. He blinked a few times before looking at Snape appraisingly. The dour man was good at hiding his emotions, placing the Slytherin mask of blankness on, but his eyes were filled. The man tried to put on a brave face, a bravado about the spanning distance between them, but Harry could all but feel the pain the man felt. He sighed. "I still don't like you," Harry said bluntly. The flinch was there, but only because he was looking for it was it visible. Harry swallowed his tongue. He really didn't want to feel guilty about it. "I still don't like you, but that's probably because I don't know you as anything but the snarky prick of a potions professor. I can't say I'm willing to trust Riddle in any capacity yet, but since you've tried keeping me safe, regardless of the dodgy capacity, I am willing to try knowing you," he continued, trying to keep his voice completely neutral. Hope flickered in Snape's eye and Harry forcibly tamped down on the warmth that filled him. He refused to acknowledge that he was doing this for anyone but himself. He definitely wasn't doing it to stop Snape feeling bitter. "Thank you, Harry," Snape said, emotions leaking into his voice. "I will attempt not to squander this peace offering." Harry shifted uncomfortably. He didn't like the giddy feeling being produced. It was unnatural and weird. Stupid familial bonds. Retribution, reconciliation, retribution, reconciliation. Escaping Snape's bed as quickly as possible, Harry rushed back to Blaze's room for respite. He'd admitted to being open to a relationship with Snape. Either in the role of a mother, or just as a trusted adult. He wasn't entirely sure of what had come over him or why he'd said it, but he felt all kinds of warped. His guts were knotted and his mind wouldn't remain on any one constant. He was not anticipating anyone but Blaze to be in his room, so literally fell over the enormous lump of a wolf that was Moony. Harry rubbed his head, willing the quickly reforming headache away. Stupid Malfoys with hardwood floors. Moony whined as he nudged him with his snout, and Harry shoved his head away with a huff. "Ma fine Moony. Just met the floor very quickly. Why you here?" Considering his wolf form, Harry wasn't entirely sure what he expected as a reply, but for Beast to begin shoving him roughly towards the door was not it. Taking Moony's unsubtle hint, he stood up and left the room, allowing the werewolf to lead him through the manor with regularly timed headbutts. He had no idea where he was headed, but by the way they kept heading down flights of stairs, he quickly grew an idea. Heading into a dungeon-style cellar was not his idea of fun, but seeing the pink-clad toad-faced bitch, strung up by spiky metal shackles, was delicious. He felt his eyes widen and a manic grin spread across his face. Oh, this would be wonderful. "Are you infectious outside the moon?" Harry asked, his voice a whisper. The question carried across the hollow expanse of the room, yanking Umbridge's attention towards him. He couldn't help but cackle at her utterly petrified, yet seething face. Moony nodded his head excitedly. He was a vengeful werewolf. "How good of you to drop by, Dolores," Harry said with a smirk. "You see, I'm sure you can feel it, deep down, that you deserve to be punished. Falsifying the truth is just unacceptable in today's society. You should ask Rita. She got her dues for the misinformation she spread last year. I'm surprised nobody has noticed her disappearance." Temporarily, the fear was overridden by her rage. "Potter, how bold of you to assume any degree of authority. I am the senior undersecretary to the minister. I will have you kissed for this." He raised an eyebrow. Was she seriously that stupid? What did she think was going to happen to her? Moony barked a laugh. "Dolores, surely you understand that you shan't be leaving this fine establishment? Granted, your blood won't be on my hands, but nonetheless, you will never be seen by the public again." Footsteps entered the room and Harry glanced over his shoulder to see the members of the torture squad. Unsurprisingly, Snape and Riddle were followed swiftly by Mrs. Malfoy. Suppressing his own rage at the woman, he returned his focus onto Umbridge. If looks could kill, Snape would be dead. Harry could practically feel the smug satisfaction of getting the last laugh against the odious woman from him. "See, Dolores, you were adamant that Voldemort had not risen from the grave, so perhaps you'd like a personal introduction," he continued. "Dolores Umbridge, this here is Tom Marvolo Riddle, otherwise known as Lord Voldemort." "Lies. Outrageous lies." Harry snorted and turned to Riddle. "Feel free to show her what the diary showed me." Taking the vague hint for what it was, Riddle wrote his anagram into the air, rearranging the fiery letters with a flick of his fingers. A glance at Umbridge showed that she was still actively denying what was right before her. Harry sighed. Some people would never admit what was slapping them in the face. Riddle's eye twitched, his nonchalant facade beginning to slip in front of the ignorant cow. "Perhaps she needs to see how you looked at your resurrection. Much less mortal back then," Harry said, slipping into parcel to prove a point. At this, Umbridge finally flinched, eyes wide and the panicked terror winning out again. Riddle smirked. "That is a marvelous idea, Harry." In an instant, a glamour fell over his features and Snakeface reappeared, skeletal and horrifying. Harry turned away, decidedly refusing to look upon that monstrosity despite it being his idea. Snakeface was who he associated with Cedric, and that was not a memory he was willing to return to. Umbridge was shoving herself against the wall as if she could disappear among the stones. The shackles rattled violently as her entire stout body tremored. Harry grinned. He wasn't a naturally violent person and he liked to think he wasn't overly cruel either, but watching the pink bitch get served was overwhelmingly satisfying. Harry remained still as the pink bitch was tortured. He kept a malicious smirk on his face but quickly lost interest in watching the violence inflicted. Riddle proved precisely why he was still a Dark Lord, and Snape showed exactly how he could be easily seen as the Dark Consort. Mrs. Malfoy even managed to turn healing spells into torture, which Harry wasn't entirely sure he wanted to dwell on. The one part of the payback that Harry genuinely relished in was Moony lunging at her pitiful form and biting deeply. It was the perfect vengeance for someone so heinously opposed to all creatures. "You'll live to see your first moon, Dolores," Harry said cheerfully. "After that, You'll no longer be my problem. Ta-ra. He left the dungeon swiftly, wanting to remove himself from the reminders of the torture. He knew she deserved it and didn't regret it happening, but he couldn't help but think he probably shouldn't have watched it. He felt nauseous and filthy, despite not actively being a participant. Rushing through the manor, aiming solely for the shower in Blaze's room, he didn't hear his name being called and wasn't interested in seeing anyone he passed. In fact, until he was firmly entrenched in familiar arms did he lose the ability to not think. I can't stand violence. It's abhorrent, Harry choked. I feel damaged. Blaze stroked his hair softly. That would be because you're submissive, Harry. You're pre-programmed against acts of violence towards anyone other than those directly threatening your kin. Harry frowned and looked at his face. What do you mean by kin? It's hard to accurately define as it varies so much between not only submissive creatures, but the species of creature themselves. For some it's merely their offspring. For others it considers its entire bloodline immediate kin. The least likely is violence towards a threat to oneself when it comes to subs. Historically, they're predisposed to simply shutting down in the event they're threatened. He scowled. So if someone were to attack him directly, chances are he wouldn't defend himself. While he was borderline suicidal, he didn't much like the idea of lying down and dying to someone else's hand. Blaze tugged lightly on his hair. I take it Umbridge has been dealt with then? Harry nodded. Tortured then bitten by Moony. She'll be allowed to live to the full moon, but I have no idea what will be done after that. Blaze smiled weakly. It doesn't matter anymore. Now, you've had your vengeance and you can forget she ever existed. Let's go relax. Blaze was dozing on the sofa while Harry read a morbidly fascinating book of poisons. He really shouldn't have been surprised it was in the Malfoy library, but definitely thought it should have been less accessible to people like Draco. I do hope you aren't attempting to create any of those, Snape asked, quietly entering the room. The vast majority of those are difficult even for a master potioneer to create. Harry snorted, turning the page. No attempts will be made. I've realized I lack the penchant for violence that runs in my blood. It just looked interesting from the outside. For a lack of interest in violence, that is a graphic and gory read. Sort of. It's mostly educational. Then again, pre-recorded suffering has lacked all sense of reality since I was force-fed the bloody Bible as a child. Snape sat opposite with a severe grimace at the mention of the holy book. Harry very much understood that association. He had been expected to memorize at least 5 chapters a week before having to recite them. For every word he'd gotten wrong he'd been whipped. He'd only been 3 when it began and couldn't read until he was 4. Blinking back the memories, he looked over at Snape. The man looked exhausted. Are you all right? Harry asked. I've certainly been worse, Snape replied. Though clearly I'm more drained than I thought if you can see it. Harry frowned. Is that a dig at me being unobservant or your roundabout way of saying that you've been hiding your tiredness? Snape smiled weakly. You have never been unobservant. Not when it matters most. I have been wearing glamours since you showed me proof of parentage. They've simply become more necessary since I took the purgative potion. The blocked memories have been debilitating. He closed the book and tossed it onto the sofa beside him. Snape seemed genuinely wounded by the re-emergence of his memories. Harry didn't want to pry, but some deeply embedded part of himself needed to know if it was memories of himself that were causing such pain. Sighing, Harry slumped back in his seat. He wouldn't inflict further damage, even to someone he didn't like. If you have questions, you are most welcome to ask, Harry, Snape said softly. He sighed again. Apparently I'm too transparent for my own good. What memories? How could your past hurt that much? They were memories of the worst betrayal and subsequent time period of my life. Lily was my best and only friend as a child. I told her about magic and we were inseparable despite Petunia's attempted interference. She was like a sister to me. We grew apart through Hogwarts since house rivalry and the Marauders' tyranny were major issues, but what she did in stealing you from my arms was beyond cruel. She knew that I wanted children. She knew that I craved being precisely what I lacked. To take you, knowing I was too weak from birthing you hours before, was barbaric. Especially when her words regarding it were considered. Harry bit back the automatic defense of his adopted mother. If she had genuinely stolen him from Snape's arms, he couldn't imagine how damaging that would be. Would you be willing to let me see the memory? He asked, his voice scarcely a breath. Snape winced. If it would provide you with closure, I will grant you free access to any number of memories." He nodded and a pensieve was summoned. In the short moments between it arriving and being prepared for viewing, Snape seemed to close in on himself, as though he were preparing for war. Something in Harry's chest broke, though he was hesitant to call it his heart, and he silently stood from his sofa and sat beside his parent. Offering his support, as non-verbal as it was, Harry squeezed Snape's forearm. Revelations, revelations. The moment the memories were settled in the pensieve, Snape tensed up. Harry glanced at him. "Would you prefer me to come with you to add context, or shall I wait for you to emerge?" Harry shrugged. "If you can handle watching that again, by all means come in with me." Seeming to steel himself, Snape fisted one hand before lowering himself into the memory. Harry followed shortly after. They were in a quaint cottage room. The walls painted a faint mint and enchanted ducks waddled across them. A younger Snape was sat in a wooden rocking chair, cradling a bundle of blankets in his arms. He was humming the tune of a folk song while looking as though he were moments from sleep. "How long had I been born?" Harry asked. "About 2 hours. No more than 4. I wasn't exactly staring at the clock," Snape replied. Memory. Snape whispered promises of protection and love. That both he and Marvolo were going to care for him until the end of their lives. So wrapped up in his newborn, Memory, Snape didn't seem to hear the hushed footsteps outside the room. He didn't feel the threat until a wand was pressed against his temple and his infant ripped from his arms. Lily Potter glared at him, eyes bitter and raging. "Death Eater scum like you don't deserve nice things, Sev. Especially not when nice witches like me don't get to," she seethed. "Lily. Give me back my son," Memory. Snape begged, though making no moves towards her. "Why should I? You forfeited the right to joy when you got yourself branded. Who's the father anyway? Bet it was bloody Malfoy, wasn't it?" Memory. Snape looked desperate but too weak to move. "Why didn't you try fighting her?" Harry asked. "Childbirth for bearers isn't particularly easy at the best of times. Alone, without a healer or any form of support, I was exhausted and hadn't had the required potions to regain my full faculties. She had to have known because she was all too aware of my capabilities when in top form," Snape replied. Lily sneered at the Memory. Snape before scowling down at the infant in her arms. "He's a scrawny thing, isn't he? Unsurprising given who his mother is. You know, James only married me to keep his cover. See, he has certain predilections that even in the magical world are frowned upon. Of course, marrying a rich boy was hardly a task. I'm quite comfortable in my life. I just needed an heir to satisfy his parents. Purebloods really are a fickle bunch. Regardless, say goodbye to your spawn, Sev. You won't be seeing him again." She stalked out the room, clutching a now sobbing baby in her arms, while Snape desperately attempted to follow her only to fall to the floor limply. The glamour he wore fell and the wampus yowled in vain for his cub. Ejected from the memory, Harry felt the dampness on his cheeks. His memory of Lily Potter would forever be tainted by her malicious act. He stared unseeingly across the room. How could someone be so callous? Especially someone who claimed themselves to be light and good. What even was good or evil anymore? Did light or dark or gray even matter? A hand gently squeezed his shoulder and Harry looked at Snape. The man was just about holding himself together. All the bitterness and anger, without the memory of having a child, the emotions lingering around Lily's betrayal probably swamped him. "I'm so sorry," Harry whispered. Snape slowly pulled him into a hug and he did not fight it. In fact, he reciprocated and hid his face in Snape's shoulder. He wasn't able to forgive him just yet, but he could no longer resent him quite so much. Harry pulled back when he heard the library door click shut. He wasn't comfortable with the idea of being vulnerable in front of most residents of Malfoy Manor. Riddle stood just inside the room. "What have I missed?" he asked. "I showed Harry the worst day of my life," Snape replied. Riddle frowned. "Surely that's unnecessarily cruel, Harry." He scowled at the man. "For your information, I asked to view it. I didn't demand it and I didn't insist on Snape reliving it either. I needed to know what happened." Riddle crossed the room and stood on Snape's other side. He looked hurt. "Severus, you refused to allow me to view it." Snape nodded. "It was unnecessary fuel to your fire, Marvolo. You knew who'd committed the act and had painted a target on her back for it. For Harry, it was proof that people are their actions and intentions. He was indoctrinated to believe that Lily was a good and powerful witch who sacrificed herself to save his life. I wasn't there the night she died, but regardless as to why she remained in front of you, she still deliberately and with full comprehension of what she was doing, stole my newborn infant from my arms while I was too invalid to defend him. Marvolo sighed, glancing away. Harry looked over at Blaise only to breathe deeply in relief that while feigning sleep, he was well aware of what was going on. He caught the brief glimpse of his dark eyes as they flickered. Riddle, I know what happened the night the Potters died, but my recollection is vague and isn't entirely trustworthy. Not to mention, it's been a while since I had a reminder from the Dementors. Harry said bluntly. Care to share? The Dark Lord grumbled incoherently as he withdrew Snape's memory from the pensieve and replaced it with one of his own. Do bear in mind that I was only semi-sane, Riddle said quietly. Wormtail rushed into the throne room, disturbing the otherwise solemn silence. My lord, I bring wonderful news, he wailed. I was made secret keeper. I know where they have stolen your son away to. Memory Riddle, more snake-like than human but not quite cauldron level, stalked forwards and grasped the rat by the throat. So trusted that they swore their secrecy through you. How can I be certain you are loyal to me? This could be a ruse to end me. Wormtail quivered in Riddle's grip but didn't try to escape. My lord, I bear your mark willingly. The moment I saw them resort to theft, I knew. Their side was pitiful. You are all-powerful, my lord, and they know your son shall be as well. I beg you, allow me to prove my allegiance. I freely admit to all here the secret. James Potter resides in Dumbledore Cottage, Godric's Hallow. Memory Riddle tossed Wormtail aside and apparated out of the room. The sky was clear, the moon slim but bright. Memory Riddle didn't pause to admire the quiet village. He marched straight up to the cottage as it slowly appeared, flinging the iron gate aside without care. The door opened easily, proof that they cared more for magic than regular means for protection, and James Potter froze at the bottom of the stairs. His top half was bare and leather restraints were in one hand. Tell me where the child is, and I may allow you to live, Memory Riddle stated. James snorted. Like fuck, you twisted bitch. He's my heir and forever will be. Bloodbound magic. Your taint has been banished out of him. Memory Riddle struck, the killing curse rolling off his tongue callously. James dropped to the floor and Riddle swept up the stairs, treading on the corpse for good measure. Easily sweeping all 3 rooms for his target, Riddle outwardly fumed, his rage tangible even in memory. Lily stood over the cot, a knife aimed at the newly emerged wing joint on the baby's back. Vile little freak. I should have known Sev's spawn wouldn't even be human, Lily hissed. The baby screamed, the silencing charm on the room vanishing in the face of Riddle's fury. Step away from my son, Riddle yelled. Lily spun, the blade slashing the baby's arm in the process, and aimed the weapon at him. Your son? Sev shagged you? Fucking prick must have been desperate to sink to even you to get his leg over? Riddle didn't give her any further time to mock him. The Avada left his wand and struck her down. He didn't get the chance to step towards the baby though. A second after the corpse dropped, a wand was pressed to his temple and an Imperio cast. It sounded like Sirius Black and it demanded he kill the child. To set the prophecy into effect. Riddle tried to fight it but whoever had cast had an iron control of the mental prison. Riddle's wand lifted of its own accord and the green light lit the room for the second time. Outside of the pensieve, Harry vomited. Riddle hadn't come to kill him. Even clinically psychotic, he wasn't trying to kill him. James hadn't cared and Lily was the first to call him a freak. Had Sirius been the one to cause his attempted murder? Snape squeezed his arm but Harry lunged away, turning to face Riddle. It didn't make sense. The curse had been cast. Why wasn't he dead? How had Riddle turned wraith? The calming arms of Blaise wrapped around him from behind and whispered words of nonsense were spoken into his ear. At least he assumed they were nonsense as he didn't understand a word of what was said. I take it you have questions? Riddle said questioningly. Harry shook his head then nodded it, trying to calm his mind down enough to be coherent. How did you die instead of me? The Slytherin bloodline has a curse upon it. One cannot kill the Lord or lose their heirship to it. Given that I murdered the previous Slytherin Lord upon killing my uncle, you became both Lord and heir at birth. The magic enforced the only appropriate consequence. It didn't take into account my attachments to life, but that is why I became a wraith. In attempting to kill the Slytherin Lord as a direct descendant, magic ruled that I was attempting to take the position for myself. It didn't care that the action was taken unwillingly. Harry nodded, though the explanation left much to be desired. How did you fall under the Imperius? You're the fucking Dark Lord. If memory serves, the Black family have been known to train their children in mind magics the moment they can string a simple sentence. I am a skilled occupants, but I always learn more towards legilimency. If Sirius Black had driven every ounce of his power behind the one simple act of killing you, combined with the iron control over one's own mind garnered from dual mastery of mind magics, it would have been too much even for Severus to handle, let alone myself. He glanced at Snape. Was the man really better at mind magic than Riddle? He looked at the floor. So Sirius was the reason his murder had been attempted. Only months before, Harry would have thrown a fit, damningly refusing to accept the possibility, but now, having seen the proof and hearing Mooney's version of events, the man he'd called a godfather had deserved every second in Azkaban. He may not have been the Potter's downfall, but he had attempted to murder an infant through the use of someone else. Harry pulled his knees to his chest, hiding his face between them. He wanted everything to be normal, to not be the way it was. Snape pulled him into a hug and he allowed it. He couldn't deny that Snape hadn't wanted to lose him. Is there anything else you wished to see? Riddle asked. See? No, absolutely. What makes you a Dark Lord? What even is your goal? Harry replied, barely lifting his head enough to unmuffle his words. Riddle frowned before sighing. As to why I'm a Dark Lord, it's simply a case of magic bestowing the title on me due to my vast knowledge and use of dark magic. It didn't used to be synonymous with evil or bloodthirsty, but I fear myself and Grindelwald made a mess of things. As for my goal, it began with being stricter surrounding Muggle and magical separation. I wanted to follow the Yankees in that regard, but there was a heavy amount of pushback from Dumbledore and his ilk. After I began my descent into madness, my mind warped. I wanted too many things at once. I wanted the separation, but I also wanted to kidnap Muggleborns and kill their parents, followed shortly by increased promotion of creature matings. It was my belief that instead of mixing with Muggles to expand our bloodlines, we should use creatures instead. Again, I was refuted by Dumbledore but also by the Ministry itself. My sway lost its power as I lost my mind. After a certain level of insanity, my views remained but my methods shifted. The Death Eaters began and I sought to destroy the Muggle world before they could infect us into non-existence. Losing you and then losing my relationship with Severus drive me off the edge. I was scarcely human and could barely call myself a creature either. I was just an embodiment of dark magic with revenge being my sole goal. When I ended up as a wraith, inhabiting the bodies of animals which inevitably ended up dead drove me even further into a void. By the time I ended up possessing Quirrell, I had little to no memory of myself. I had no recollection of Severus beyond him being a servant. You were just the boy destined to kill me. In fact, I do believe I was a single half step from being completely insensate. It wasn't until after the ritual to return my body that I began receiving an influx of my past. The anchors I'd used to sustain my existence, returning slowly. I'm not sure how, the ritual wasn't supposed to invoke those, but... What if the ritual was altered? Harry asked quietly, interrupting the man. Altered how? Snape asked. Blood. If it wasn't forcibly taken from the enemy, what would that do to the ritual? Silence descended and Harry slunk off his seat and curled up with Blaise, the other teen no longer feigning sleep. He wasn't sure why he'd suggested his alteration. He'd been adamant about keeping it hushed up, but clearly his tongue was no longer associating itself with his decisions. Blaise held him tightly and Harry hid his face in his mate's neck. How was the blood supplied, Harry? Riddle asked, his voice soft and neutral. Harry shook his head before whispering into Blaise's skin. Blood of the sun, freely supplied, you will resurrect your kin. Blaise tightened his hold and Harry felt tears escape. He didn't want to admit he'd been weak and childish. He'd wanted, in that moment, to have a parent rather than fight a Dark Lord. He'd not gotten his wish and had regretted it immediately after seeing his actions having failed. Harry, you saved my life. I don't just mean bringing me back to a physical plane of existence, but an actual life where I could return to my humanity, Riddle said quietly. I owe you everything. Turning point. Severus Pav Severus could only describe himself as being in a mild state of shock. At 14, Harry had opted to try resurrecting his father despite believing the man to be his attempted murderer. Not only that, but the empathy he'd shown towards both himself and Marvolo. Severus could only assume he knew absolutely nothing about who Harry truly was. Even with the less than stellar upbringing and the constant behavioral conditioning, Harry was a kind-hearted, genuine soul. Damaged considerably by his past, but not irreparably. Marvolo squeezed his hand. He looked over only to realize that both teenagers had vacated the room. "My love, how can I ever earn his forgiveness? I've done so much, caused so much pain. I feel as if I know nothing about him," Marvolo said quietly. Severus returned the squeeze. "I believe that nobody does. I think Harry hides himself so well that every facet is a false sense of identity. Perhaps there are glimpses of himself, but we have a long way to go to develop a relationship. But I believe showing him the memories we have, explaining past behaviors honestly, I think they've gone a long way to proving we aren't his enemies any longer." Marvolo opened his mouth to reply but was cut off by a raging shriek in the hall. "You are a Loathesome, typhoid Mary of a healer. There is a reason for confidentiality laws. Patient healer discretion. You can suck Merlin's soggy pantaloons for all I care. You and your bloody wand can stay all the way away from me." It was Harry yelling. Severus was on his feet and bolting towards the sound of his cub in an instant. Blaise was holding Harry back, pinning his arms to his sides, whereas Narcissa appeared to be recovering from being launched into the wall. There was a bloody gash on her temple and her eyes were unfocused. Harry looked as though he'd gone rabid. "Harry, come on, you've proven your point," Blaise whispered urgently into Harry's ear. "We'll go hang out on the opposite end of the manor." "She broke the fucking law. She broke the oaths she decided to follow. She's a sadistic son of a bitch who deserves far more than I've given so far," Harry yelled. Severus stepped between them, facing Harry and blocking his view of the blonde. It was as if he didn't exist. Harry's eyes were unfocused, vicious rage blinding him to his surroundings. It was borderline unnatural. Delving into his wampus, he decided to bring his cub to heel. "Harry, you will cease this nonsense," he hissed, a growl underlying his voice. It took a moment, but Harry soon sagged in Blaise's grip, rage still in his eyes but not to the same extent. The natural obedience of a submissive creature to their parent taking over. Even if Narcissa had taken the healer vows of confidentiality, which she has not on orders of her lord, they do not apply towards a minor and their parents are legal guardians. She did not show your medical information to anyone outside of that purview and as such, no laws were broken. Severus said bluntly. "Now explain your behavior." Harry shifted his glare but pursed his lips, refusing to answer. Severus released a low grumble, a demand to behave, and Harry squirmed, clearly fighting the compulsion with everything he had. It took an incredible strength of character to resist as long as he did and an even stronger spark of defiance to answer in a language very few could understand. Severus narrowed his eyes at his son. "As unfortunate as that is, Harry, the same rules applied. As your legal guardians, those vile excuses of humans were entitled to being informed of your hospital visits," Marvolo said, slowly approaching them. "The fact that being informed lead to the abysmal treatment of you, despite them being the primary cause of your ill health, is an unfortunate oversight by your doctors. Sadly, I imagine there was a great deal of interference from a bearded bastard in that regard. You cannot take your past experiences out on Narcissa when you know full well that she only wanted what was best for you." Harry glared at Marvolo before closing his eyes and shutting down. It wasn't an overt change in his behavior, but the subtle shallowing of his breath and muscles relaxing as though prepared to give out entirely, made Severus whine internally. Perhaps using his parental authority wasn't such a good idea after all. "Harry, go with Blaise to your room. I'll come and see you shortly," Severus said gently. The fact that Harry didn't so much as open his eyes and simply allowed Blaise to lead him away, made his stomach sink. After Marvolo had interrogated Narcissa over what had set Harry off, Severus left them to deal with the consequences. Harry wasn't okay and it made Severus feel twisted inside. His parental instincts were writhing and he needed to fix it. Knocking briefly, he stepped into Blaise's bedroom. Evidently, Harry preferred staying with his mate rather than being close to his parents. Or perhaps the Slytherin had decided for him given the shutdown state he remained in. Blaise was holding a curled-up Harry in his lap, stroking his back in soothing circles. The human phoenix glanced up at his entry with an expression so blank it could only be explained by occlumency shields. Sir, what did you expect to achieve by forcing him to succumb to his primitive instincts? Zabini asked. Because if it was an expansion of his trust in you, you climbed a tree in the wrong forest. My intent was to stop him from injuring himself or you. I'd have preferred to stop him injuring Narcissa as well, but evidently I arrived too late for that. His reaction was understandable if what the Dark Lord said is true. If all he'd experienced from his medical history being thrown out to his guardians only brought him more pain, Narcissa had no right to do that. Regardless of whether you and the Dark Lord are his parents and Moony his surrogate, he doesn't trust you anyway. To be reminded that his medical history, containing so much that he isn't ready to discuss with anyone, just gets thrown at those supposedly responsible for him, is going to drive him further toward the edge I'm trying to keep him away from. Not to mention that he's an emancipated minor. By that definition, Narcissa had no right as a healer to show his history to anyone. She deserved being thrown into the wall, and it's only because I know Harry will feel guilty that I stopped him doing worse. Severus sagged against the wall. He'd forgotten that Harry was emancipated. Had Narcissa been a bespoken healer, she would have committed a crime worthy of Azkaban. Granted, it wouldn't have been a long sentence, but even a week under the care of Dementors would destroy the career of a healer. I understand your continued aggravation with me, Mr. Zabini, but I also hope that you understand my lacking of experience in this situation as well, Severus said tiredly. Until recently, the very knowledge of having a son was purged from my mind. I understand the struggles you're facing, sir, but unfortunately for you, you are the verifiable adult in this situation. It falls on you to make life easier for Harry. He deserves to have an adult actually in his corner rather than opposing him. Severus couldn't agree more. Harry deserved someone purely for his best interests, and he loathed himself for failing to be that person. He was supposed to be Harry's father. How was he supposed to claim such a title when Harry couldn't even call him by his name? Breathing deeply, he approached his son and perched on the edge of the bed. He laid a hand on Harry's head, fingers sinking into his hair to automatically stroke his scalp. Harry began to purr as he slowly roused from his shutdown state, and Severus felt slightly guilty at continuing to use instincts to communicate. Once he'd woken up, so to speak, and shifted off Blaze's lap, Harry shifted away from the hand on his head. Harry, I apologize for ordering you to control yourself. It appears, when it comes to you, I am incapable of thinking things through all the way. I believed I was protecting yourself and your mate from becoming injured from your rage. Even if I succeeded in that, I went about it the wrong way. I want our relationship to be one of mutual respect, and ordering you around isn't conducive of such, Severus said. Thank you for apologizing, Harry whispered. However, I'm not entirely sure there was an alternative. I probably would have knocked Blaze out just to continue attacking Mrs. Malfoy. Safe to say I wasn't entirely in that hallway. I mean, I was hearing them at the same time. Apparently no longer being constrained by excessive amounts of foreign magic has changed my reactions to being threatened. Blaze curled an arm around Harry's shoulders and his son shuddered. Hesitantly, Severus lifted his hand and cupped the side of Harry's head. For a moment the teenager froze before leaning into the touch. The three of them sat in silence for a short while before Harry pulled away entirely. He curled up on himself, knees tightly pressed into his chest, and looked exhausted. Are there potions for depression? Severus raised an eyebrow. Yes, varying levels for severity and causes. Is that something you'd like to try? Harry shrugged. I don't know. Evidently I'm not going to get away with killing myself, and I'm sick of fighting with my own brain. Do they work? From what little I understand about Muggle medicine for it, there's a rather large discrepancy as to the success rate. That is why there are a variety of potions. There's a brief period of experimentation, especially with someone with your circumstances. It can be hard to decipher if the depression is caused by your trauma or if it's an alteration to the brain chemistry. Then there's deciding on dosage and desired alteration to the psyche. Why would you want to change someone's psyche? Blaze asked, brows furrowed. It's not the intention, but it is an unavoidable side effect. Some cause drowsiness, others numbness, and the most intense can create addiction and is usually restricted to acute assistance. In some cases, typically for residents of the Janus Thicky ward, they use specific variants to cause numbness or passivity to counter the behaviors caused by their insanity. Harry shook his head as if trying to forget something. Yeah, I can kind of understand that. How long would it take to work out which one I should take? I would need to brew them so at least a week, but I have an idea as to which would suit your needs, so it should only require a fortnight to discern. Severus was in two minds about drugging his son, but also wasn't going to deny him if it stopped him trying to end everything. Blaise looked mildly perturbed by the idea of dosing him too, but didn't disagree with the concept. Home Wrecker? Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Home Wrecker. It took precisely 11 days for Snape to brew then configure his dosage. In the end, he'd been supplied with Placidum Silentium, which slowed his thoughts and allowed him to finally breathe without feeling overwhelmed by his very existence. It had the side effect of causing him to become relatively numb emotionally, but he wasn't bothered by it. It was likely due to the potion, however, that he lost track of time. So much so that he didn't notice Yule arriving nor the sudden appearance of Malfoy Jr. until the blonde bastard cornered him in a hallway. "You sniveling, home-wrecking bastard. Where do you get off tricking father into believing you're his mate?" Draco yelled. Harry blinked at him. "You think I tricked him? Well, it sure as Salazar isn't real. What is this? Some golden boy, savior of the world plot to destroy the dark from within? Malfoy, I'd rather be mated to a fucking basilisk than your father, but I didn't have a choice. I tried to kill myself, several times, to avoid it, but each time I was stopped, and I've now given up trying," Harry said bluntly, his numbness voiding any emotion from his words. "If you'd prefer, you are more than welcome to kill me yourself." The blonde lunged, wand out, but was swiftly intercepted by Lucius. The father shoved his son away so that he was stood several meters away. Lucius blocked Draco's view of him, and Harry didn't bother trying to move. "Draco, explain yourself," Malfoy Sr. snapped. "This behavior is unbecoming of my heir. He's a lying bastard, father. He's tricked you into believing you're his mate." Lucius sighed. "How did you find out, dragon? The tapestry has changed. It now partially bonds you to him." Harry raised an eyebrow. That wasn't expected. Not by him, at least. Perhaps Lucius should have known given his pureblood upbringing. "It isn't a trick, Draco. Despite previous beliefs, Harry is my mate," Lucius said calmly, as if trying to defuse the situation. Evidently, Draco had other ideas. He lunged forward again, trying to dive around his father, shooting nonverbal spells in his direction. Harry just stood there, waiting to be hit. When a sickly purplish spell hit his shoulder, he barely flinched despite the waves of fiery agony that rippled through his torso. He wasn't sure what had hit him, but he knew it wasn't fatal. Lucius disarmed his son and petrified him before turning to face Harry. He frowned at his shoulder before muttering a Greek counter-curse. Harry sagged against the wall when the pain stopped, not having noticed how agonized he'd been until it ended. "Did I hear you correctly, Harry?" Lucius asked. "Dunno. What did you hear?" "Don't be obtuse. Did you ask Draco to kill you?" Harry met his gaze briefly before looking over at the frozen blonde. "I said he was welcome to kill me. I wouldn't quite call that a request, but either way, it was true." With a withdrawn snarl, Lucius levitated Draco and grabbed Harry by the elbow. Lucius dragged him into the blue parlor where Snape was reading Potions Monthly. Harry was pushed into an armchair while a still frozen Draco was laid on a sofa. "Severus, I believe you need to keep a closer eye on your son," Lucius snarled. Snape placed his magazine on the coffee table before warily eyeing the intruders to his piece. "What precisely am I watching him for?" Snape asked. "Harry is still suicidal, despite the potions you have him on. Only now he's seeking assisted suicide as his own attempts have come to naught." Snape's gaze snapped over to Harry, but he just stared back blankly. He was hardly going to deny the truth. He wasn't a liar. "Were you going to tell me you were still passively suicidal?" Snape asked. Harry shrugged. "I never claimed to stop wanting to die. I just stopped trying to do it myself." Snape came closer before crouching in front of him. "Harry, why do you still want to die?" He closed his eyes. "My opinions didn't change. I still didn't get to choose my mates. I still didn't get to make my choices. I'm still so fucking broken. I still know that it would be so much easier if I was dead." "Easier for who?" "Me." Snape placed a gentle hand on his shoulder and slowly pulled him forward until Harry's face was pressed against his chest. "I want to help you, Harry. I want to make your pain go away, but I can't unless you tell me what needs fixing," Snape whispered. Harry choked out a tearless sob and buried his face in Snape's robe. He didn't fight it when Snape scooped him up and sat on the armchair with him in his lap. Instead, Harry allowed himself to give in to the cub-like instincts and allowed his father to reassure him. He stayed there even when Draco unfroze and jumped off the sofa. "Potter isn't your son," he yelled. "You don't have kids." "Draconis, cease this infernal behavior," Lucius snapped. "I am unsure what it is about Harry that sets you off so intensely, but I have had just about enough of it. Sit down and I will provide you with an explanation, and if you attempt to interrupt me I will silence you for a week." Harry nuzzled into Snape's chest and his father gently scratched his scalp. Harry released a soft purr and allowed himself to relax. It didn't matter what Draco thought. The blonde teenager wouldn't stand a chance at attacking him and being successful at it. Allowing his instincts to override any rational thought, he finally felt peace for the first time he wasn't entirely sure he'd ever felt it before. "Harry is not, nor was he ever, a Potter," Lucius said firmly. "He was kidnapped at birth from Severus's arms and was subjected to a blood glamour to hide his true identity. Severus was his bearer, Draco. His other parent is the Dark Lord himself. Both of their memories were warped and wiped by Dumbledore to force them into forgetting they bore a child or that they had a relationship at all. Before you try and proclaim this to be an elaborate trick, the goblins were the ones who exposed this reality. You know as well as I that they care very little for the lives of wizards. It is only when their ability to manipulate gold and riches is threatened that they pay the slightest of attentions. As for Harry being my mate, the reason is quite simple for that. He requires 2 mates to ground the vast quantity of magical power he possesses. Given the lack of creatures he has interacted with combined with the lingering magic his father left on me, it accumulated into magic selecting me. It is not an underhanded attempt at destroying our family or the dark. Harry has abandoned everything to do with his former identity and he cannot destroy that which was protected against this very scenario. It is why I kept the clause for your own betrothal contract. The truth is, Draco, that we cannot control when or if we shall ever interact with our mates. It is purely up to the submissive as to whether they will willingly submit to those they dream of. Now, do you have any further questions?" Harry closed his eyes. He didn't care what Draco thought. He hadn't had any control over the situation, so he relished in the petty satisfaction of screwing with the blonde's sensibilities too. Before he knew it, he was fast asleep, curled up in Snape's lap. Pav Severus Snape. Something healed within him as Harry fell asleep in his arms. It was a bonding experience that had been previously torn from him and, while it wasn't a fix for their relationship, he somehow knew that when he woke, Harry would be far more willing to accept him as a parental figure. He glanced at the 2 blondes intermittently, assessing their threat to his son but otherwise leaving them be. He was far too happy having Harry in his arms to care about their presence. "Father, I don't understand," Draco said, irritation clear in his voice. "If Potter's not a Potter, why does he look like one?" In answer to the question, despite it not being aimed his way, Severus gently lifted Harry's arm and slid the goblin glamour off his wrist. He wasn't completely sure why his son insisted on continuing to wear it but wasn't willing to press it. Their relationship was still too fragile. "He wears a goblin glamour, Draco. Not all the time but more often than not. I can only assume it's so that he continues to appear human. He hasn't yet learnt to glamour himself," Lucius explained. "How can he be a creature?" Draco demanded. "Severus isn't one and neither is the Dark Lord." "That would be where you are incorrect, Draco. Both Severus and the Dark Lord simply glamour themselves the majority of the time. Just as I do. I also believe that the magic the Dark Lord used to return hindered his connection to that aspect of himself." Severus lifted his gaze to the blonde teenager who looked frozen between panic and frustration. It was an expression he couldn't quite understand, not that he was putting much effort into doing so. The door opened again and Blaise swept in, eyes fixed on Harry. Despite himself, Severus gripped Harry tighter to his chest. He knew Harry wasn't an infant any longer, but the concept of losing his recently returned son to his mate broke his heart. Blaise raised an eyebrow at the subtle claim but didn't object to it. Instead his eyes silently raked over the sleeping form, clearly checking for injuries, and scowled at his shoulder. "Blaise," Draco snapped. "What in Merlin's name are you doing here? You vanished from school. Your belongings were taken. Your mother showed up arguing with the headmaster. Have you been here the entire time?" Zabini looked up, as if finally realizing that the blondes were in the room, before rolling his shoulders with a grin expression. I never left from when we visited before. Mother withdrew me from Hogwarts since it would no longer be safe or viable for me to remain there. Now to ask what the hell you cast on Harry because it's left dark magic on him and it had to have been bad to drive him into Snape's arms. Draco looked insulted. Why do you assume I'm the one who cast anything? Zabini raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Because your father wouldn't attack his mate, and Snape would never harm his son. Harry doesn't leave the manor and the other Death Eaters have all been warned of the consequences of poking Harry, let alone cursing him. Which leaves you. What did you cast? At the silence that fell, Severus looked over at the blonde teenager. His reluctance to admit what he'd done set him on edge. Clearly whatever had been cast against his son wasn't a spell condoned by law. Severus managed to shuffle Harry enough to withdraw his wand and immediately cast a diagnostic on him. The result drew out the wampus and Severus growled at Draco. The blonde stepped back unconsciously, eyes wide and swallowing hard. Blaze's eyes flickered between them before stepping away to stand behind Severus's chair. Lucius looked torn between wanting to protect his son and avenging his future mate. Where exactly did you learn the Hellfire's Inferno curse, Draco? There isn't a single book in Hogwarts that remotely covers something so dark, nor do I imagine such texts can be easily located in your library. So where did you learn it? Severus hissed. Draco swallowed again when both Blaze and Lucius lost control of their glamours. The threat on their mate demolishing their self-control. More importantly, how did you manage to cast the spell wordlessly? Lucius demanded, a faint lisp appearing in his words. It should be nigh on impossible for anyone other than the Dark Lord. I found the text in your office, Father. I've been practicing it since I visited last and I'm not sure how I did it wordlessly. I assume it was produced the same way accidental magic is, Draco replied, sounding as though his tongue had relocated to his throat. What could possibly be accomplished by you learning such a spell? Lucius asked, dumbfounded. At the question, Draco scowled. Since Harry disappeared, then Severus did a runner. Dumbledore and his minions have become unbearable. They're higher and mightier than ever. And none of their misbehavior is being sanctioned by anyone. It's as if the entire staff have been confounded to ignore it even when they do something directly in front of their faces. I didn't feel safe. Severus felt a smidgen of sympathy, but it was overridden entirely by the fact that his son had been subjected to the equivalent of hellfire. Deciding he'd had enough of the blondes, he rose to his feet, Harry staying cradled in his arms with ease. He frowned briefly at how little his son weighed but decided that was a conversation for another day. As he left the room, he wasn't surprised to find Blaze following him. It seemed the former Slytherin wasn't capable of separating himself from his son for any extended period of time. It took a moment for Severus to make a conscious decision as to where to take Harry, but easily found himself drawn in the direction of Marvolo. Perhaps he would like to know just what the younger Malfoy had reported. He wasn't callous enough to tell him that he'd cursed Harry. Not until Harry showed signs of remaining affected by the curse. Marvolo was sitting in an office, elbows on the desk and rubbing his temples. He had a parchment scroll haphazardly strewn across the desk which could only be a report from a Death Eater dunderhead. I have news of Hogwarts, Marvolo, Severus said, sitting in the chair opposite his mate. He kept Harry clutched to his chest and barely flinched when the chair was transfigured into something more comfortable. He wasn't entirely sure whether it had been Blaze or Marvolo who'd done so. Marvolo looked apprehensive and frowned at Harry unconscious in his arms. This news comes from Draco, I assume? Severus nodded. It does. He's under the impression that the staff have been altered somehow to ignore the indiscretions of Dumbledore minions. Apparently they can break rules in front of the staff and will receive no punishments for it. Given the extensive list of potions and charms Harry was under, it's not so much of a stretch to believe he'd do the same to them. Unfortunately, there is little I can do about it. I can suggest the Death Eaters withdraw their children if they're vulnerable, but it would then place a target upon them for acting suspiciously. Severus shrugged dismissively. He wasn't interested in the other school children. He'd been trained by years of Dumbledore's manipulations to despise children in general, and his capacity for caring had sincerely diminished to near apathy since having his memories regained. Too much of his emotional energy was focused on re-establishing the lost bonds between his son and mate. Blaze sat himself in a conjured chair near the door, silently standing vigil over Harry. At least, that's what Severus assumed he was doing. Marvolo glanced at him briefly, as if only just noticing he was in the room, before looking back at Harry. "Why is our son unconscious? He finally allowed me to be there for him. Despite the potion, he is still suicidal. It's simply gone from active to passive. I can feel the bond repairing itself, Marvolo. I can feel him in my chest again, the way I can you." Marvolo smiled indulgently. "I'm glad. You deserve to have your relationship with him. It's a shame I have no clue how to repair the damage between us." His smile soured slightly. "At the least you have done what you could to protect him, even without knowledge of who he truly was. All I've done is try to kill him. Multiple times. I fear that is a breach that shall never heal." "He's capable of forgiving you," Blaise said quietly. "He's capable of it, he knows that he is, and it fucking terrifies him. Good things don't happen to him. I think keeping you in the position of enemy makes him feel safer. You can remain a constant in his life without the added damage of losing you." Both Marvolo and Severus looked over at the dark-skinned boy, who simply shrugged at their attentions. "In case you hadn't noticed, I'm rarely without Harry these days. I watch his reactions and listen to his unrelated stories. I can't guarantee that I'm correct, but it's highly likely." Severus suppressed a hopeful smile. He wanted to be able to form a family between the three of them. At least eventually. When Marvolo looked at him, it was impossible to ignore the look of mild hope in his eyes. Chapter endnotes. Placidum silentium equals peaceful silence. Time and trust. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Time and trust. Harry woke slowly, feeling remarkably comfortable despite the odd position his body was in. Partially reclined yet warm and relaxed. What had happened? It flooded back quickly and he opened his eyes, blinking in mild confusion at what he could only assume was Snape's chest. He subtly sniffed and felt reassured by his father's scent. At least he hadn't been passed over to someone else. The fact that he'd mentally associated Snape as his father so easily didn't even faze him. Somehow he knew that the parental bond that should have always been there had activated, or perhaps finally formed. He shifted slightly and Snape glanced down at him. The man was slightly pensive. "How are you feeling?" he asked. Harry shrugged. "Calmer. I can feel the bond with you." Snape's expression tightened slightly. "How do you feel about that? Feels safe? Suppose it's how it's meant to be." Harry pressed his face against Snape's chest and purred softly when his head was stroked between the ears. He heard a soft chuckle and realized there were still other people in the room. He turned to look and frowned at the changed decor. They'd moved rooms while he was asleep. Riddle was sat behind a desk, smiling slightly at him. Harry blinked in confusion. Why was he smiling? He expected him to be irritated after Malfoy's stunt. "So what happened with Malfoy?" he asked, not quite sure who he was asking. Riddle frowned. "What did Malfoy do?" Harry sat up slowly, pulling away from Snape. A cold feeling coiled in his gut. Were they really going to protect the blonde prat over him? "They didn't tell you." He glanced around and spotted Blaise sat by the door. His mate looked slightly resigned. Harry looked back at Riddle, who in turn was frowning at Snape. "It would seem not," Riddle said slowly. "What are you keeping from me, Severus?" Harry stepped away so that he stood beside the desk. He didn't want to be betrayed so soon after the bond had been bridged. Snape sighed heavily. "I wasn't hiding it. I just hoped that Lucius would be able to handle the punishment without you treating the boy like a minion, Marvolo. He would break in seconds under your wand." Riddle's eyes narrowed. "What did the Malfoy heir do?" Snape sighed again. "He cast the Hellfire Inferno curse on Harry. Evidently he didn't take to finding out who his father was mated to particularly well." Harry flinched slightly at the sudden explosion of magical pressure. Riddle stood and within minutes there was a knock on the door. Blaise opened it silently and Lucius entered, his flinch blatant despite his attempts at suppressing it. "What have you decided to do with your son, Lucius?" Riddle demanded. "His wand has been confiscated, a magic suppressant bracelet tethered to his wrist that will only allow him access to his magic under threat of death, and I placed Voluntate Revelatio on him. It is my hope that by Yule's end he will truly understand the extent of his poor behavior," Lucius said smoothly. Riddle sneered. "Bring him here. While your discipline is satisfactory, I wish to inform him just how deeply he strayed." Lucius, momentarily hesitating, nodded before leaving the room. Harry looked at Riddle. "What will you do to him?" "Simply make him understand that there is a reason to fear me and thus, Not to piss me off, Riddle replied. Isn't that a little, I don't know, petty for a Dark Lord? Riddle looked up at him, expression incredulous. Seriously, do you understand what the curse he put you under is capable of? Harry shrugged. It hurt. Burned a bit. Why? Your cruciatus hurt more. Snape bowed his head and Riddle opened his mouth to reply but was interrupted by another knock on the door. The two Malfoys entered and Harry frowned at the weird sickly green fuzz that surrounded Draco. The aura is his intentions, Harry, Riddle stated. Since Harry's education seems to be lacking by comparison to yourself, Heir Malfoy, I shall give you leave to explain to him what the curse you used does to the body. Draco's pale skin drained to an unhealthy ghost-white pallor. The curse is equal to the cruciatus in negative power. If it were more well known, it would likely be classified as an unforgivable. Where Crucio can drive someone insane, Hellfire Inferno can physically cripple a person. The magical fire chars the nerves. If held for longer than 2 minutes, 47 seconds are left untreated, the damage is permanent. Harry swallowed hard. Draco was willing to cripple him for being mated to his father. Riddle was glaring at the younger blonde. Such as it is, Harry's tolerance for pain is so vast he scarcely recognized the danger the curse you put him under posed. Were it not for your father's rapid intervention, you could have grievously injured my son and heir. Perhaps I should offer you the same curse and we can see if you can withstand it with the same valor as him. No? Then listen to my words very carefully, as it will be the only warning I provide you with. Do not, under any circumstances, attack my son by wand or hand again. Do not seek outside assistance to cause him harm. Should you fail to heed my warning, I will force Lucius to provide his house with another heir. Do you understand me? Draco was trembling but somehow managed to nod before bolting the second he was dismissed. Harry didn't realize he'd become tense until his shoulders unbunched at the blonde's departure. He didn't quite know if he was afraid of Draco or for him. He shook his head. He was not about to pity Draco after his stunt. He wanted death, not paralysis. Lucius, I meant what I said. Your son will not get another warning. Ensure he stays the correct path, Riddle said bluntly. I will not risk my only child for yours. Understood, my lord. I simply ask with whom you expect me to create a second heir with? Lucius replied. Narcissa is incapable of bearing another since the difficult birth left her barren, and I am unwilling to impregnate your son any time soon. Harry swallowed hard. He didn't want to be impregnated at all. Blaise was by his side in an instant, glaring viciously at Lucius. Severus was watching the exchange with narrowed eyes before glaring at Riddle. Yes, Marvolo, he will not be impregnating our son. You will not kill Draco. You will find an alternate solution if he oversteps, but it will not be murder until another Malfoy heir is produced. Do you understand me? Riddle glared at Snape for a second before it faded to a frown. As you wish, Severus. You're dismissed, Lucius. Once the other blonde left the room, Blaise tugged Harry into his arms and Harry silently wept into his shoulder. He didn't want reminding of his inevitable fate. One of his parents moved and instantaneously, Blaise shrouded both of them in his wings. You're okay, Harry. I promise you that won't have to happen. If absolutely necessary, I'll take a potion and provide him an heir myself. You won't be subjected to that, Blaise whispered. But you're not a submissive. You can't bear children, Harry croaked. There is a potion that can turn some creatures into one. Phoenixes fall under it. It's illegal and dark, but for you I will do it. Harry cried harder at the offer. Nobody had ever been so willing to completely alter their life for him. Blaise stroked his back, grazing his wing joints, sending pleasant tremors of soothing energy through his entire being. After a few extensive minutes, Harry felt calm enough to lift his head. He looked Blaise in the eye, trying to see any pity or disdain. When he found none, he smiled weakly and pressed a chaste kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Harry whispered. I hope you don't have to, ever, but thank you for suggesting it. Blaise smiled. I told you. I want you with me forever, no matter how. If shifting my biology is what it takes, I will. It's not as if I lose my boy bits anyway. Just grow a uterus and develop functional mammary glands. Harry's face screwed up. You get boobs? The smile turned into a smirk. No, Harry. I'd develop a slight swelling, but I would still look primarily male. Not interested in the female form? Not particularly. Harry hid his face against Blaze's neck as a blush covered his cheeks. Nothing to be ashamed of. It's not surprising given that both your mates are male. Are you gay? Or do you consider yourself asexual? He shrugged. I wank and quite like the idea of topping, though I'm not sure I'd ever be able to follow through. For what it's worth, I'm pretty versatile, if you ever wanted to try. Harry's head jerked up. We're 15. How long have you been shagging to know that? Blaze smirked. You are 15. I'm 16. But in answer to that, I've had sex 3 times with 2 people. A guy and a girl. Twice with the bloke to check which I preferred and once with the chick to confirm I don't have any interest there. Harry shook his head before burying his face again. Blaze tightened his grip before retracting his wings. Harry tensed but stayed put. He didn't want to face his parents. Harry, why are you so afraid of being impregnated? Snape asked quietly. More to the point, why do both Zabini and Malfoy know this? Riddle demanded, the accusation obvious. He sighed. It's not the impregnation. Blaze knows because I told him, and Lucius presumably because he was told to find another way of consummating the bond. He turned around, keeping himself pressed against Blaze, and gripped his mate's arms tightly. Snape was sat on the edge of Riddle's desk, both of them looking concerned. If not the impregnation, then, what is it you're afraid of? Riddle asked. Swallowing hard, he requested an empty vial. Looking confused, Snape pulled one out of his pocket. Harry didn't bother trying to find a wand. He simply pressed a finger to his forehead and withdrew the same memory he'd shown Blaze. He placed it in the vial but didn't give it over. If I give you this, don't ask me questions about it. Her name is Marge Dursley. I don't know his. That was the only time as far as I recall. Harry stated bluntly. I want to forget it ever happened, but it's not going to disappear. He handed over the vial and left the room, Blaze holding him close as they went. They were relaxing in a random living room when their peace was disrupted. Harry closed his eyes, feigning sleep with his head in Blaze's lap, the instant he recognized Snape. Has he mentioned any other situations like that? Repeats or anything similar by anyone else? Blaze stroked his hair gently. He opens up very little to anyone, sir. He only told me about that because I accused him of overreacting about an insecurity. He couldn't speak of it and allowed me into his head. I've never wanted to murder a muggle so much in my entire life. So, I have no idea if it happened again or anything similar. All I know is that I've given Lucius the ultimatum of finding an alternative to completing the bond or inflicting the wrath of a mateless phoenix on his ass. I've no idea if he took my warning to heart, but, well, he will certainly regret ignoring me. I want to protect him, Mr. Zabini. I want to wrap him up and hide him away from everyone so that he never experiences the slightest of hurts ever again, Snape whispered. I want to shield him so badly it breaks my heart to know I've failed him so many times. Yet, even with the parental bond having formed, he won't allow me to help. Blaze shifted slightly. I think that's part of the reason, sir. You're his father. He's been abandoned by everyone so far. If I'd have to face abandonment or admitting everything to my mother, I think I'd deny having any issues. Harry's heart seized. It was so close to the truth he could only believe Blaze was reading his mind. He knew that it wasn't what had happened, but it hurt to think he'd become so fucking transparent. I don't know what to do or say to prove I am going nowhere of my own volition, Snape said, an unbidden pain and fear blatant in his voice. Blaze stroked his cheek and he opened his eyes slowly. His mate looked down at him with sympathy and wiped away the tears that formed before they stood a chance at escaping. Sir, I think time and trust will be the only answer to your problem, Blaze said. Chapter End Notes Voluntate Revelation, Intentions Revealed. Christmas Gifts and Foolish Hatchlings Chapter Notes. Early Christmas Chapter Christmas Gifts and Foolish Hatchlings. Harry found his way onto the roof again as the 25th dawned. Christmas was here. Technically, the household had been celebrating Yule for a couple of days already, but he wasn't as attached to that holiday. Christmas, while utterly Muggle, was precisely what he had been raised with. Granted, until Hogwarts he'd never actually celebrated it, but it was his version of normal. Yet, here he was, in the manner of one of his mates, avoiding the other while actively trying to ignore the fact that both his parents were in the same place. Both alive and both wanted him around. He still wasn't 100% convinced as to why Riddle wanted him around, but Snape had made it plain on a regular basis that he wanted his son in his life. He didn't know how to feel about it all. On the one hand, he was quite content in Snape's presence, had been since the bond had formed, but still didn't know how to talk to him. As far as he was aware, he and Snape had no common ground. He wasn't interested in potions and his interest in Dada had been purely about survival. Without the potions in his system, Harry's love of Quidditch was nearly non-existent. He sighed heavily. Why were emotions so bloody complicated? Is there a particular reason you regularly hide on the roof? Snape asked, practically crawling along the tiles from behind him. Harry shrugged. It just seems the least likely place for me to be found. And why don't you want to be found? Snape sat beside him, close enough that his body warmth cut through the chill he'd not realized had fallen. Harry let his head drop onto Snape's shoulder. That's a loaded question, Snape, he replied, wincing slightly at the surname. An arm wrapped around his shoulders and squeezed gently. If it makes things easier for you, you can call me Severus. I don't believe we are quite at the level of being called father. Harry chuckled weakly. Not quite. The first time I apparated I was about 7. I was being chased by Dudley and needed to get away from him. Before I could blink I was on the roof of the school. I got in so much trouble for that, especially when I wouldn't admit to climbing up there. He went quiet, not wanting to continue that line of conversation. He didn't want to explain the kind of trouble he got into. Apparently, S.N. Severus wasn't particularly interested in pushing it either. They sat in silence for a few minutes before Severus tightened his arm slightly. My father was a muggle. He wasn't aware my mother was magical until they were already married. Granted, she was simply protecting the statute of secrecy, but he didn't take kindly to it. He quickly began drinking to avoid seeing her. It only got worse once she got pregnant and her hold on her glamour began to slip. He deteriorated into being aggressive. First just degrading her and spitting hateful vitriol, then, as she reached the later stages of pregnancy and too weak to avoid him, physically abusive. I won't traumatize you with the nitty-gritty details of it, but safe to say, it was a miracle that I wasn't stillborn. He wasn't best pleased about having a child that was clearly a demon either. His words. For the first few years, my mother managed to keep me away from him, but eventually, he just learnt to beat her into submission first before turning on me. The first time I intentionally used magic was to shove him away from me. It was after that I learned to hide in a tree near the park. I'd leave early in the morning and not return home until well after dark. I regularly begged my mother to leave him, to take us both away from his abuse, but she was either too afraid or had developed some sick sense of obligation to him. She promised he would get better, he didn't. Harry swallowed hard. Apparently he and Severus had some things in common after all. Not that it was something he ever wanted to have in common with someone. Severus exhaled slowly. I was so happy to meet Lily. She was the highlight of my youth. It wasn't until we went to Hogwarts and she became infected by the Light's manifesto that things changed, Severus said quietly. She knew I wasn't a beacon of light, and as the years passed and she was dragged further into Dumbledore's web, she began to mimic the same behavior my father showed. It was that turned me away from normal life and headed to the dark. Finding Marvolo was simply a pleasant surprise. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked, his voice small. Because I want you to know that I won't judge you for telling me anything. Your abuse was not your fault, you didn't deserve it, and there was nothing you could have done to protect yourself from it. You didn't have access to your magic, and even if you had, chances are it would have gotten you in a lot of trouble. I wouldn't have put it past Dumbledore to ensure you ended up in Azkaban to keep you away from the truth. That hellhole would have driven you utterly insane. Harry nodded. Just the brief interaction with the Dementors could easily have sent him mad, let alone a constant presence of them. Severus bent his elbow so that his hand was resting against his head. I love you, Harry. You are my firstborn and will likely remain my only born. I hate that I couldn't protect you the way that you deserved to be protected, and I will forever carry that weight on my conscience, Severus continued. But enough of this heavy topic. There is a Christmas celebration waiting for you in the library. It had taken very little for Severus to coax him off the roof. It had taken a fair deal more to get him to participate in the Christmas celebration once he'd learnt that Draco was going to be there. He's still under strict supervision, Harry. He won't get anywhere near you with malicious intent. In the end, Harry had only allowed himself to be dragged in because a small part of him hadn't wanted to miss celebrating with his parents. To his surprise, it wasn't overtly different from Yuletide in terms of decorations. There was simply a Christmas tree. stockings above the fireplace and baubles discreetly floating around the edges of the room. The Malfoys were seated on one sofa, Riddle on another, while Moony and Blaise, along with a dark-skinned, terrifying-looking woman, were sat on armchairs. Harry paused momentarily at the newcomer, not quite sure what to make of her, before following Severus over to the sofa Riddle occupied. "I don't normally celebrate Christmas," Riddle said, "but in light of providing you a transitional period into true magical celebrations, and an excuse to provide you with gifts I owe you from years past, here we are." He sat there between them, saying nothing and eyes darting between the other participants. The unknown woman smiled at him, but something in her eyes sent shivers down his spine. Blaise caught his eye before rolling his eyes at the woman. "Mama, do try to rein in your dominance," Blaise said blandly. "Harry doesn't know you and is already sensitive to it." "Mama?" Harry blinked at the new information. When had Blaise's mother shown up? His brow furrowed when the strange sense of fear faded. The woman's eyes seemed to lose something too, but he couldn't put a finger on what it was. "Harry, this is my mother, Contessa Zabini. Mama, this is Harry. She arrived an hour ago for the festive celebration," Blaise continued. "She's also here to meet you." At his introductions, Harry couldn't help but notice the quiet scoff coming from Draco. Harry shot a glare the blonde's way before looking back at Contessa Zabini. Her smile hadn't faded. "Harry, it is wonderful to meet you. Blaise has been reluctant to speak of you in his letters, but I can see now that you will be a wonderful mate for him," she said. "Perhaps we can speak privately after we've exchanged gifts." Not sure what to say otherwise, he nodded, and it seemed to be a sign for the festivities to proceed. Soft, vaguely Christmassy music began playing and Riddle levitated the gift pile into the center of their seating arrangements. From there, the pile split between everyone in attendance, and Harry cringed as his pile rapidly grew. Severus wrapped an arm around his shoulders and whispered that many of them were clothes individually wrapped. It calmed him to an extent, but he still felt intimidated by the giant pile. They each took turns opening gifts and, as Snape had said, most of his turned out to be clothes. Primarily Wizard of Robes, but a few high-end Muggle shirts and trousers were added to the mix as well. He'd also received signet rings from both Slytherin and Prince houses, marking him as heir. From the Contessa he'd received a discreet amulet with the Zabini crest on it and a bracelet containing hex protections from Blaise, along with a vial of phoenix tears which could be embedded in the amulet. From Lucius, he'd received a bracelet embedded with poison detection and a portkey to the manor. Once everyone's piles began to shrink, Harry inhaled deeply before wandlessly summoning the gifts he had owl-ordered. They flew into the room and hovered in front of their recipients. He gave the Contessa an apologetic smile. "I didn't know you were coming, Contessa, or I would have brought you one as well," he explained quietly before looking at the floor. He could feel his cheeks heat from embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated having to be in the room when everyone got their gifts, but it felt ridiculous, given their current occupations, to wait for nightfall. Paper ripped as gifts were opened, and Harry swallowed against the desire to leave. None of the presents were inconsiderate and, as far as he was aware, polite for what was essentially his extended family. A brief moment of silence as everyone reacted to their gifts before Severus tugged him into a tight hug. "I don't know how you managed to get this out of the chamber, but fucking Merlin, Harry, you have no idea what you've given me," he whispered. "It was doing nobody any good in the chamber. Figured it would be good to sell if not for potions," Harry replied, hiding his flaming cheeks against his father's shoulder. "Regardless. Thank you." Harry smiled. At least he'd made one person happy. He pulled back and glanced at the other people. It was Draco's dark gaze that concerned him. "What are you playing at?" the blonde demanded. He frowned. "It's a gift. It's Christmas, or Yule, or whatever you want to call it. I thought the idea was self-explanatory." Draco shot to his feet, the shrunken firebolt flash in hand. "We don't like each other. Why in Salazar's name would you buy me this?" "Because you like Quidditch and it will give you a boost on the team. Do you already have it or something?" The blonde took a step in his direction, but Mrs. Malfoy was quicker and dragged him down into his seat. She shot her son a glare before looking back at him. "I believe what Draco is confused by is the purpose of buying him a gift. As he said, neither of you like the other and he just recently tried to paralyze you." Harry frowned. "I'm not going to leave him out when I've gotten something for everyone else. I'm not that petty." Moony snorted. "You're such a pushover, cub. Thank you for my gift, but you are also a massive brat." He smirked, glancing at the still hidden present, before looking back up. That was just a gag gift. I figured you'd appreciate it. The real one is in your room. Won't you show everyone what I got you? Moony scowled at him before grabbing the gift and banishing the box. Harry bit his lip to keep from laughing. Someone snorted and there was another aborted chuckle. The gag gift was a thick, dark red, leather collar with a crescent moon dog tag. It only said the name Moony, but it was nonetheless an amusing gift. I can add a sizing charm so that you don't have to remove it to transform, if you like, Riddle said, his voice forcibly neutral. Oh, don't worry about that, Harry replied. It already has one on it. Moony rolled his eyes before sitting back in his seat. There was another quiet chuckle before the mood settled down again. The last of the gifts were opened before a house elf announced that dinner was served. Instead of following the crowd out of the room, Riddle placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him from going anywhere. Severus stayed as well, eyebrow raised. Harry, I am extremely grateful for the gifts you provided me, Riddle said, meeting his gaze directly. However, I have a feeling I need to know where you got them and how. Harry gnawed on his lower lip. Aren't gifts supposed to be kind of secretive? At his evasive answer, both Severus and Riddle frowned. Harry sighed and glanced at the door. He didn't need Blaise knowing the truth. I got them from Salazar's vault, he said quietly. Salazar doesn't have a vault. He does, just not at Gringotts. The bastard was too paranoid about his experiments being discovered, so he hid them under guard of a ferocious protector. Severus gently gripped his chin, forcing him to meet his eyes. I sincerely hope this is not going where I believe it is. Harry stepped back, arms folded against his chest defensively. His parents both looked pained and it was like a dagger in his gut. That wasn't what he wanted from their presence. I had Dobby and Dippy take me to the chamber. Dippy acted as lookout to make sure nobody saw me and Dobby helped me get in and out as fast as possible. I shrank and removed everything not charmed against it from the vault and had the entire basilisk corpse shrunk down. What's left of both are warded to hell and back in the basement. I thought you'd appreciate them not going to waste. Severus surged forward and held him tightly. My sweet Harry, it's not that we don't appreciate them, it's that you leaving the manor and going into Dumbledore's domain was foolish and extremely dangerous. Did you even tell anyone when you left? Harry whined softly, pressing his face into Severus's chest. This wasn't anything like he'd expected. I left a note for Blaise, he whispered, his voice small. Riddle stepped up behind him and wrapped his arms around the two of them, sandwiching Harry in between both parents. It somehow soothed him and made him feel all the more guilty at the same time. You foolish hatchling, Riddle said, sounding exasperated. Leaving a note could have meant not knowing you were missing for hours potentially. While we would have moved hell on earth to find you, it could have ended up too late. Dumbledore is unlikely to let you live if he captures you, Harry. Swear you won't do something so dangerous again. Harry whined and felt the fabric of Severus's shirt dampen. He hated having parents to disappoint. It made his blood feel like ice in his veins. One of them stroked his head between the ears. I promise, he choked. Support system, support system. Once Harry had gotten a hold of his emotions, the three of them silently joined the others in the formal dining room. Blaise eyed him warily as he went to sit beside him but just shook his head slightly in response. He didn't want to ruin dinner. When everybody was seated, food appeared in the middle of the table and Harry felt overwhelmed by it again. Since moving to the manor, meals were served already plated. It was easier for Harry to cope with, but his mind flashed back to Hogwarts and he struggled to remain in the present. Blaise gripped his wrist, his warm touch grounding him. Harry blinked again before glancing across the table. Thankfully it seemed nobody else had noticed. Somewhat discreetly, Blaise then proceeded to serve both of them and Harry shot him a grateful smile. I'm not sure what's wrong with you at the moment, Blaise whispered, but I promise you that I'm here and I will help you however you'll allow me. Harry smiled weakly before digging into his dinner. He was vaguely aware of polite conversations being made but he kept himself quiet. He felt drained and just wanted to curl up somewhere and sleep. He smiled happily when dinner finished and dessert was served. It was treacle tart, or that was his choice at least. They all returned to the library after eating so that discussions could continue. Harry, on the other hand, simply pulled Blaise onto a sofa and curled up in his lap. Blaise chuckled softly but otherwise didn't argue. He happily nuzzled into his mate's chest and purred softly when his wings were stroked. He was drifting off quickly but registered the subtle wash of magic that dimmed the other conversations to a faint hum. With the quiet, he soon fell fast asleep. Blaise paused. Both he and his mother knew the moment that Harry was no longer aware of his surroundings, and Blaise braced himself for what was inevitably going to be an uncomfortable conversation. "Tell me, Uccellino, why do you treat him like glass?" Mama asked. "I understand he's your submissive and that you want to protect him, but it appears to spread among the other adults as well." Blaise sighed. "Mama, I can't tell you very much, in part because I don't know, but the rest because it's not my information to tell. Harry, I never told you who he used to be." Mama's eyes narrowed, a fiery orange glow appearing within them. "Uccellino, what do you mean?" "I mean, Harry grew up believing himself to be Harry Potter, but there never was a Potter heir." Even he flinched from the abrupt fury his mother gave off and was relieved that Harry had fallen asleep. It would absolutely have set off his sensitive mate. Mama shot a glance over at the Dark Lord. "He was stolen then and raised by someone else. That doesn't explain why the Dark Lord would try to murder his son." Blaise shrugged slightly. "I don't know exactly what happened. Harry watched a memory of it, but I wasn't invited. What I can gather, however, is that he'd gone to collect his son and something forced his hand." The furious gaze darted back to him before she pursed her lips. It would seem that a long overdue conversation is required. Nonetheless, rumors suggest that the boy who lived was raised in a palace surrounded by luxury. Simply being an orphan wouldn't give you cause to treat him like a flower. Blaise looked down at his mate, stroking the beautiful greenish-tinted feathers. It soothed him as much as it did Harry. Even asleep it caused him to purr, and Blaise smiled slightly. "The rumors are false, Mama. They're completely opposite to what he went through." "Dumbledore." Blaise fought his fury at the selfish old man. "Dumbledore decided to use Harry to rid the world of his father. He lied and manipulated and had him so doped up on spells and potions he barely existed as a person. I treat him like glass because he is. He's overly sensitive to negative emotions and dominant creatures. I'm sure you've noticed I keep my own locked down. I won't risk upsetting him when he's so easily damaged. It's a struggle to keep him alive, Mama. He fought the bonds the second he started dreaming. I barely got to him in time." Blaise snapped his jaw shut. He'd forgotten how easy it was to tell his mother everything. If he wasn't careful he'd spill all of Harry's secrets, and he wasn't going to betray his mate like that. He sighed before looking back up at his mother. She looked deadly. "Dumbledore did that? He abused a child? Did he have any involvement in his theft?" He shrugged. "I wouldn't put it past him, but you'd be better off asking Snape." Mama nodded before dispelling the silencing charm and marched over to the Dark Lord and Snape. "I need to speak with you about your son immediately," she stated. "That is a conversation that can wait until the festive period is over. The topics are not welcome at the change in the years," the Dark Lord replied, clearly taking no arguments on it. Mama huffed. "Fine. Then I will remain here until the new year and we will discuss it. It appears I've misjudged how far the other side is willing to go." Blaise smirked. The Dark had inevitably gained a ferocious ally in his mother. A couple of hours passed and even Blaise was struggling to stay awake. At least, until Harry started to squirm in his sleep. It was so subtle at first that he didn't quite register it as anything other than him shifting in his sleep. Then his actions became repetitive, claws scratching at his wrists. It was the smell of blood that instantly had Blaise wide awake and gripping Harry's hands in his own to keep him safe. However, that just seemed to upset the still unconscious boy further. Blaise was at a loss when his sleeping mate began to whimper as if in pain. Snape was crouched in front of him before he could even think of saying something. "Harry, wake up," Snape said urgently. "Whatever is happening isn't your present moment. You're safe, Harry. Come on, open your eyes." "Should I let go of his hands, sir?" Blaise asked, worried he was making something worse. No, he'd end up injuring himself further. "We need to bring him back to the here and now." Snape continued to try coaxing Harry awake, but it seemed utterly useless. Blaise stroked the captive hands, thumbs making circles in the skin, but it didn't seem to make any difference either. Blaise felt his throat constrict as Harry continued to whine, whimper and generally suffer in forced silence. Abruptly, hands pressed on either side of Harry's face and sibilant hisses filled the room. Blaise shot a wary glance at the Dark Lord before looking back at Harry as he jerked forward. Harry paused. Flashback. TW heavily implied child abuse. He was so scared. So confused. How was he back here? He'd been at the manor. Why was he under the stairs? He heard Vernon thundering towards him, furious and clearly drunk. Harry curled up, as far in the cupboard as he could possibly be from the door. Yet it made no difference. The door was thrown open, the hinges squealing from the rough treatment. He tried to send himself elsewhere mentally, but it was pointless. The meaty fists grabbed him by the ankle, then the hair. The pain was instantaneous. He hadn't healed from the time before. Previous bruises were worsened, his shoulders cracked, his skin tore. He couldn't help but whine. Screaming made things worse, but he couldn't avoid the noises that were forced out of his throat. End flashback. As if struck by lightning, Harry was dragged away from the memory by the distinctive hiss of Parseltongue. Harry, my hatchling, remember where you are. You are safe now. The past is over and those fucking muggles are out of your life. You are in the manor with me, Severus. Blaise and the others. Wake yourself before you give Severus a heart attack. Harry recognized the voice immediately and his eyes flew open. His vision was blurry and he couldn't fixate on anything. Riddle's face appeared directly in front of him and he blinked repeatedly to force it into focus. Marvolo, what happened? Harry asked, unconsciously slipping into Parcel himself. Marvolo smiled, only slightly strained. You were sleeping on your mate and began to sound pained. You wouldn't wake and were trying to injure yourself. We assumed you were having a flashback. Now, you may wish to revert back to speaking English before you cause young Zabini to have an aneurysm. Harry nodded slowly before looking away from Marvolo. When he'd changed from Riddle to his chosen name, he wasn't sure, but it felt wrong to continue with the separation. He looked up at Severus's worried face before pressing his head back against Blaise's chest. Are you all right, Harry? Severus asked softly. He nodded. It was different from a normal flashback. I couldn't work out how I got there, but then relived exactly what happened. There are various types of flashback, Harry, and your cognizance of it not being current, at least temporarily, could very well be a good thing. It means you're beginning to move on from the trauma, Marvolo said gently. Harry sighed. It didn't feel like he was moving on from fucking anything. Blaise tightened his hold on Harry's hands and crossed them tightly, pulling them closer than physically possible. Severus smiled sympathetically. Nonetheless, I think we've all celebrated enough today. Time for bed, Marvolo continued. We can talk more in the morning. Feeling drained, Harry allowed Blaise to haul him to his feet. They mumbled their goodnights before heading up to their room. Solutions, the end of Yule arrived, but Harry barely noticed. He was distracted and absent from everything since the flashback on Christmas Day. He ate and looked after himself, but it was mechanical and silent. He knew that everyone was worried but couldn't quite get himself to snap out of it. Something had broken in his head when the flashback had occurred. He couldn't even understand what had triggered it. Blaise, after getting frustrated and upset with his listlessness, had been pulled away by his mother, leaving Harry alone in a random parlor. He only knew he was near the rear of the house by the view from the window. He wasn't even fully aware of when he'd arrived in the room. It was there that he was found by Malfoy Jr., but even that wasn't enough to spark his survival instinct. You know, it's incredibly embarrassing being shown up by you. We hate each other, and I thought that was mutually understood. Yet you go and get me a Christmas gift despite the mutual loathing, without giving me an opportunity to reciprocate, Draco sneered. I was shown up in front of, not only my parents, but also the Dark Lord. If I wasn't still forcibly Muggle, I'd demand a duel, so what gives? Harry didn't respond. He just stared out of the window, watching the minimal activity simply because his eyes were open. Draco stepped in front of him, and clapped loudly in front of his face. The blonde snorted. No wonder that father is concerned. You belong in the Janus Thicky ward. What could possibly be so wrong that you go catatonic? He blinked. What could be so wrong? Being used as a slave by the Dursleys, as a punching bag by Vernon and Dudley, a child porn star by Marge, the glorified boy who lived or the next rising Dark Lord by Hogwarts. Stripped of his identity by potions, forcibly orphaned twice, being treated as a freak, being forced into relationships with two people he barely knew simply because magic would kill him otherwise. Being groomed by a pedophile. Having bones broken by the Dursleys and left to set wonky. He took a deep breath and briefly glanced at Draco's face. He looked vaguely horrified and Harry could only imagine he'd accidentally spoken aloud. He mentally shrugged before looking out the window again. It was a few moments later that Harry realized the extent of his faux pas. His stomach felt like lead and a stone the size of Hagrid formed in his throat. What had he done? He'd given Draco Malfoy, one of his only rivals with access to him, so much ammunition against him. Feeling drained and pathetic, he curled up on his seat and buried his face into the pillow. Maybe it would succeed in smothering him, Draco Pav. In the aftermath of Pot, Harry spilling his guts about his real past, he sunk down into an armchair and stared straight ahead. Being shown up by him no longer seemed all that important. Besting him, making him seem stupid, or ridding him from his house, held no further appeal. No wonder the adults in Blaze were so protective of him. He had faced things nobody ever should have to, especially not a child. A shudder ran down his spine. He couldn't imagine half of what he'd been through. In all honesty, he really didn't want to. He did not envy Blaze or his father in dealing with such a damaged and sensitive mate, especially not when it came to the pedophilia. That would inevitably leave its mark on any future intimate relationship. Draco frowned. He didn't think his father even had a friendly one with Harry. How would that work out? Blaze at least had a somewhat friendly, if incredibly platonic, relationship with Harry. They were with each other most of the time and slept within the other's presence. But his father? The two were barely ever in the same room, let alone exchanging anything verbally. His father had given him the bonding promise bracelet, but Harry hadn't seemed to register it as anything beyond jewelry. A glance showed that he wasn't even wearing it, despite wearing the other items he'd received from the Zabinis and his fathers. He sighed. He loathed to think of what his father had done to cause such a rift between them. He also pitied his father, knowing that the man would be struggling constantly with the urge to feed his creature, especially with such close proximity to his mate. He was also glad to be in the dark about his own predetermined future. He wasn't looking forward to the potential complications of having to marry someone when he wasn't entirely sure he was human. He shook his head. No point thinking about it. The door opened and Blaze instantly narrowed his eyes at his presence. His gaze shot to Harry, before looking back at him, a warning of punishment clear within them. Draco watched as his former dorm mate hurried over to the other's side. "Harry," Blaze said gently, shaking Harry's shoulder. "Come on Harry, wake up." The Gryffindor barely reacted, just shifted slightly away from Blaze's hand. The routine was repeated a few times until Harry released a low growl. "Sleeping. Go away," Harry snapped, voice muffled by the sofa cushion. Blaze shot a glare at Draco before summoning Dippy. A request was sent to Snape and it took less than a minute before the former professor stormed into the room. He sent a brief suspicious glare Draco's way before heading straight over to his son. "Harry, it's time to eat. You can go back to sleep after." Again the request was ignored and Draco shrank back as two very frustrated gazes turned on him. "What did you do, Draco?" Blaze demanded. "I didn't do anything," he replied. "Mr. Malfoy, I strongly advise you tell the truth," Snape added, the threat blatant. He scowled. "I already did. I haven't done a damn thing to him. I came in here planning to get back at him with words since I've been muggleified, but he started spouting his life story. I couldn't, nobody deserves half of what he told me." Snape marched over and left him no choice but to look him in the eye. "Show me what he said." Draco jerked back. "I think not. I don't know what he's told you and, whether he meant to or not, I won't reveal what he told me. That's an invasion even I'm uncomfortable participating in." Snape frowned before pulling back and returning to Harry's side. This time, he didn't try to rouse him. Instead, he simply scooped up his son and left the room. Blaze headed towards the door but hesitated on the threshold. "Don't play games with him, Draco. He doesn't deserve that." Without being offered a chance to defend himself, Blaze left, leaving him feeling frustrated and uncomfortable. Having finally come to grips with what Harry had told him, and realizing that the brunette hadn't actually planned on it, he decided to seek out his father. He was nosy enough to want answers as to why they had such a massive rift. Draco knocked on the office door and entered slowly. His father was sat behind the desk glaring at some parchment. "Hello father," he said. "I can safely say that glaring doesn't actually change what is written on the parchment. I tried various times when completing herbology homework." Lucius glanced up. "Draco, what do I owe the visit?" Silently taking a seat opposite his father, He tried to think of a way to ask without seeming judgmental. With a sigh, he realized that was impossible and glanced down at the desk. I had an unexpected discussion with Harry. It was less of a discussion and more of a blurted revelation on his part, but alas, it got me thinking. You and Blaise are both his mates, and yet I have no real relationship with the boy. I'm well aware, Draco, and it's not something I'm proud of. Nor is it something I can easily correct, Lucius replied. But what did you do? Lucius exhaled deeply before leaning back in his chair. I acted incredibly foolishly over an incredibly insignificant cause. Understand, Draco, that I regretted my actions the minute I'd performed them. He stopped talking, and when he remained silent for a few minutes, Draco bit his tongue to prevent demanding an answer. He could see how uncomfortable his father was with the line of conversation, and, no matter how nosy he was, he couldn't bring himself to demand such sensitive information from his father. Draco, at the end of your second year, I went to demand Dumbledore remove himself from the school. It was there that I ran into Harry. For reasons we are yet uncertain of, he believed he was doing Dobby a favor by tricking me into freeing him. I'm ashamed to say that in a fit of anger and frustration, I attempted to take his life. Dobby stopped me from succeeding, but the damage was done. Draco blinked at his father. He'd attempted to kill his mate. How were either of them alive? He frowned. That was a genuine concern. Especially since Harry had clearly been awoken as a creature. The relationship with Blaise was semi-functional and could relatively easily be consummated, but his father. How do you plan on fixing it? Lucius huffed. I don't know. I've been informed that despite being the dominant, I will be unable to penetrate during consummation, and yet I am unaware of any alternative. Draco's frown deepened. I believe the answer lies in the family history. Father, was there not a female Malfoy several centuries ago? It wasn't her husband she was mated to. At this, Lucius shot to his feet and darted to the bookshelf. He whipped out the family grimoire. He flicked through the pages until he found what he was looking for. A pleased smirk crossed his face before he looked back at Draco. Thank you, Dragon. I hadn't thought to look at it from the sapphic relations side of things. Granted, we have very few of those of which to speak, but nonetheless, you have helped greatly. Now I simply need to assure both Harry and Mr. Zabini that I have no intentions of harming my submissive. Harry Pov, he didn't want to talk to anyone. He didn't want to admit he'd done something as stupid as reveal his weaknesses to his arch-rival. He curled up on the bed he'd been placed and buried his face in the mattress. He could hear Severus and Blaise discussing him and Draco, but they both appeared to be going around in circles. The door opened and the discussions stopped. The both of you, go and eat. I will deal with Harry, Marvolo said. He'd left no room for argument, yet both of them tried to, but Marvolo wasn't swayed, and within a minute, it was just the two of them in the room. I don't understand why you would reveal all to Draco, Marvolo said, yet it seems to have done some good. Curiosity got the better of him and Harry turned his face to look up at the man. Marvolo sat on the edge of the bed. It seems to have given the young Malfoy a conscience of sorts for a start, Marvolo continued. But also, he has given Lucius the answer he needed about your consummation issue. Harry froze. He didn't want to think about that. He didn't want to discuss it with Marvolo. A hand settled on his head and stroked his hair gently. It doesn't mean anything has to happen yet, Harry. It simply means that Lucius no longer has to top you in order to complete the bond. Neither of your mates are required to penetrate you. You never have to deal with that again. Despite himself, Harry shuffled over and hid his face in Marvolo's thigh. He needed the comfort but didn't know how to ask for it. The need to ask was solved by Marvolo lifting him up and cradling him on his lap. Harry buried his face in his parents' chest while allowing himself to be soothed by the repetitive strokes along his spine. He didn't know why, but he wanted parental comfort from Marvolo, but he wasn't going to fight it, not anymore. Harry Potter is dead. He never existed. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry Potter is dead. He never existed. He felt strange. Since turning to Marvolo for comfort, he was almost craving the man's company. That's not to say he no longer wanted to be around the others, but something was drawing him to the Dark Lord. It wasn't until he slunk into the man's office, silently as to not disturb him, that he understood what he was after. He couldn't help but notice the perfect glamour he wore over his creature features, one that never flickered unless he wanted it to. He was craving that same level of security. It's customary to knock, Harry, Marvolo said without lifting his head. I wasn't trying to disturb you, Harry replied quietly. Understandable, however your mere presence is a distraction to me, especially when it's clear that you're not entirely comfortable. Harry winced slightly, hating how much he projected his mental state. Marvolo placed his quill in an inkpot and folded his hands upon the table. What's bothering you? He sighed. I'm tired of using the bracelet. I also don't want to upset Severus, but I want to learn to hide my creature features and I don't think he will be able to teach me. Why do you think that? 4.5 years of potions lessons and I'm severely lacking in my skills. Either his teaching style clashes with my learning style or I'm thick as shit, but either way, I don't learn particularly well from him. Marvolo stood and rounded his desk, leaning against the front of it. You're not thick, Harry. Nonetheless, I can easily teach you to glamour yourself, if you like. Harry nodded and Marvolo conjured a mirror, then sat in a seat that hadn't been there before. A quick glance proved it was from the other side of his desk. Simply put, a glamour to cover our creature features, so to speak, is like placing a mask over one's entire body. A mask that is so skin-tight only those who know of its existence will be capable of seeing it. In Muggle terms, like a latex suit or cling film. Frowning at his reflection, Harry couldn't quite decide if the concept was confusing or if the idea that Marvolo, the Dark Lord against Muggles, knew what cling film was. Taking a deep breath, he tried to envision the second skin. Well done. Just allow the image to envelop your being. Picture how you wish to be perceived. Swallowing, he allowed his unspoken thoughts to take over. He allowed himself to lose Harry Potter and reform into Hadrian Slytherin. Hearing a soft gasp, he knew he had succeeded. He opened his eyes, having closed them during his visualization. He stared down his reflection. His hair was darker, an almost black-brown, with the vaguest of waves to it. His eyes had formed with 3 colors. The right was a deep mahogany while the left was marine with central heterochromia of crimson. His neck was longer and thankfully his nose had taken the form of Marvolo's. The wampus side had clearly taken some effect on his ears as the tips had a slight point to them. The one thing that was clearly Severus's was the eyebrows. The shape and color was an exact replica. Raising it slightly, he couldn't help but smirk. He turned to look at Marvolo and smiled weakly. The stunned expression quickly gave way to one of pride. Harry, it's Hadrian. Harry Potter no longer exists. He never did. I'm yours and Severus's son. It's time I looked it. Marvolo's expression brightened before he surged forward and hugged Hadrian so tight he could barely breathe. I'm not going to add on any pressure to you, so I'll simply tell you what was decided. When Severus became pregnant, he decided he'd prefer being called father, whereas I preferred the less formal term of dad, Marvolo explained lightly. Hadrian couldn't avoid the wince. What if I were to call you sire instead? I was indoctrinated to call James dad and that makes me uncomfortable. Marvolo nodded, pulling back. That's fine. I believe we discussed English-only options on the possibility that our children wouldn't know parcel. Hadrian chewed his lip for a moment. Do you plan on having more children? Or am I going to be your only one? That's a difficult subject I'd rather you not bring up with Severus. After we were cleansed, it showed that he had been fed an infertility potion. We are uncertain whether his capacity for bearing has been permanently affected. Did you want more than one? Yes. Both Severus and I grew up alone. We never wanted to leave our children to suffer in the events of our deaths. Then you were stolen and those plans just went to shit. Hadrian hugged his sire tightly and hoped to convey the depths of his condolences. While he never wanted to have children, he knew that having something you desperately wanted stolen from you was heartbreaking. Marvolo stroked his hair and hissed slightly in what could only be a snake-like variation of soothing whispers. Footsteps entered the office. Marvolo, have you seen? Who is that? Severus asked, sounding baffled. Hadrian tried to strengthen his resolve before pulling away from Marvolo and turning around. I think you were looking for me, father. Severus's eyes widened as he took in the glamour. Hadrian swallowed, waiting for the verdict, and relaxed minutely when Marvolo placed a hand on his shoulder. At least one of his fathers liked his human look. How did you manage to get my mother's genetics? Severus asked. Hadrian tilted his head puzzled before Severus explained the heterochromia. Hadrian shrugged. He hadn't tried to mimic his grandmother's genetics. He simply wanted to represent both of Marvolo's eye colors. I wasn't aware you wanted to learn how to create your own glamour, Har. Hadrian. He sought me out to avoid potential frustration between the two of you, Marvolo inserted smoothly. Harry Potter no longer exists. Before you stands Hadrian Prince Slytherin, heir to houses Slytherin, Prince, Gaunt and by default, Potter, Black. Hadrian frowned. Where does Prince come in? Severus approached, cupping Hadrian's face as he took a closer look. My mother's maiden name. I was claimed heir, given her dismissal from the family, as the only living son, until I became lord at my grandfather's death. You're my only child, which makes you my heir. Hadrian smiled, trying to ignore the elephant in the room. You look beautiful, Hadrian, and considering how powerful you are magically, I would be surprised if anything bar your own choice forced the glamour to drop, Severus continued. He couldn't help but squirm at the suggestion of his power and the compliment. It hadn't been his intention and it made him rather uncomfortable. Marvolo tightened his grip on his shoulder. It doesn't mean your mates are entitled to you, Hadrian. Your relationship only need go as far as you are willing to allow. Hadrian nodded, but wasn't entirely sure of the statement. It certainly hadn't been his choice before. They headed to lunch together and Hadrian couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't know what to expect of the other's reactions to his new look. He wasn't a vain person. In fact, his self-confidence was nearly non-existent, but that was after being abused and looking like a victim. Now he looked like the proper heir of his fathers, but he didn't know if Blaise would appreciate his new form, nor did he know how Lucius would react either. Not that the latter was overly important, at least not in their current situation, but for any future relationship having him be at least somewhat attracted to him would be beneficial. The rest of the household was already in attendance when they entered the room, Hadrian trailing after his fathers. His heart was hammering out a foreign rhythm and his palms felt clammy. What if they hated how he looked? He didn't know if he'd be able to change his glamour after his fathers loving it so much. Did you find him, Snape? Moony asked. No, Harry Potter is dead, Severus replied. What the fuck do you mean by that? Blaise demanded. In response, both Severus and Marvolo stepped aside so that Hadrian was revealed to the restroom. He smiled weakly at Moony and the werewolf smirked back. I told you so. Not as bad as you thought, huh? Hadrian shrugged. Guess not. What do you think? Moony gave him a thumbs up before sitting back in his seat to watch the others' reactions. Draco looked relatively straight-faced, if slightly surprised, while Lucius and Narcissa looked to Marvolo with faint confusion. The Contessa looked amused. My son. Hadrian Prince Slytherin. He's developed his human glamour, Marvolo explained. At this Narcissa nodded before smiling, whereas Lucius retained his pureblood mask of composure. It irritated Hadrian slightly but mentally shrugged it off as his gaze drifted over to Blaise. The phoenix had risen from his seat but hadn't moved beyond that. Hadrian locked down his urge to flee at the heat in his eyes. Slowly, he approached the table and took a seat beside Blaise, forcing himself not to react to the obvious discomfort of his mate. With his seating, food appeared before them and polite conversation resumed. Hadrian tried to eat and ignore Blaise, but halfway through he was vibrating with tension. He was so anxious that he all but launched out of his seat when a hand landed on his lap. You looked wonderful as Harry, Blaise whispered, but now you look, comme la stelle personificate. Hadrian, I am beyond proud to be your mate. He couldn't fight the blush that rushed his cheeks and quickly ducked his head, hoping to avoid further humiliation. He didn't know how to cope with compliments, especially not ones delivered so earnestly and in fucking Italian. Uccellino, do not embarrass your mate in public. It's rude, the Contessa chastised lightly. Hadrian felt himself flame further and desperately wanted to seek solitude to hide his shame. He was such a screw-up of a being. Breathe, Hadrian. Nobody here is judging you. They're simply admiring the strength and beauty within your true face, Marvolo said softly. I'm born male, I shouldn't be considered beautiful. Why not? Who decided that beauty was only allowed for those born female? Strength should be honored in women and beauty in men just as equally as their counterparts. Not to mention those who live somewhere outside the standard. Such as yourself and Severus. The both of you are as male as I am, and yet you possess body parts one do not. Now breathe, little snake, and calm yourself. Your mate meant no harm and you are safe here. He wanted to believe it, to trust his sire, but something was irritating him. Something niggling in the back of his mind, forcing his discomfort in the scenario. Somehow it was Draco that seemed to understand it and found an easy solution. "Father, don't you like Hadrian's glamour?" Hadrian froze at the simple question, but felt within his gut that it was precisely his lack of response that was bothering him. He clutched Blaze's hand and his mate stroked his thumb across the back of it. "Hadrian, you look wonderful, and it's a great show of intellect that you were able to master a glamour so swiftly. I myself took 3 months of daily practice to maintain my own without it fluctuating sporadically," Lucius replied smoothly. "Please don't misconstrue my lack of expression as a slight against yourself. I've simply never been one for public displays of affection." He nodded automatically but didn't feel reassured. He was also incredibly irritated by the fact that he was so bothered by not being wanted by Lucius. He hadn't wanted to bond with him anyway. He swiftly excused himself from the table and left. He hadn't managed to get very far by the time Blaze caught up with him. The other teen immediately wrapped him up in his arms and held him close. "It's okay, Hadrian. You don't need his approval. Everyone else has given it," Blaze whispered. "I know that, and yet it's still bothering me. It's these stupid instincts that don't stop. Merlin fucking forbid I have a mate that I'm not attracted to reciprocate the lack of attraction," Hadrian replied. "That's his loss. It wouldn't be the first time he's entered a relationship for reasons beyond his control. I can give you all the love you need, Hadrian." Hadrian buried face in Blaze's neck and relished in the freely given comfort. They stood there for a couple of minutes before the sound of footsteps had Hadrian peeking out to see the intruder. "Hadrian, I truly don't want to upset you with a lack of affection on my part, but I beg you to see things from my perspective," Lucius said pleadingly. "You are 15, the same age as my son, yet I'm expected to consummate our bond with you. I struggle to see you as my mate and not as a child, since you quite literally are one. I pray to Lady Magic that she allow you time to at least reach 16 before the oath you took requires completion." Hadrian could understand him, and the logical part of his brain that didn't even want to bond with Lucius fully agreed, but his instincts felt slighted and neglected. Blaze tightened his hold on him. "That is all well and good, but how do you expect said consummation will go if you continue to be the Ice Prince towards him? Hadrian has suffered unnecessarily already. Being forced into bed by someone who barely seems to tolerate him isn't fair. You hardly speak in his direction, let alone to him. Fair enough, you don't want to let yourself be attracted to him until he's old enough to consent, but you're not even his friend, and you were the one who desecrated your relationship with him in the first place," Blaze snapped. "It may come as a shock to you, Mr. Zabini, but I don't actually know how to bridge the gap I created. I wasn't raised to know how to understand and accept my creature instincts. I have no idea how to fix the damage I cause." Blaze went to continue his argument, but Hadrian had had enough of the conversation. He could understand both sides of the situation and didn't want further tension added to their twisted triad. He squeezed Blaze's arm and turned to face Lucius. "I don't think I fully know how to fix the rift either. I just know that your constant distance is giving the creature in me a fucking complex. The only thing I can think of would be for the three of us to spend time together. You and I to fix the bond, and Blaze to be there so that the need to run from you is less extreme. Not to mention, we will be bound together, even if the two of you aren't bound to one another. I would say with a chaperone too, but to be completely honest, I don't think there is another person who'd be neutral enough to." A shout from the entryway cut off his sentence, and Blaze wrapped an arm around him tightly. Lucius withdrew his wand, and silently they made their way towards the sound. At least Hadrian no longer looked like Harry or a creature. Not that he relished in associating with the dark force. Being forced to kneel in the entryway were two very familiar red heads that instantly set Hadrian on edge. They were held at wand point by Mooney and a dark-haired man that had appeared on wanted posters. Marvolo and Severus were stood before them, wands loosely held in hands and glaring. "Should have known. Snape wasn't with Dumbledore, Freddy," George said quietly. "I did know, Georgie. You just didn't listen," Fred replied. "Quiet," Severus snapped. "Just what in Salazar's name do the two of you think you're playing at?" The twins glanced up at their former professor before looking past him and straight at Hadrian. The relief they shared was palpable. He cocked his head to the side as he stared at them before slowly approaching, leaving Blaze stood beside Lucius. He knew his fathers wouldn't let any harm come to him, but he somehow knew that it wasn't what they were here to do. The twins remained silent as Hadrian approached, which he could tell infuriated Severus. "Why are you here?" Hadrian asked. "We wanted to make sure you were safe. Also, We stand by our investor. This war, the last, we've learned things about our family, ourselves and Dumbledore. We stand with you, Harry, even if you stand with him, they replied, bouncing between one another as they usually did. Hadrian bowed his head. Harry Potter is dead. He never existed. My name is Hadrian Prince Slytherin. Do you still stand with me? He waited with bated breath as Severus placed a steadying hand on his arm. Har! Hadrian, we stand by you just as we did last year and when the chamber was opened. Chaos reigns regardless of who wins, George replied. Besides, the light won't want anything to do with us when they find out what we truly are, Fred added, the smirk evident in his words. Hadrian lifted his head and nodded to Moony. The werewolf stood back and stowed his wand. The other man didn't react, waiting for his lord's orders, but the twins no longer seemed concerned. Come with me, Marvolo stated. If I deem your story valid, you may stay. Otherwise, your minds will be erased and you shall be returned to your family. Chapter endnotes come Lastel personificate like the stars personified Uccellino fledgling, baby bird. Weasley twins. Not, chapter notes see the end of the chapter for notes. Weasley twins. Not, Hadrian followed after the twins and his fathers to Marvolo's office. The walk was silent and tense, at least from his father's perspective. Hadrian himself was partially resigned to the possibility of losing his business associates, but was otherwise unconcerned. They wouldn't have turned up if they believed themselves unsafe. They entered the room and Marvolo rounded his desk whilst Severus posted himself by the door and Hadrian drifted somewhere between the two. The twins easily sat themselves on the visitor's chair, which was abnormally larger than usual. What could possibly turn two scions of the light's greatest believers away? Marvolo asked bluntly, his lack of tact proving how uncomfortable he was with the situation. Be at peace, sire. They were always the odd ones out among their siblings and seemed morally gray at the very least in the time I've known them. They're another that perhaps should have sorted Slytherin, Hadrian said, hoping to diffuse the tension before it truly mounted. Please keep your conversation English, Hadrian, Severus added. I do not like being kept unawares. Perhaps we can make this easier for you both, Fred said, glancing between the two adults. We would agree to veritaserum to prove our honesty, but a part of why we are here, we're unsure as to how safe that would be for us, George replied. Hadrian cocked his head. Why wouldn't it be safe? He glanced at Severus and the man looked somewhere between pensive and curious. I assume that neither of you are pregnant, nor do I believe you're allergic to any ingredients within it. Therefore I can only come to one conclusion, and yet, it is a solution that makes no sense with your ancestry being as it is. Severus's eyes were flicking between the two of them as if searching for the answer. That's just it, our ancestry isn't as clear as it used to be. We may have purchased a low-level truth serum from Nocturne and there's a possibility that Arthur's tea got spiked with it. Funny thing is, he began acting as though he was drunk and spewing this tale of woe. Only, he wasn't the star of the story. He was harping on about how Gideon Pruitt, his dearly deceased brother-in-law, burdened him with 2 additional mouths to feed when he died during the First War against Lord Riddle. He said he'd never wanted more kids, that he'd had enough with 3, but Molly insisted. She regretted it about a year later though when, apparently, a creature showed up on their doorstep demanding to see us. He wouldn't tell us what it was or even if they were male or female, but it's made us wonder if perhaps we aren't as human as we thought. Hadrian approached Marvolo's desk and leaned against his sire's shoulder. Well, there is an incredibly simple way of finding out your genetic makeup. I mean, did you really think I would just accept someone's word that I was the son of these two? George smirked slightly. Really? You didn't jump at the chance to be the son of someone who'd tried killing you? Or who made your life miserable? Tell us it's not true. He rolled his eyes. Woe is you. Go to Gringotts. The goblins can do an inheritance test on you. Can cleanse you of anything stopping your true life too. Before the twins could respond, Marvolo placed his hand on the desk. On the other hand, there is a potion and spell combination that does a similar thing. It simply ends up being less financially involved than the goblins reveal. Hadrian frowned before understanding his sire's hesitance to let them leave. If they were acting as informants, leaving would give the opportunity for them to tell Dumbledore or any of the others where they were hiding out. He glanced over at Severus, who looked contemplative. The twins turned to look at him too. I can provide you with the potion within 3 hours, but I wouldn't trust myself to cast the spell. It is draining and requires complete understanding of Sanskrit to cast correctly, Severus explained slowly. Fred looked back at Hadrian. Would you trust his lordship? Hadrian wanted to reply immediately in the positive, but he knew nothing of the spell or its effects on a person. He turned to his sire and raised an eyebrow in question. Marvolo mirrored the action. Are there any consequences for them? Why is father so hesitant to cast himself? He wasn't lying about it requiring complete understanding of Sanskrit. His knowledge is above average, but not slight deviation from this spell could prove fatal. I began studying the language 2 years after leaving Hogwarts. As for consequences, they will be tired and there's a slight possibility of passing out, but it won't cause any long-term concerns, Marvolo replied. What if they are part creature? Would there be side effects then? Marvolo shook his head. No creature I know would be negatively impacted by it. Since I strongly doubt they're an amalgamation creature like Lucius, they should be safe. He nodded before turning back to the twins. I trust Marvolo with this. He won't do anything to harm you through this spell. The results of which and your actions following it are another matter altogether. Shall they proceed? The twins shared a heated glance that Hadrian associated with them having a silent discussion, before nodding their agreement. Hadrian followed Severus down to his lab. He made as little noise as possible in the hopes of being ignored by his father. He wanted to watch the man while he brewed. He needed to see if the passion made the man different. He knew that his father was good at potions and that inept people annoyed him, but he hadn't ever seen him enjoy it. They reached the lab door and Severus seemed to realize he had to tag along. Hadrian, I am not the best of company while brewing. I get lost in what I'm doing, he said. I don't need conversation, father. I just want to see you in action. There's got to be a reason you're the youngest potions master around, Hadrian replied. Very well. I ask you not to touch anything other than the chair you sit on. Several ingredients are either illegal or toxic without the proper preparations. I have little concern over there being an undesired result from the potion, but on the off chance, I want you seated as near the door as possible. Do you understand? He nodded. Oh, how Hadrian had underestimated the passion his father had for potioneering. Each ingredient prepared or added, each stir, was a calculated dance that he was determined to win. The second the potion shifted in color, smell or viscosity, Severus was taking the next step, refusing to be led into failure. When the potion was finally completed, Hadrian knew he was grinning like an idiot but couldn't quite bring himself to control it. When Severus looked up at him, it somehow got unbearably wider. What has you smiling so much? You were in a competition with the potion and won. I can see the enjoyment of brewing in every slight movement. It's wonderful to see and makes me completely understand why you loathe teaching it so much, especially to the mid-years. First years could be passed off as ignorant or confused, and Newt students want to be there for one reason or another, but the mid-years, unless they actually care about potions, would just allow their ingredients and your time to be wasted. I'm glad you're free now. Severus smiled back. Thank you, Hadrian. I shan't be fully freed of it, but yes, being away from masses of deliberately ignorant children is a blessing. Hadrian frowned. Why aren't you free of it? I shall be the one teaching yourself and Mr. Zabini. Marvolo will be tutoring the two of you in defense, dark arts and transfiguration. Mooney shall handle charms and history of magic. Narcissa will provide extensive astronomy lessons along with basic healing. Last but not least, Lucius will give you a rundown of Wizengamot etiquette plus herbology. The Contessa has agreed to continue Mr. Zabini's education in runes. We know you took care of magical creatures, but we are limited in what we can teach of that beyond how it corresponds with defense. Sire is teaching transfiguration. I would have thought he loathed the subject since Dumbledore taught it while he was in school. Severus smirked. Ah, but he aced the subject purely out of spite. Teaching you is further mocking of Albus. Anyway, I imagine the twin terrors are agitating Marvolo by now. Let's go and see if their concerns can be assuaged. The heritage ritual was remarkably simple from an observer's perspective. To him, the twins simply imbibed the potion before Marvolo cast the ancient spell on them. Aside from the palest of blue lights appearing, it didn't appear as though anything were amiss. At least, not until the spell took hold. The twins flopped back in their chairs, eyes rolling back before closing completely as they lost consciousness. Marvolo himself staggered where he stood, skin abruptly clammy from exertion. Severus wrapped an arm around his waist before lowering him to sit on his chair. He took Marvolo's still-wielded wand and tapped a blank square of parchment. Words flowed out, thankfully for Hadrian in English, and wrote. Frederick Gideon Pruitt, born of Gideon Pruitt and Nastalia Juarez. Adopted by Molly Weasley née Pruitt and Arthur Weasley firstborn. Co-heir to the Pruitt lordship, creature status half duende, partially blocked, loyalty potion administered twice yearly. Memory blocks George Fabian Pruitt, born of Gideon Pruitt and Nastalia Juarez. Adopted by Molly Weasley née Pruitt and Arthur Weasley, co-heir to the Pruitt lordship. Creature status half duende, partially blocked, core damaged. Loyalty potion administered monthly. Hadrian stared at the paper and felt ill. They had been lied to regularly and had been denied their true heritage completely. He wasn't sure what a duende was, but they were more creature than he was. He looked up at Severus, who'd also been reading, and he grimaced. This will not be easy for them to deal with, Hadrian. Not if the potion is geared toward the Weasleys as I believe it to be. He nodded. It will make them want to break things and plot the biggest revenge prank you could imagine. Is this how you felt when the truth was slapped across your face? Worse, Hadrian. I wanted to crawl into a hole and die from what I'd lost. The time I would never get back. Hadrian hugged his father tightly and waited for the twins to awaken. It took several minutes for Fred and George to wake, and in that time, Hadrian had contemplated taking their wands and Marvolo had cursed Dumbledore's name in several languages. His excuse had been that he'd been framed for the Pruitt twins' murders, but he'd had nothing to do with it, nor had any of his minions. George woke first and immediately scanned the room for threats. He then scowled at Marvolo and Hadrian in that order. I thought you said he wouldn't harm us, George groused. Hadrian shrugged. He didn't. It was backlash from the spell that he warned me could occur. There was no point in either of you knowing, since there was no way to avoid it. The ginger rolled his eyes before prodding Fred in the neck. It acted like an instant wake-up switch, and Fred jerked forward on high alert. How hex happy are the two of you? Marvolo asked. George raised an eyebrow. That depends. Hadrian gave a weak smile. He means, the results are going to piss you off and wants to know if taking your wands will prevent you from trying to enact revenge immediately. It took another silent conversation before Fred handed both wands to Hadrian. It was then that they were past the parchment with their results, and both grew dangerously still. Like predators preparing to pounce. Hadrian slowly hid the extra wands behind his back and stepped further away from them on the off chance they tried to take their wands by force. Severus stood directly in front of the door, wand loosely held in hand, ready to stun the both of them should it be required. Several incredibly tense and unbearably silent minutes passed before Fred stood up. He looked directly at Marvolo and his face was full of fury. I have one question and I want your honesty. Did you or any of your Death Eaters have anything to do with the death of Gideon Pruitt? Marvolo withdrew his wand and aimed it upwards. I so swear it, neither I nor my minions bore any partaking in the murders of Gideon, nor Fabian Pruitt. We were blamed for an action we saw no reason to act upon, as they were firmly gray and didn't fight on either side. Green sparks left his wand and Fred's fury tripled. George took his hand and squeezed it tightly. We want the fucking potions purged from our systems and to know if there is a way to unlock the memories that have been tampered with, George all but whispered. Not to mention, is there a way to fix my core, or will it forever be broken? Hadrian's heart tightened at the childlike fear in his voice. He understood perfectly well what it felt like to feel completely ruined by someone else's actions. His damaged soul and ridiculously short stature for obvious examples. He glanced at Marvolo. The Dark Lord sighed, leaning back in his seat. The memories will need to be sorted by the goblins. Severus can provide you with a purging potion each. As for the damage to your core, Heir Pruitt, I cannot give you a direct answer. It would depend entirely on the cause and the extensiveness of it. I truly wish I could give you a more reassuring answer, but, without further testing to ascertain the severity, I'd be risking your life to try any cures. For the right price, the goblins could provide you a more intensive procedure, but they would require their own proof of your Pruitt inheritance before allowing you to pay them from it. Hadrian didn't even have to consider it before offering them the key to the Potter vaults. He didn't care a whit what happened to that fortune. Not after accepting who he was and what they had been. Fred, still fuming though he was, offered him a weak smile, and George looked truly grateful. He returned their wands and Severus escorted them out of the building. Hadrian looked at Marvolo and raised a curious eyebrow at the scheming expression on his sire's face. Chapter Endnotes. Duende. Small elf-like creatures with a moral draw toward mischief. Myth from various Spanish-speaking countries. Varying interpretations, so artistic license is used. Tres Duende Roto. Chapter notes. Tres Duende Roto. 3 broken duende. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Tres Duende Roto. The room filled quickly with more creatures than Hadrian could even name. Mooney stood on the edge of the room while several other werewolves were spread amongst the crowd. He saw at least 3 vampires as well as what appeared to be a part mermaid. Hadrian had removed his glamour, as per his sire's request, and stood slightly behind Marvolo's throne. Not that it was currently occupied, but one didn't give the impression of power without being willing to prove it. Marvolo himself was eyeing the room, as if searching for a particular face amongst the crowd, before the doors closed with a final click with the arrival of the Contessa, Lucius and Blaze. Several creatures eyed Lucius with a certain level of disgust before looking back at their lord. "Good evening, my fellow humanoids. I'm sure you're uncertain as to why I've asked you all here, with many of you being natural enemies and without the power of your people behind you. I can assure you all, no blood will be spilt tonight. Each of you that has been called is the leader of your various peoples, and I have a very simple request of you all. I want information about a very specific duende. I, of course, mean no harm to them unless my hand is forced, but I can also understand your hesitance to divulge what could potentially be very harmful information to the masses," Marvolo said clearly, his natural charisma filling the room. "Due to this, if any of you have information, I would like you to come with me to my office so that only those who require the knowledge may discover it. Have your fears been assuaged?" A low murmur rippled through the room before, what Hadrian assumed, a vampire stepped forward slightly. "What purpose do you desire the mischief maker for, my lord? They very rarely involve themselves with human politics." Marvolo bowed his head. "An understandable question. The reason for locating this duende is not of a political matter. In fact, I have hope that I may be able to reunite a family should I be able to locate them. They were torn from their offspring simply because the forced orphans were handed over to creature-hating Wixen. I intend to right that wrong if possible." This seemed to ease the growing concern amongst the creatures, and the vampire who had spoken asked for the name. When Nastalio's name was said, a different creature, of which Hadrian couldn't identify, locked its sickly gray gaze onto Marvolo. "Your attention is required, sire." The gray eyes near the far wall hardened when you spoke the name, Hadrian said quietly, knowing that the Parseltongue would carry easily enough. "It is rude to speak about others without their knowledge," came the hissed reply, but not from Marvolo. Gray eyes had snapped his attention onto Hadrian instead and was staring so hard that Hadrian had to force back a flinch. Marvolo dismissed the masses when no further input was offered from any of them. Marvolo returned to Hadrian's side, squeezing his arm gently, and turned to face the other creature. "Salvador, it is nice seeing you again. Though I must say I'm surprised. You were never one for group situations." Gray eyes shrugged one shoulder. "It is difficult to handle social situations when, in order to speak in the correct language, I must remain staring at faces, which goes against my autistic need to look literally anywhere else. Your request intrigued me though, and clearly I was correct." Hadrian, uncomfortable with the prolonged stare, shifted to hide behind his sire. He hated attention. Marvolo chuckled lightly. "Hadrian, you have no need to fear Salvador. He means you no harm. He is simply socially challenged." Salvador screwed up his nose before sighing and looking at the wall. "Apologies, little lord. I got distracted by my own curiosity. However, my lord, you requested information on Nastalio's whereabouts. Am I to assume this surge of selflessness stems from your own reunion with your lost heir?" "You would be correct in your assumption, though having information that can be used against the light will be an added bonus. So, where can I find Nastalio?" It took several moments before the siren looked at Marvolo, the hesitation plain on his face. Hadrian took a step forward, his attention immediately flicking over, and he offered what he hoped was a reassuring smile. "I know it seems like a huge risk to give away such important information, but Nastalio's children, the twins, they're friends of mine, and they've only just learnt the truth about their parentage. They've been lied to as strongly as Nastalio was forced away. I can make an oath that Nastalio won't be harmed if that will put you at ease." Marvolo tensed at the suggestion of making a vow, but Hadrian was fully prepared to follow through. he would simply think the words through more carefully as to not leave it open. End it again. Salvador considered this for a moment before sighing and offering to lead them both through the flow. The siren seemed to take his presence as a guarantee of the missing duende's safety. The hovel they stepped out to, Reed, Marvolo and Salvador stepped, Hadrian flopped. Had Hadrian grimacing immediately. The walls were moldy, the floor caked in dirt and grime, stacks of letters and scrolls piled against every available surface. The air was stagnant and the general environment screamed desolation and decay. Salvador began explaining something to Marvolo, but Hadrian felt a pull in his gut that led him forward, into what could have been anywhere between the dining room, living room or bedroom, but the state of it made it impossible to identify. Backed into a corner was a frail, clearly malnourished humanoid. They were also filthy, and whatever creature features they did or didn't possess were impossible to distinguish. Hadrian held his hands out in a universal sign of peace and received rapid-fire Spanish in response. "Comprende inglés?" Hadrian asked, using the scant vocabulary he had of the foreign language. "Sí. Who are you?" "Nestalio. I'm a friend to Fred and George Pruitt. They came to me recently, with concerns about their parentage as they'd been led to believe they were just wizards. It was revealed that they are your children. With Gideon Pruitt. Their creature side was blocked, but it's been cleared from them now. I come here in peace, hoping to reunite them with you." The humanoid shook their head rapidly. "I cannot. It is too late for me. I shall be joining my dear Giddies soon. I don't know much about Duende, but I do know the twins. They thrive off family, with being around those they love and who love them in return. Learning of their true selves, it means that the family they believed they had, no longer exists. They've been cast adrift by the truth, and I sincerely hoped that you would be their anchor. Gideon, he's gone from this realm. Wherever he is now, there isn't any returning from, but he will be waiting for you now, 10 years or 500 years into the future. Your twins, they're here now, alive and lost. They could do with a parent who can teach them what it means to be Duende, just as I have with my family." Nestalio took a hesitant step toward him before stopping again. Without blending into the grimy wall, the Duende became clearly not human. Their eyes were pale yellow, skin, where visible through the dirt, a dark greenish color, and curled ram horns sprouted just above their ears. "You speak as if you understand such separation." Hadrian sighed. "I was taken from my fathers when I was an infant. I was sent to live with non-magical people who loathed my very existence. I won't go into details, but it's safe to say I didn't grow up knowing about my inheritance as a creature. Two, in fact. Or that I had two fathers. I've only been reunited with them for a month or so, and it has been the hardest but most rewarding month of my entire life. I know that Fred and George will feel similarly. They need someone who can help them integrate within themselves. I know you can do that. Besides, the hermit life doesn't work. You just lose yourself in any concept of revenge. The twins, they will love you forever if you help them avenge their father." Nestalio gave him a watery smile. "You are a very convincing child. I will come with you. I just hope you are right." Hadrian smiled back as he extended a hand. He wasn't to be put off by the lack of hygiene or cleanliness. He had dealt with far worse before. Returning back to the fireplace with the Duende in tow, Hadrian found Marvolo and Salvador waiting in conjured chairs. Marvolo offered him a proud smile before looking past him to Nestalio. "You will be safe with my people, Nestalio. We offer sanctuary for disregarded creatures so long as they do not oppose our future welfare. You have no concerns from me, Dark Lord. Your son made a very convincing argument, and I wish to know my boys," Nestalio replied. "As for you, Salvador, se supone que no la dirías a nadie en mi ubicación." Salvador shrugged slightly. "Técnicamente solo los mostré, lo siento." Hadrian glanced at Marvolo to see if he understood what was being discussed, but couldn't tell either way. After a short conversation in Spanish that Hadrian understood basically nothing, Salvador disappeared through the flames to Malfoy Manor. Upon returning, Marvolo summoned an elf to lead the Duende to a bathroom so that they could clean themselves up. Hadrian, on the other hand, left the adults to it, intent of seeking out Blaise. He missed him during the day's separation, and, despite the warning going off inside his head about the codependency of it, relished in curling up in the Phoenix's lap. His plan was swiftly thwarted upon crossing paths with his two, newly presented and deeply disturbed twins. They appeared to be drifting somewhere in the realm of autopilot, and Hadrian immediately grasped both their forearms. "Come with me," he said smoothly. He directed them ahead of himself into one of the many spare bedrooms and shoved them both into sitting on the bed. He took their dissociated states to review the changes made from the presentation of their creature half. Like Nestalio, they had ram horns below the ear but clearly smaller, while their eyes had shifted from brown to yellowish ochre. Beyond that, they were still similar looking, though their hair had shifted away from ginger by a few shades, making it more auburn. When several minutes passed of them staying deathly silent, Hadrian shook George's shoulder gently. Tears formed in the older twin's eyes, and Hadrian was momentarily startled. Never before had he seen either of them cry. "What did the goblins reveal?" George shook his head before pulling Fred into a tight hold at his side. This again spooked Hadrian, but he said nothing. "Did you know that duende aren't particularly good with babies? Not in the sense of being neglectful, but there is only so much mischief one can accomplish with an infant. To counter this, duende babies progress mentally and physically faster than a wizard does. Even with us only being half, we were speaking and running about by a year old. Full sentences and actual running, not whatever constitutes toddling at that age. It means, we witnessed our father being murdered and we understood what it was too." George spoke in a blunt monotone that twisted his guts into bows. They were cognizant of their father's murder. Hadrian swallowed hard. He at least only had to remember glimpses of the Potter's deaths. "The core damage I have, it is directly related. I woke up before Fred did. I saw more of what happened. I watched. Fabian was there. He tried holding off the cloaked figure that had broken in. He jeweled him. He fell to viscera expulso moments before Gideon entered the room. I don't know what held him up or why he wasn't there, but his immediate reaction to seeing his dead twin was to expose the killer's identity. Maybe he hoped to bring the bastard down or something. It was Dumbledore. The bearded prick didn't so much as give a second of warning or demand before besieging our dad with a whole manner of curses I've never even heard of. Gideon did well, but he got clipped by Defindo to the jugular. As he was bleeding out, he managed to remove Dumbledore's hair, maybe as an identifying thing or whatever. Either way, Dad bled out and the bearded pillock bolted. Dad crawled over to us. Fred was awake by then, and he held our hands. He promised that Nestalio would care for us. It was the last thing he said. The reason I've got core damage is because the memory was stronger in me than it was Fred. It was harder to hide, to tamper with. The bastards repeatedly ransacked my mind, trying to hide his nefarious behavior, all the while my core tried to protect me from it. I wasn't developed enough when the manipulations started, so my core wasn't strong enough to handle such vicious attacks. With each repeated mind fuck, my core was chipped away a little more. The goblins don't know of a way to fix it, but they suggested speaking to the Dark Lord. Hadrian, whatever happens, we want to be there on the front lines to take the bastard and his merry band of bitches down. Whether it's political, bloody or downright vindictive, we want to be there in the war, please. He surged forwards and hugged both twins tightly, feeling the damp patches forming over his shoulders as they cried. "You have my word that you will get your revenge for your family," Hadrian whispered, "as I'm sure your bearer will help too." He stepped back as he said that, and both twins looked almost shocked by the revelation. "Nestalio is currently cleaning themselves up. Apparently having your family ripped from you doesn't do much for one's mental state." They grimaced but nodded their understanding. Before anything more could be said, Lucius showed up. He offered the twins a room and told Hadrian that he was wanted by Blaise. At their dismissal, Hadrian left the twins to be housed by the Malfoy Lord. Chapter end notes. Se suponia que no la dirias a nadie mi ubicación equals you weren't supposed to tell anyone my location. Técnicamente solo los mostré. Lo siento equals technically I only showed them. I'm sorry. All translations are run through Google Translate. Any native or fluent speakers are welcome to provide more accurate translations. Enemies of the air, enemies of the air. A few days of near-perfect bliss passed, which should have been a red flag to Hadrian. He should have known that he wasn't allowed to be happy, especially not with how well he and his people had been getting on with their lives. He'd had quite a few almost enjoyable chill-out sessions with both his mates, and the twins had been thrilled to get to know their bearer, who in turn was swiftly recovering from their lack of mischief. Marvolo was rapidly amassing a solid army of both creatures and Wixen. So when the wards breached, it shouldn't have been a surprise, and yet, Hadrian almost immediately succumbed to panic. He lunged from the sofa, away from Blaise and Lucius, and rushed to the window. His heart was jittering in his chest and his glamour twitched against his skin. Various spell light was hitting the wards, forcing it visible, and Hadrian swallowed hard. Someone had come and they had inevitably come for him. Or, more specifically, who they wanted him to be. They'd come for Harry Potter. Blaise curled an arm around his waist and held him tightly. It's okay. Drop your glamour and stay with me. Lucius is known for being indiscriminate with his guests, so having creatures here won't be an issue and cannot be linked to the Dark Lord. Allowing his mate to take control, Hadrian did as bid and let his true self to be revealed. He was pulled away from the window and Lucius had gone already. Hoping to find the others, Blaise led Hadrian out of the room and ran into the twins. You have to leave, Hadrian blurted. Fred and George frowned. You promised us revenge. Now is not the time. They'll automatically link you to me and they won't leave us alone. Before either could continue arguing, Nestalio swept up behind them and put an arm around both their sons. I will protect my children. You will not be associated with them. Go find your fathers. Without being allowed to try and fight the decision, Blaise pulled him away. Hadrian whined with worry but didn't struggle against his relocation. They found both Marvolo and Severus as well as the Malfoy family within the entry hall. Standing on the front steps, was a man Hadrian hoped never to see ever again. He clutched Blaise's arm tighter and buried his head against his shoulder. Be calm, Hadrian. We will keep you safe, Marvolo said quietly. If he discovers who I was, he won't leave me here alive, he replied. I will help you leave alive, Hadrian. That man deserves no wins, Salvador said, appearing in a doorway but remaining in the shadow. Mr. Malfoy, this is quite the collection of guests you have, Dumbledore said, attempting to sound genial. Given that my wards have been attacked and thusly breached, it is hardly surprising that we have all gathered by the exit, Lucius replied coldly. I do hope this is a sanctioned infiltration, as I'm sure Emilia will be delighted to finally hand you your just desserts. Dumbledore's fake smile tightened and he released his magic by a degree. It was enough to make Hadrian want to leave. He didn't want to confront this man. He just wanted to hide in his room with Blaise. His phoenix, seeming to know this, forced him to turn around. Hadrian looked at Blaise's face and the phoenix gave him a reassuring smile. He cannot hurt you. I have a port key on my airship ring. If he tries, we will be in Italy within moments, Blaise whispered, his words only comprehensible due to their proximity. Mr. Malfoy, I have very strong reason to believe that you are in possession of a very particular teenage boy. A boy who abruptly vanished in the middle of the night shortly after the deaths of his poor family. Will you allow myself and the orders still stood behind your wards to search the premises voluntarily, or shall we do this the hard way? Instead of answering, Narcissa summoned an elf, in French rather than English, and had a very rapid conversation with it. The second it popped out of the room, Dumbledore's expression darkened and his magic flooded the room. In the blink of an eye, Hadrian felt an elf grasp his arm and he was popped out of the room. Hadrian staggered on landing and looked around. He didn't recognize the room and he was completely alone. There were no windows, no doors, and nothing that suggested he was even in, well, any building he recognized. However, before he could panic, two more pops of elf travel entered the room, bringing with them Blaise and Draco. Hadrian sagged with relief and threw himself at his mate. Relax, Hadrian, it's standard procedure for most pureblood families to have an evacuation plan for all heirs on the premises. The Malfoy one removes the heir to the oldest family first. Since Zabini and Malfoy are equals, we came second to you. Heir of far too many houses to sort through, Draco said quietly. Blaise lowered them into a chair and Hadrian buried his face. Where are we then? Blaise asked. Some undisclosed location on Malfoy lands. Nothing can trace us here and only a handful of Malfoy elves know the secret. What happens if the adults die? Thanks for that visual, Blaise. However, I'd presume that you would be sent to the Contessa while I would go too. I'm not entirely sure. Father has no close relations that I'm aware of, and Mother's family, well, they are a mess I'm unwilling to dive into. Primarily light, twisted individuals. The only cousin Mother ever spoke kindly of was Regulus, but he vanished during the last war. It's assumed he's dead. Hadrian looked up at the blonde, eyebrows furrowed. He was about to ask why he was rambling, but the pale face and jittery movements were all the explanation he needed. Despite knowing why they were there, Draco was just as panicked as he was. He turned around so that he was facing towards the blonde teenager. "They're powerful, Wixen, Draco. They're unlikely to get too badly hurt, and I know that Marvolo will force Severus away before he could be killed. I'm sure Lucius would do the same with your mother. If he didn't, well, I know Severus wouldn't allow you to go under ministry control." Draco gave a weak smile before flopping back in his seat, all sense of decorum forsaken. Hadrian laid back against Blaise and allowed himself to think less about anything happening outside the shelter. The three teenagers had drifted off into sleep when the telltale pop of a house elf startled them awake. Blaise tightened his grip and Draco glared at the little creature, while Hadrian just stared at it. "The heirs Slytherin Prince Potter Black, Malfoy and Zabini are to be returned to the manor now. The intruders have gone," the elf said briskly, a strange accent to its words. "Is anyone dead?" Draco asked immediately. The house elf shook its head. "No deaths, Master Draco, but Turn is not being allowed to tell the heirs more." A coil of dread wrapped around Hadrian's gut and he lunged at the elf, immediately being transported back to the manor. Marvolo and Salvador were waiting in the foyer as the welcome party. Turn left as soon as they'd arrived and Hadrian immediately turned his attention to his sire. The elf said nobody died but that they couldn't tell anything more. "Who's hurt?" Marvolo grimaced. "I need you to remain calm." "Why?" "Hadrian, in order to remove Dumbledore, Lucius had to maintain and increase the wards. It caused a magical backlash he couldn't sustain, even with his creature influence. He's currently in a coma." Hadrian didn't stick around to hear more. His body moved before he could think about it and he bolted through the manor toward the sick room. He'd only passed it once, as the entire point was for it to be isolated, but he recalled it perfectly. Especially when his skin felt too tight and he couldn't get enough air. His thoughts were no longer English but parcel. In the space of seconds, he was no longer human. Blaise paused when he and Draco were returned to the foyer, only the Dark Lord and the Siren were around. He frowned. "Where's Hadrian?" The Dark Lord sighed. "Lucius is comatose. Narcissa believes it will only last a week but he didn't linger long enough for me to explain that. He bolted too quickly for it to be standard." Blaise summoned an elf and had himself brought to the sick ward. At the entrance he stood transfixed by the sight before him. Hadrian had shifted into a complete creature and he was firmly in protection mode. He was 16 feet long and at least 2.5 wide. His wings were at least double his length and his fangs were fierce looking. He'd arched himself over Lucius's legs and was glaring at the doorway, daring anyone to enter. "Hey Hadrian," Blaise said softly. "Do you understand me?" The apathere hissed lowly and dipped its head, but that didn't give a confirmation that Blaise believed. Taking a hesitant step forward, he sighed in relief when the snake barely watched his approach, fixating instead on the doorway. Blaise took a seat beside Lucius's bed and slowly reached out to touch one of the beautiful wings Hadrian had. The feathers quivered at his touch but that was the only reaction. Shrugging slightly, he sat back in his chair and prepared himself to wait out an overprotective magical creature. A few minutes passed before anyone else approached the sick bay and Blaise was fully prepared to step in front of the fangs to prevent Hadrian from killing anyone. When Draco's face peered around the corner, Blaise tensed. Hadrian could either strike or allow his presence dependent entirely on how human his mind was running. As Draco took a step forward, Hadrian lowered his head and flickered his tongue in the blonde's face. Draco froze and stared at that giant snake which seemed to be the wrong thing as Hadrian leaned forward even more so that his nose was all but pressed against Draco's forehead. Blaise slowly rose to his feet, not sure if he'd get close enough to stop his friend from getting bitten but hoping he'd at least be able to heal him whatever damage occurred. "Hadrian, he's my father," Draco whispered, his voice slightly croaky with fear. The simple statement seemed to be enough as Hadrian pulled back and returned to his original defensive position. Draco exhaled heavily before sitting opposite Blaise and staring at his father's unconscious face. "I didn't know he had an animagus form," Draco said. "I don't think he does. I think he's almost completely been taken over by his creature side. He didn't register me as a threat but it took him confirming that you're Lucius's offspring before allowing you close. I imagine it's unlikely he's going to allow anyone else anywhere near him." Draco nodded and slowly reached to touch Lucius's arm only to flinch back at a warning hiss from Hadrian. The message was clear. He could be near but there was no touching allowed. Blaise could only imagine the fight that would ensue when Narcissa came around to check on her husband. The next set of visitors weren't as careful as Draco had been and earned a complete lunging threat from Hadrian, scarcely missing the front runner. The Dark Lord scowled at his son before seeming to compress himself into as tight a cylinder as possible. In an instant, he dropped forward in an even larger form of amphitheater, his scales several shades of green darker and his wings nearly the same length as the room. The two snakes began hissing at each other, sounding vicious and angry, and Blaise couldn't help but stare. He knew that Hadrian wouldn't stand a chance in a physical fight, but the impression he gave off was daunting. "What are they saying, Salvador?" Professor Snape demanded. Blaise looked over at the other visitors and smirked at the irritated look on the siren's face. "It's always parcel these days. It is not a language I'm fluent in, you know," Salvador groused before focusing on the snakes. "They're not speaking in functional English. Or, Hadrian isn't. It's more primitive and defensive. He's trying to get everyone away from his mates and offspring. Marvolo is attempting to defuse and control the situation but is failing to receive a rational argument." "Offspring?" Professor Snape hissed. "He views the Malfoy heir as Lucius's son, therefore the boy requires his protection. It's the creature in him. He's seeing the boy as an extension of his mate. There's no reason to be concerned for your son. Well, no more than needed for him having resorted to total creature blood, despite being deluded." Blaise frowned. It wasn't typical of a deluded creature to become the creature, but Hadrian was immensely magically powerful and had an insane amount of divine intervention messing with his life. For all any of them knew, a deity had a hand all over his life. Several minutes passed before the Dark Lord returned to human form, still scowling at his son, and glared at Salvador. "Do not mention him having offspring until he's a legal adult. Regardless of the context. I've lost enough of his childhood without you adding images into my brain." Draco snorted quietly, earning himself a deadly glare, before the adult visitors took their leave. Meals were delivered to Blaise and Draco via house elf magic. The blonde had attempted to leave the first night, but Hadrian had immediately shut that down. They'd been forced to transfigure their chairs into beds so that they could sleep. Hadrian, however, showed no signs of sleeping. He remained poised and ready to strike for 3 days straight. He didn't eat and didn't drink, and Blaise began to feel incredibly concerned. "I think it's to do with his past, you know?" Draco said, curled up on his chair. Blaise turned his attention to his friend with a frown. "What's to do with his past?" "His turning into an amphitheater. I think his magic found a way to protect his mind without having to fight his instincts." "You're going to need to explain yourself, Draco. I'm not able to think properly enough to keep up with your unspoken thoughts." Draco rolled his eyes. He cannot handle violence due to the crap he's had to face, yet he is a creature with the need to protect his mate when said mate is incapacitated. Even though he's submissive, it's still an overpowering instinct. So there needed to be a loophole, which is where his magic stepped in. I'm sure it's done so before, but it explains the odd circumstances around him turning into a creature. His instincts and memory become less human, meaning he's then able to provide the protection without further screwing himself up mentally. It made sense. It actually made a great deal of sense, especially without having any real evidence of anything to deny it. Blaise touched Hadrian's wing again and the feathers trembled. The snake gave a low hiss and his tail flicked out to wrap around his wrist. "Is that you telling me to stop touching your wings?" he asked. The hiss was repeated and Blaise smiled. He was glad that there was still some semblance of recognition, even with the creature in control. It was nearing the end of the 3rd day of Lucius's comatose state when the body beneath Hadrian began to move. Blaise was instantly on his feet, as was Draco, but the biggest shift was the giant snake. He somehow managed to turn all the way around, while remaining delicately arched off Lucius's body, and dropped his head toward the Malfoy Lord's face. "Do you think I'd be able to get Mother?" Draco asked quietly. Hadrian's hiss immediately refuted that idea, and Lucius's eyes opening slowly cut off any arguments. "Father, how are you feeling?" Draco asked. "I've certainly felt better," Lucius replied gruffly. Blaise raised an eyebrow. That was undoubtedly the largest understatement he'd heard from the man. It took several long moments before Lucius realized there was a snake atop him, and when he did, he frowned at it. "When did we acquire an amphitheater?" "He was living here for a while, Father. You really should recognize your own mate," Draco replied. Lucius's eyes widened, his focus hardening on Hadrian's reptilian face, And it seemed to be a trigger for Hadrian. He pulled his head back and his wings flattened against his body. He began to vibrate and in seconds, he'd shifted back to human form. "Awake, Sigurd," Hadrian mumbled before flopping over sideways. Blaise rushed to grab him and Lucius lifted a hand to try and stop his fall. Draco transfigured his chair into a bed and they carefully slid the now unconscious teen onto it. Blaise huffed a sigh. They really should have anticipated that. Recovery takes time. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Recovery takes time. His muscles ached. His throat was drier than Gandhi's flip-flop and his stomach was tight with starvation. He kept his eyes closed and hoped to go back to sleep, unwilling to deal with the aftermath of losing his humanity. "You should know by now that Mother always places a monitoring charm on her patients, Hadrian. She knew exactly when you stopped being asleep," Draco said, his voice aggravatingly loud. Hadrian grumbled his displeasure before turning his face into the pillow. "You had everyone worried, you know. It's atypical for someone to be capable of a full animal transformation without being an animagus. Especially one so aggressively not human in their thoughts and actions." He groaned and dragged his eyelids open. "Yes, Draco, I gathered my rapid, basically forced transformation into an amphitheater was fucking weird. There's no need to spell it out for me." He winced as his vocal cords rubbed together without lubrication and he closed his eyes again. Ruff didn't even begin to cover how he was feeling. Footsteps rapidly entered the room and he tried not to move. "Please tell me your symptoms, Hadrian," Narcissa said succinctly. He groaned again. "Use magic, you evil woman." "Well, you're human again at least. I would like to know how you are feeling beyond what is medically wrong with you, Hadrian." "Muscle ache, dry throat and my stomach feels like the start of summer with the Dursleys. Got a fix for that?" He was told to open his mouth and several potions followed by water were slowly poured in. In moments his throat was fine and his aches had reduced. "Those will lessen the worst of your ailments, but unfortunately the stomach cramping can only be resolved by eating again," Narcissa continued. "Now, up you get and head to the purple parlor. Lucius is waiting for confirmation that you're all right." Hadrian opened his eyes and sat up slowly, trying to ignore how much his stomach was bothering him. No matter how many times he had been starved, the first few weeks of it were always horrific. It was almost worse this time because he'd brought it upon himself. Draco offered a small smile and placed a bundle of clean clothes on his lap. "Mother forced Blaise to shower and change himself, which is why he's not here and I am." Hadrian nodded and eyed both blondes until they took the hint to leave him be. He changed clothes as quickly as possible without falling on his face, before exiting the sick bay. Narcissa had left completely but Draco was stood just outside the door waiting for him and Hadrian couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. What had he done while a snake? Was the blonde boy there of his own accord or had he been coerced into staying with him by Lucius or Blaise or a combination of the two? As they walked down the corridors, the silence between them unnerved him more by the second until eventually he stopped and stared at his former rival. "Why are you playing escort?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "I'm not. You haven't eaten in several days and likely drained a fair portion of your magic by doing the improbable. I'm making sure you make it to Father's side without collapsing." "That's literally being an escort service." "No, it's making sure that the equivalent of my step-parent doesn't injure himself. I'm a Malfoy, Hadrian. We protect family above all else." Hadrian wrinkled his nose. He hadn't even contemplated what he'd be classified as to Draco once the bond was consummated between himself and Lucius. The idea was wrong on so many levels to be a step-parent to someone just mere months older than himself. A shudder ran down his spine. "Do me a favor and don't ever refer to me as your step-parent ever again. You're older than me and it's just all kinds of weird. I'm Hadrian to you, no matter what." Draco smirked but nodded his acquiescence. Shaking off the disturbing concept, Hadrian hightailed it towards the purple parlor. Lucius was lounging in an armchair with a poof propping his legs up and the Daily Prophet as entertainment. Hadrian took a seat nearby and sagged into the cushions. "Here he is, father, all in one piece," Draco said, seating himself politely in another armchair. Lucius lowered his newspaper and cast a concerned look Hadrian's way. "So he seems to be. How are you, Hadrian?" He shrugged. "As well as I can be, I suppose. I don't really remember much, only that I had to protect you from basically everyone. That wasn't. It's not against some unwritten rule for the submissive to act like that, is it?" Lucius offered him an indulgent smile. No, not at all. It's actually quite common for the submissive to become an unstoppable force of nature when their family are endangered. I'm pleased to know I fall into that category, despite our past. Hadrian shifted uncomfortably and Draco provided the distraction of summoning lunch via house elf. Despite how hungry he was, he also knew that he couldn't eat too much too quickly. He picked at little bits of everything provided and kept his attention away from Lucius. He still hadn't reached a point of being comfortable alone with the man, even if technically Draco was in the room with them. Within a few minutes, the door was all but thrown open and Blaise rushed in, immediately sinking down in front of Hadrian. His eyes were bird-like and he looked incredibly on edge. Hadrian cupped his face and smiled reassuringly. I'm okay. I promise. Just need to eat. Blaise, seemingly grateful for having a task he could do, sat on the sofa beside him and nudged him towards his plate again. Hadrian had to suppress the need to purr contentedly, but happily leaned against his mate and began eating properly. Once they had finished eating, Harry curled up against Blaise and closed his eyes. He could feel himself slowly drifting off, but didn't fight it. He knew that 3 days of staying awake wasn't good for anyone. I thought his relationship had gotten better with you, Father, Draco said quietly. Draco, I did the unthinkable against Hadrian. The fact that he not only falls asleep with me in the room, but also completely transformed into his creature to protect me while I was comatose is a giant step towards a positive relationship, Lucius replied. You're still not anywhere near being capable of consummating, Father, which, given that he's completely creature at this point. Draco, it's not something we can rush, Blaise added. Pushing Hadrian too far, too fast could cause irreparable damage to his psyche and that's not a risk either of us are willing to take. I understand that but if the unfortunate happens and he runs out of time, what are you going to do? If that situation occurs, we will deal with it there and then. There is no use in fretting over every potential outcome when there is no way of discerning when fate decides that time is up, Lucius explained calmly. Now, if you're going to continue working yourself up over it, you can go elsewhere. Otherwise, you can join me in a game of chess. Evidently, Draco decided to remain as the soft sounds of chess moves filled the air and Hadrian fell deep asleep. It took a few days until Hadrian felt recovered, at which point the tutoring was sprung on him. Of course, he'd known it was coming, but it still felt sudden, especially the first time he walked into the makeshift defense classroom and found not only Blaise but Draco and the twins as well. Marvolo was stood with a faint smirk on his face at the front of the room. Wonderful that you're all now here, he said and silence fell. Not that there was much discussion beforehand but Marvolo drew everyone's attention immediately. Hadrian sat beside Blaise and smiled at his sire, knowing that the man was finally getting the job he wanted even if it was on a vastly smaller scale. He began the lesson explaining that, despite there technically being 2-year groups in the room, given the poor state of education while they'd all been in school, he was beginning with first-year knowledge and expanding quickly until he reached any point where they struggled. Hadrian grinned inside. While he'd always been good at defense, having everything explained from the beginning and properly would be infinitely helpful for his entire education. By the end of the 90-minute time slot, all of the students realized just how compromised their defense education had been. Even Marvolo looked disgusted by how little any of them had learned as he granted them permission to discuss as he changed his lesson plans over to Transfiguration. The twins crossed the room and crouched by Hadrian's desk, a look of confusion on their faces. Wasn't the Dark Lord possessing Quirrell in your first year? Fred asked. Hadrian nodded. He was and, to be fair, Quirrell Mort wasn't the worst defense teacher I've had. However, the stutter and general lack of magical knowledge I had contributed to my poor grades. Who did you have first year? George grimaced. Some ministry parchment pusher who worked in the Aura department. Bellamy something or other, I think. He was so dull, not to mention, a super easy target. He also loved handing out major point loss and detentions, Fred added. Safe to say, within 2 weeks of having him, Molly was fuming with us. Blaise snorted. I guarantee you deserved the detentions you got. You were nightmare students. Both twins huffed in mock offense. We were the epitome of perfect students. Hardly our fault we were blamed for any misgivings. Marvolo cleared his throat and the twins returned to their seats. Severus has informed me what you were like, Duende twins. Had he even suspected you weren't entirely human, I can guarantee he would have called you out on your creature behavior. Hadrian snorted before settling in for the transfiguration lesson. To say he was ashamed of his own skill as a supposed fifth-year wizard was an understatement. He evidently couldn't hold his wand correctly and didn't realize that the tightness in which you held a wand affected the spell you were attempting. By the time they were done, Hadrian felt close to crying in frustration. Marvolo gave them leave but held Hadrian back. Blaise hesitated but left with the others. Hadrian took the lack of peers as a chance to pull his feet onto the chair and bury his face in his knees. He felt so stupid and incapable. He was a disappointment to his incredibly powerful parents, and how Blaise could look at him knowing how thick he was beyond him. "Hadrian, look at me," Marvolo said firmly. Unwillingly and incredibly slowly, Hadrian lifted his head and flinched at the rage in his sire's eyes. "I distinctly remember receiving a beginner's guide to magic amongst my first-year book list. It explains most of what you're struggling with. Did you not read it?" Hadrian tightened his grip on his legs. "It wasn't included on my list. Not the one Hagrid gave me anyway. It could have been on the first one, but I didn't even get to open that before Vernon." He cut himself off before he could induce a flashback. The day he'd received his letter was not a day he ever wanted to relive. A hand fell on his shoulder and he froze, his mind not fully in the present. He blinked and focused on Marvolo's face, which was somehow at his eye level, and tried not to cry. Marvolo looked heartbroken, furious and irritated all at the same time. "They failed you, Hadrian. Everyone who was supposed to save you, protect you and raise you, they all failed you. You have such a brilliant mind and it was squandered so that a conniving old man could use you as his sacrificial pawn. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you from them. You deserved so much better." "I'm sorry I'm a disappointment," Hadrian replied. Marvolo cupped his face. "You are not a disappointment, Hadrian. You are a brilliant, wonderful, intelligent child and, if you end up being my only heir, it will be worth the pain of losing you all this time. But I'm so far behind everyone in every subject bar defense. How can that not be disappointing to you? Or to Father? You're both remarkable wizards and I'm not. Even average. You're correct in that your lack of knowledge is disappointing, but it is not from you. It is nothing to do with your lack of understanding, and entirely to do with the teachers you've had that failed you so entirely. I know you're trying hard to keep up, I've watched you the whole time, so it's not because of any lack of effort on your part as to why you're behind. I will have Lucius procure the beginner's guide for you to read outside of the classroom, and it should help you understand the nuance that any muggle-raised magical is typically provided. If after that, you still struggle, I can assure you now that both Severus and I will more than willingly provide you the needed tuition until you're up to speed. Do you understand?" Hadrian tried to look away as tears formed in his eyes. It felt so wrong for an adult to be so understanding about his failures, yet it was something he'd craved so badly his entire childhood. Marvolo scooped him up before sitting back on his seat. He wrapped them both in his wings and hissed soothing parcel nonsense. "My hatchling, you will never be punished for things outside of your control. Not by me, nor your father, and certainly by none of your mates. I won't pretend to fully grasp how poorly you were treated by the Muggles, neither will I even attempt to comprehend how none of the professors in Hogwarts could be so blind, but I will do everything in my power now to ensure the rest of your life is safe and loving. Do you understand me?" Marvolo whispered. "I want to. I desperately want to, but it's so against everything that's been ingrained within me. I need to accept what you're saying, but I don't know how," Hadrian replied. "There is nothing more I wish than to help you in this, my hatchling, but it is beyond my comprehension. Perhaps speaking with Narcissa or Severus would be better. Know that I love you, and every day you allow me to care for you is another day I cherish as much as the days I have loved your father." Hadrian burrowed his face into Marvolo's shoulder and hugged his sire as tightly as possible. He wished his brain would let him just be loved. To be the child of two parents who loved him and wanted nothing but the best for him. Yet it was all screwed up by 14 years of abuse and brainwashing. A knock on the door had him flinching, and Marvolo shifted his wings so that Hadrian was still covered but could be seen by the visitor. "Apologies, my lord, for any interruption, but it's time for the herbology lesson. Will Hadrian be attending?" Lucius asked. Before Marvolo could refuse, Hadrian nodded against his shoulder. "Yes. I'll bring him to the sunroom momentarily." The door closed softly and Hadrian lifted his head. Marvolo was looking at him, eyebrows furrowed with concern, and Hadrian offered him a weak smile. "No point in ruining even more of my education because I'm a nutcase. Could you speak to father and ask him about the psychology of my broken brain? Marvolo gave his agreement before they both set out for the sunroom. It was the one other classroom they were going to have, as it wasn't exactly feasible to have dirt and plants all over the place. Or, that was the excuse Lucius gave them. Hadrian honestly thought that magic would make things rather simple to transport, especially with elves doing the cleaning afterwards, but he'd been adamant. Just before entering, Marvolo placed his hands on Hadrian's shoulders. You do not need to compete with the other students, Hadrian. While of course any success you have will be praised, your other attempts will not be punished. Your father and I love you regardless, all right? Hadrian nodded before giving his sire a final hug and entering the sunroom. The students were milling around while Lucius floated pots and plants into place. Hadrian scuttled over to Blaze's side and leaned against him. The Phoenix wrapped an arm around him without breaking stride in his conversation with Draco. Fred and George raised an eyebrow each in his direction, and he gave a half-hearted smile. They gave him a cheeky grin before subtly tossing a stink bomb under Lucius's feet. It exploded on contact, and Hadrian immediately hid his face against Blaze's chest to avoid smelling it. The things had reeked as a human, so he did not want to find out how bad it was as a creature. Duende twins, you were warned about interrupting lessons, Lucius snapped. Ah, but the lesson hadn't yet begun. Honestly, you'd think loopholes were your forte by now, they replied, bouncing between each other, specifically to wind up the blonde. Hadrian pressed his lips together tightly to avoid laughing. He knew the twins still bore a grudge against Lucius and, while he was slowly making amends with the man, didn't blame them at all for it. Your friends are nightmares, Blaze whispered in his ear. Probably. Why else would I fund their hobby? Hadrian replied, refusing to lift his head. Let me make the loopholes disappear, Lucius said, clearly unimpressed. Both the sunroom and the classroom designated for all other subjects are out of bounds for any prank or activity designed to create mayhem or mischief. Am I understood? Yes, Professor Blondie, the twins replied. Chapter end notes. Poof equals footstool misguided excursion. Hadrian was bored. Between lessons, tutoring and daily life at the manor, a thick dullness had spread through his mind. It made concentrating near impossible, and it was making him frustrated. So, when he came across the twins planning an excursion to their shop, he convinced them to take him. Undoubtedly, in hindsight, he'd realized that leaving the manor without either of his fathers or even Lucius was a big mistake. Yet, in the midst of his mind dullness, all he could think about was leaving. You can come with us, Hadrian, after you tell someone where you're going, Fred said, arms crossed and unwilling to budge. Hadrian scowled at them before locating a bit of parchment and scrawling a note. He summoned an elf and sent the note along to Draco. Once done, he raised an eyebrow at the twins and they smirked before heading to the flow. George caught him on his way out of the flow in the leaky cauldron, but to his immense delight, it wasn't needed to keep him upright. I'm good. Apparently flowing isn't an issue anymore, Hadrian said cheerily. Let's get going before people start to stare. Fred looped an arm around his shoulders and led the way forward. As they walked, he couldn't help but look around. Without the persona of the bloody savior, he could walk in a straight line without being mobbed. Nobody cared who he was, and it was utterly freeing. As they passed Ollivander's, he couldn't help but wonder whether his wand would still work for him or if he could do with a new one. The twins stopped outside their shop and Hadrian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Have no fear, Hadrian, we've barely begun renovations. Picture this. Bright orange walls. Moving magic hat that produces and vanishes a rabbit on each movement, like the Muggles do. Tricks that go off if you spend too long in the doorway. Hadrian smiled. Sounds good. Can we go inside? In lieu of answering, Fred stepped forward and tapped the door with his wand, granting them entry. Stepping inside, he let his imagination run wild. He knew what the twins were capable of and, especially with their duende sides released, he could only imagine how prosperous the joke shop would become. He left the twins to conspire about shelf organization and wandered about the shop floor. A couple of boxes were stacked in the far back, warning labels stuck on all sides. The door to a workshop was propped open, seemingly random objects lying across a bench. He didn't dare touch them, knowing that they probably did something unpleasant. He was halfway up the stairs when he saw the first flash of light outside the window. He paused, checking to see where the twins were, before continuing upwards. It was easier to hide among the shelves up there than on the first level. He heard George mutter some kind of word around the door before the two of them headed up too. "Did you see anyone outside?" Hadrian asked. "No, but there's a commotion happening down near the leaky. It can't be good," George replied. "Reckon it's your dad's?" Fred asked, a sliver of hope in his voice. Hadrian shook his head. Severus would have been subtle and Marvolo would have just apparated outside the shop. Honestly, it feels like a Gryffindor attack. All out and full on. The twins grimaced. "Yeah, which is bad news for us cause it likely means it's the Order." "Order?" "Dumbledore's group. Molly and Arthur were discussing it over the summer. Full of Gryffindors and the occasional Hufflepuff. They can't possibly know you're here, surely. I doubt he knows who I am, but the two of you still look pretty similar when not in creature form. You both vanished from your aunt's control. He will want you back, whether to kill you or control you again. Plus, he knows you're friends of mine. He probably thinks you know where to find me." The sounds of fighting grew closer and the ward around the door was ripped down, making the walls shudder. Hadrian took a step behind the twins and they allowed themselves to return to creature form. "Forge? Gred? You here?" Hadrian frowned at the unknown voice, but George took a step toward the railing and looked down. "William. There's not a lot of time before the others catch up. Are you safe?" "Safer than we ever were." "Is Harry safe? More so than he's been his entire life." "Good to know. I don't blame you for leaving, especially not after the goblins told me about you being bound. Whether you're my brothers or my cousins, I love you both and want only the best. I'll be headed back to Egypt soon. Take care of Harry, wherever he is. I've got to." "Devil twins, you had better be keeping him safe," Severus's voice yelled. "William, I'm honestly surprised in your involvement." "I'm not involved. They just think I am. I wanted to make sure the twins were safe. Your lord has nothing to fear from me or Charlie. We have our own lives and so long as they aren't threatened by the Dark Order, we have no interest in getting involved." Hadrian took a step closer to George, using him as a shield as he looked down on the argument. Severus was stood in the doorway, wand drawn and vaguely aimed at the redhead down below. William had sheathed his wand and had his hands out to the side in a sign of peace. "Leave, William. Do not come back. The Dark Lord has little interest in the rest of the world. The twins will be in touch when it is safe for you to visit," Severus said, stepping to the side. The elder Weasley nodded before silently leaving the shop. The instant he was outside the door, Severus slammed it shut and warded it to hell and back. When dark eyes looked up again, Hadrian flinched back and hid behind George completely. His father was furious with him. "Down here. Now." Part of him wanted to refuse, to stay upstairs away from the fury he'd seen, but he wasn't stupid. It would be a dozen times worse if Severus had to come up to him. Stealing his nerve, Hadrian slowly trudged downstairs, coming to a stop a few feet in front of his father. He'd expected shouting, lecturing and possibly hexing. So when Severus closed the gap and tightly wrapped him in his arms, Hadrian had no idea how to react. "What in Merlin's name were you thinking? To leave a note with Draco is one thing. To leave him a note jinxed to knock him over, thereby slowing him down in telling someone, is just foolishness. Do you have any idea how worried I was? How panicked you made not only Marvolo but also Blaise and Lucius? You aren't Harry Potter anymore. You cannot go herring off on dangerous adventures without protection. If you were that desperate to leave the manor, we could have gotten you a guard of some description. Hadrian, you are loved and there are those of us who never wish to lose you again." Guilt washed over him and he hugged his father in return. "I'm sorry. I couldn't concentrate and it was so frustrating. I needed to get out and the twins were coming here anyway. I didn't try to hurt you." Severus tightened his grip before pressing a kiss to his hair. "Hadrian, my sweet boy, I know you weren't trying to hurt us. Your mind has been warped by the conditioning you've encountered to the point where things don't rationally process in your mind before you act. Your sire and I want you to see a mind healer. Perhaps not Narcissa, as there appears to be a deep level of conflict due to your past, but I'm sure there is another among our ranks. For now, it is time to go home. The Order are closing in on the shop and this was a recovery mission. I am not prepared for a fight." He nodded and tightened his grip, knowing that apparating was still the worst form of travel for him. "For the record, Nastalio wasn't impressed that you left them behind either. From what I gathered before leaving, The two of you convinced them you were headed to the library. I do not doubt you shall be receiving your own punishments later, Severus added. In a moment, they had left the shop and returned to Malfoy Manor. To his utter delight, apart from feeling a little off balance, Hadrian was absolutely fine with the common form of transportation. He grinned at the small win as he let go of his father. I don't get sick anymore, he cheered. Severus offered him a small smile. Likely because you are no longer being killed by potions and compulsions. I did say that neither I nor Marvolo have any issues with it. Hadrian chuckled slightly before remembering that he was in trouble. His happiness faded and he dropped his gaze to the floor. Guilt and frustration all mounted up inside him again, and he couldn't help but consider just what kind of punishment he was about to receive. It was the first time really misbehaving for his parents since the whole Chamber of Secrets incident for Yule. Severus pulled him close and released a low purr. The sound was like a balm on his soul, and he sagged into his father's embrace. Foolish cub. We won't hurt you for acting like a teenager. We love you and want you safe. Let us find your sire and he can tell you the same thing. Hadrian allowed himself to be led through the manor, paying no attention to where they were going. He clung to Severus's robes as though the smallest separation would take away all comfort provided. It wasn't until a barked command from Marvolo and a soothing warmth enveloped him that he realized they'd found his sire. Take the wolf with you if you absolutely must leave the manor, Hadrian. He would be more than happy to accompany you and it would keep you far safer. I cannot lose you again, Marvolo said gently, pulling Severus close and trapping him between the two. He turned slightly so that he could bury his face against Marvolo's chest and felt the tears leak out. He hated how emotional he was. He hated not being able to control it. He loathed being a disappointment to his parents. Oh, Hadrian, you have nothing to fear from us. You are our child, our firstborn, and there is nothing you can do that will cause that love to vanish. Especially not some misguided excursion into the public eye with two notorious redheads. You are a teenager and I am honestly surprised it has taken this long for you to rebel against being locked up, Marvolo continued. Hadrian wished he were a small child again so he could be held by his parents until he fell asleep, but he was far too old for such sentimentalities. Evidently his parents thought otherwise as he was slowly guided back to sit on a sofa and, while not in either of their laps, he was squashed so tightly between them that it was hardly any different. Marvolo kept an arm wrapped around him while he rested his head on Severus's shoulder. Did you find a suitable mind healer, Marvolo? Severus asked. Yes. I was speaking with him before you returned. His name is Evan Rosier. He's of creature descent, though at this point I'm not sure which, and has taken all vows of healing, including the right to confidentiality. Unless your life is in immediate danger, he cannot discuss your mental or physical health with anyone without prior permission. Will you speak with him, Hadrian? Sighing as he drifted off to sleep, he nodded. At least this Rosier person wouldn't be able to leak his private information for all to see. On the way to being healed chapter notes CW. Harry and Lucius kiss in this chapter. They don't go any further than that, but I don't want to read any complaints about it being underage. TW mentions of grooming, child porn, CSA on the way to being healed. Hadrian attended the mind healing sessions without complaint. He didn't think they were doing anything until he noticed that his Placidum Silentium potion was smaller than usual. He looked at his father with a confused frown. It was suggested that you may be getting close to not needing it, Severus replied. Don't worry, I wasn't told any details nor was I allowed to ask questions. Rosier simply informed me, as the one providing you the potion, that I should slowly start decreasing the dosage. Why would he think I need a lesser dose? Severus cupped his face. Have you truly not noticed how much you've improved? Your grades have drastically improved. You no longer react quite so severely when Marvolo or I inform you of a failure. And even more so, you no longer look quite so haunted. Your eyes are clear over 70% of the time. Even Lucius has noticed that you're no longer anxious to leave his presence without Blaise accompanying you. That couldn't be right, surely. He would have to notice if he was getting better. Severus pulled him close and kissed the top of his head. You will have to trust me when I say, you're absolutely improving, cub. Marvolo and I are so proud of you. Hadrian leaned into his father and sighed. He wanted to believe he was getting better, but it didn't seem like anything had really changed. He still slept with Blaise most nights and still had a lot to catch up in regards to his education. He didn't seek Lucius out any more than before. He absolutely still despised Narcissa for her interference. What would need to happen for him to see what others apparently already could? He pulled back after a couple of minutes and left his father to his brewing. He wandered the corridors, taking advantage of the brief respite in schooling to try and think of any changes he could see for himself. It wasn't until he stopped outside Lucius's office that he realized there was a way he could test the improvement theory. It also had every chance of setting him back big time. Shrugging, he knocked on the door. Lucius bid him entry but didn't look up from his paperwork. Hadrian didn't have an issue with that as it gave him the chance to gather his thoughts. He tried to decipher how he was feeling regarding the blonde, but his body wasn't giving him any kind of useful signals. Closing the door behind him quietly, he waited for the inevitable panic, but it didn't come. He frowned briefly before taking a step closer to his mate. Lucius seemed to realize that there was someone else in the room with him and looked up, seeming to be surprised by his visitor. "Hello, Hadrian. How can I help you?" "Hi, Lucius. I just came from my father." "Oh. Yes. He seems to be under the impression that visiting the mind healer has helped me, but I don't feel any different." Lucius frowned slightly. "I see. Would you like me to give you examples of improvements I've seen in you?" Hadrian bit his lip for a second before shaking his head. He rounded the desk so that he was stood by Lucius's side. "No, father attempted that, but it didn't help. I had another method in mind to try and prove to myself that I've gotten better. My only concern is that it has the potential to go incredibly wrong." The blonde pushed his chair back a little and Hadrian stepped into the space he'd made, perching himself on the edge of the desk. His heartbeat quickened, but not enough to worry him. Lucius's expression had cleared and he seemed reluctant to assume anything. Hadrian took a deep breath. "Will you kiss me?" he asked, forcing the words out quickly. Lucius raised an eyebrow. "What are you hoping to achieve with that?" "If you can kiss me without me having a panic attack, it will prove that I'm not totally broken." He held out a hand and Hadrian took it, trying to observe his own reactions but not noticing anything of use. Lucius's other hand slowly reached up and cupped his cheek. "You were never broken in the first place, Hadrian. However, if it will help you, and you're completely sure about this, I will kiss you." Hadrian nodded. "I'm sure." Moving slowly as if to give him time to decline, Lucius leaned up from his seat and kissed him on the lips. It wasn't an overly passionate kiss, but it was certainly enough to fulfill the objective. Hadrian leaned into his mate and tried kissing back with what little experience he had on the matter. Lucius was the one to end it by pulling back and pressing a kiss on his cheek. Hadrian could feel how flushed he was, but it certainly hadn't made him panic. If anything, he felt safer and more secure in his relationship with the man. He withdrew his hands before opening his arms, an invitation Hadrian happily accepted. He slid off the desk and sat himself sideways on Lucius's lap and curled up against his chest. He sighed happily as arms wrapped around him tightly. Finally, their bond was functional. "Can I stay here?" he asked softly. "Of course. I still have paperwork to file, but you can stay there if you're comfortable," Lucius replied. Hadrian hummed his confirmation and closed his eyes, finally realizing that he was on his way to being healed. He couldn't say how long he sat there, basking in the ambient calm, listening to the occasional scratch of the quill Lucius used, but eventually he realized that the writing and paper shuffling had stopped and he was once again held in two strong arms. "How long has it been?" he asked quietly, not wanting to break the atmosphere. Lucius gave an indulgent chuckle. "Well over 2 hours. I'm sure the only reason nobody has stormed in is because they don't think you'll be here." Hadrian shrugged. "I'm not opposed to staying here anymore. I'm not afraid of you now." Lucius the First still don't think I could bottom for you though. The idea makes me want to vomit." A moment of silence before Lucius moved his hand to massage his scalp and kissed the top of his head. "That's perfectly fine. We discovered a solution. Though, I must admit to being curious about why you're so opposed to the notion." Blaise wasn't forthcoming as to why, simply that I needed to find an alternate solution. He swallowed hard as the memories tried to overwhelm him. He pressed his face into Lucius's chest and took a deep breath. He wasn't a child anymore. He didn't need to be afraid of that bastard anymore. Lucius tightened his grip and Hadrian sighed. "TW. Grooming, pedophile, child porn *. I was groomed as a child. I'm not sure exactly how old I was, it's hard to remember the details, but I was between 6 and 8 years old. This man, I think he knew Marge Dursley, who I thought was my aunt via marriage. He was the first adult to be kind to me, taking me out to the park, buying me sweets etc., but one day he and Marge took me into this cellar. It was dimly lit and there was a lumpy old mattress that stank of mold and spunk. Not that I knew what the second thing was at the time. He told me it was time for him to be repaid for making me feel good. I didn't understand what he meant because I was a kid without money to buy anything. Marge took out a camera as he approached me. I'm pretty sure she either took pictures or recorded him raping me. I'd been beaten and starved before then, but the pain I felt, Lucius, nothing has ever come close to that since. I've been under cruciatus and beaten within an inch of my life. It's possible in the future with a fuck ton of therapy I might be able to fathom the possibility, but anytime the idea of me bottoming comes into conversation, even just as an errant thought, I get thrown back there, being brutalized and sodomized just because some sick bastard wanted to get his rocks off. It's why Blaze was so determined for you to find an alternative. End of TW*. Lucius held him tightly, breathing deeply against his hair. Whether he was scenting him or not was a question he didn't want to ask. It took a few moments before the blonde collected himself. I won't pressure you to receive sexual advances, Hadrian. Of this I swear. Hadrian held him tightly, a weight lifting off his shoulders. He hadn't realized that keeping Lucius in the dark about his refusal had been such an issue. Or perhaps it was the not knowing if he would be pressured into it anyway. There was a knock on the door followed by it opening. Father, nobody has been able to find. Apparently we all should have looked in the last place we expected to find him, Draco said with a huff. It's time for lunch. The Dark Lord and Severus are both wound up looking for their son. He sighed, pressing closer to Lucius for a moment, before pulling back and standing up. Perhaps not telling anyone where he was going hadn't been the best of ideas with his track history. Hadrian headed out of the office and soon realized Draco was walking by his side, eyeing him curiously. Something you'd like to say? He asked. Draco shook his head. No, by all means fix your relationship, just maybe let someone know where you're going to be. If someone had thought to ask an elf or use Mooney, they'd have found me in minutes. It's not as if I left the manor. Draco snorted, shaking his head, and they fell into silence as they made their way to the dining hall. It was obvious at a glance that Marvolo and Severus had worked themselves up into a tizzy, and Hadrian rolled his eyes. He could understand their concern to an extent, but honestly, for intelligent wizards it took them far too long to think. Mooney was sat at the table and immediately sniffed the air as he walked in, frowning at him immediately. Hadrian. Where have you been? Severus yelled. He raised an eyebrow at his father. I was in Lucius's office with Lucius. Why did you not ask an elf if I was still in the building? For a moment Severus appeared dumbstruck before he turned to Marvolo. Why didn't we ask an elf? Marvolo blinked at his mate, seemingly unsure of how the blame had been turned on him, before shaking his head. Muggle raised, Severus. It's hardly our first instinct to think about house elves. Hadrian scoffed before approaching the table. Mooney raised an eyebrow at him. You were with Lucius this whole time? Doing what? Nothing nefarious or explicit if that's what you're worried about. I was just testing Father's theory. Severus looked taken aback. What theory are you referring to? The one where I'm getting better. I couldn't see it. Severus and Marvolo rounded the table to sit either side of him just as Lucius, Blaze and the twins entered the room. How precisely does visiting Lucius confirm that you're healing? Marvolo asked. Blaze focused on him at the question before glancing at Lucius and inhaling deeply. Understanding flickered in his eyes. You were with him the whole time? No panic, fear or desire to vomit? Hadrian shook his head and earned a brilliant smile from his mate. He suppressed the urge to purr at the blatant pride being sent his way. It seemed his father and sire caught onto the reality and pressed kisses on either side of his head. A purr escaped him despite himself and he hid his face in his hands. While he had accepted himself as a creature, he didn't like lacking control of his instinctive impulses. Severus leaned in close and whispered in his ear, You reek of Lucius. What were you doing with him? He felt the blush warm his cheeks. I asked him to kiss me, then sat in his lap for 2 hours, nothing more. The admission earned him another kiss on the head before food was summoned. He finally felt peace that wasn't solely provided by potions and rested his head on his father's shoulder between bites. By such a feeling and with his recurrent bad luck, he should have expected it really. That the peace and tranquility would break. So when Narcissa marched into the room looking furious, he shouldn't have been surprised when she said, Sirius Black has just been apprehended by Nestalio and taken to the cells. Apparently he was on a recovery mission for the errant savior. Sex Education. Magic Edition Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Sex Education. Magic Edition. Hadrian closed his eyes. He logically knew that Sirius wasn't someone he wanted in his life, knew that he was the one responsible for Marvolo's attempt at killing him, but Sirius had still been the first adult in his life to give a shit. Or at least, the only one who made any kind of impression. Mooney snarled, standing up so fast his chair flew to the floor. He looked up at the werewolf and flinched. The rage in his eyes made him want to curl up in a ball and never leave. Severus wrapped an arm around his shoulders and kissed his head. He will be dealt with, Marvolo said calmly. Perhaps you should take Hadrian upstairs, Severus. I want his head, Mooney snarled. Calm down, Mooney, Hadrian whispered. Nobody is denying you vengeance. I don't want to go upstairs, sire. I want to see him in his real identity. I need to wipe out any of his caring facade. Marvolo sighed, placing a hand on his shoulder, before the small group headed down to the dungeon. Umbridge's rotting corpse lay in a heap in the corner, chains still tethering her to the wall but her limbs so disfigured it was impossible to understand which way was up. Hadrian grimaced. I had forgotten the chains were silver, Marvolo commented. Must have been an awful way to go. Such a shame. The insincerity of his words caused Hadrian to snort before composing himself again. They approached the rattling of chains on wood to discover Sirius, writhing in his bondage attempting to transform into his animagus form. Marvolo and Severus stepped forward along with Lucius so Hadrian gladly slipped into Blaze's arms. The phoenix rested his head on his shoulder and watched the proceedings with a blank expression. Snivelly. I knew you couldn't be trusted. Turning your back on Dumbledore after everything he's done for you. How dare you steal my godson? Hadrian flinched and Blaze tightened his grip. Marvolo cast a lazy crucio at the animagus, free hand grasping Severus's wand. You do not have a godson. Lily and James Potter never procreated and this is a fact you are fully aware of. Your precious prongs would never have shagged his wife, Mooney snapped, stepping out of the shadows. Remus. Where's Harry? Grab him and get me out of here. Nobody by the name of Harry Potter exists on this property, Marvolo stated. I can fetch an elf to prove it if you like. Sirius stilled suddenly, focusing on Marvolo for the first time, before his eyes glazed over with uncontrolled rage. You killed my Jamie. You slaughtered the love of my life, how dare you? He started muttering under his breath, seemingly talking to a dead man, before the words shifted, pleading for death. He almost looked feral, his gaze blatantly insane as the Black family was known to become. What of Lily? Marvolo asked. I murdered her too. Sirius sneered. What of her? She was just a convenient cover story. Stupid Bint just wanted Jamie's money and prestige. Why did you come looking for Harry Potter? You were more than willing to kill him as an infant. A sinister pensive expression flooded the insane animagus's face. I'm going to turn him into Jamie's replacement. I'll never love him like I did his dad. Little shit is responsible for his death. But if I silence him the little replica will make a great fuck. Teach him to become an animagus too, then we'll have even more fun. Hadrian turned away, running from the dungeon like his ass was on fire. He didn't understand how anyone could be so callous or vile when discussing a child. Even discussions with Lucius about sex were clinical and only happened because they were mandatory. Fate liked to fuck with them in that regard, but Sirius had no compulsion. There was no external force making him act. He was just a sick bastard. A hand on his shoulder caused him to stop and turn, gratefully returning to Blaze's embrace. He'll never get the chance to do any of that to you. You know that, right? I know that. I know that I'm safe. It's just, how badly damaged is his brain to think that any of what he just admitted to is okay. I know the Blacks are notoriously inbred, but Narcissa doesn't seem that warped. Blaze shrugged. Narcissa is from the secondary branch. Her parents, while related, were far more distant, compared to Sirius's parents who were first cousins. Not to mention, I've heard that Walburga was a fucking menace to society and absolutely loathed her duty to society of procreation. I get the impression she wasn't subtle about her feelings. Hadrian shook his head, pressing his face into Blaze's chest. He didn't want to try and comprehend the fucked up dynamics of pureblood supremacy. Footsteps approached and he glanced up briefly. Lucius looked just the wrong side of composed, his eyes flashing with fury, but he showed no other signs of whatever had happened in the dungeon. "He will never hurt you, Hadrian, your fathers and Mooney made sure of it." Feelings he couldn't name swam around his head, so instead of offering any words in response, he let go of Blaise and hugged his older mate. Lucius immediately hugged him tightly, burying his face in Hadrian's hair, and was blatantly sniffing him. Hadrian relaxed into his embrace and allowed his mind to settle. One less enemy to worry about. For a while, the three mates retired to one of the smaller lounges, before Blaise headed off to Flo call his mother. After being utterly thrashed at chess, Hadrian had insisted on playing a game he had some chance at winning. So, with limited options, he and Lucius ended up playing gobstones. The look of disgust on Lucius's face when he got squirted was somehow even more entertaining than the game itself. At the game's conclusion, with Hadrian winning by a wide margin, the two of them sat back and relished in their individual achievements. Of course, Hadrian never was one to linger on any one topic, and his mind soon drifted towards the things Sirius had said. The ideas he sprouted were still revolting, but it did bring up an interesting question. Though, it did disturb him slightly as to the connection between the two topics, he couldn't help himself. "So, I have issues being penetrated during sex, but we have to do something akin to it in order to consummate the bond between us. What is the alternative, because I cannot think of anything?" Lucius raised a blonde eyebrow, clearly surprised by the sudden invasive question. "Draco reminded me that while female Malfoys are a rarity, and same-sex inclined individuals even more so, we do have a record of such an event occurring." The answer was simply to invert the device they used. Hadrian frowned. "Device? Would you like me to show you? It will make explaining easier." He nodded slowly. Lucius summoned an elf to fetch the consummation aids, as if that explained anything. It took mere moments for the elf to return laden with two plain wooden boxes. Hadrian shuffled closer, his curiosity making him slightly overeager to see the items in question. Lucius set one box aside before opening the other. It took several seconds for his brain to register what he was seeing as he stared unblinkingly at the contents. When it kicked in, he looked up at Lucius, the blonde bastard looking far too amused, and said, "That is a two-headed penis. What is it even made of? How does that assist with consummation?" "Of course it's two-headed. It required both parties to penetrate themselves with it at the same time. There's charms within the rubber which allow for the passage of magic-infused discharge to impregnate the submissive party. So despite them both being women, this Malfoy ancestor of yours managed to impregnate her mate. How does that work when no sperm exists?" Lucius sighed. "In the event of a female-dominant creature, at least within the Malfoy line, as I cannot claim to know if that is the case amongst other creatures, magic converts the egg into a semen-like substance when mating with their submissive. It is possible for them to copulate in the traditional manner and carry their own child, but it's far more difficult. A similar issue applies to anyone of the Malfoy line who attempt to breed with anyone other than their mates." He couldn't help it. Hadrian smirked at the knowledge that Narcissa would find it incredibly difficult to have more children with Lucius. While he wasn't exactly eager to become a bearer, the idea that he wouldn't have such an issue in doing so satisfied something deep within him. Lucius snorted quietly and Hadrian immediately refocused. The blonde looked far too amused. "Yes, now that you've clarified that I am likely to be far more fertile with you, would you like me to continue explaining?" Pushing down the odd smugness he felt, he gestured for the other box. Lucius handed it over and Hadrian opened the box carefully. Considering the object he'd observed moments before, it shouldn't have broken his brain for as long as it did when he looked at it. "I had it created with your sexual orientation in mind. Thus it's a dual-ended anal passage, rather than a vagina," Lucius said calmly. Slamming the lid closed again, he closed his eyes. He felt the warm rush to his cheeks, shame and embarrassment reactivating his thoughts. Apparently the Dursleys' homophobia had left him with scars after all. "Are you all right?" Hadrian opened his eyes and nodded slowly, unwilling to admit that despite being the product of a gay relationship, he apparently couldn't cope with the idea of men having sex beyond a conceptual level. Lucius took the box away before taking hold of his hands. There was a deep sense of concern in his eyes. "I'm fine, mostly. Just struggling with the idea of men having sex. That, of all the difficulties I anticipated with our mateship, I hadn't realized that the three of us being men would be an issue. I had assumed, based on our genders, that you were only attracted to men." He sighed. I am. Women don't do anything for me, and I appreciate the concept of topping, but apparently the homophobia I grew up around embedded itself in my head. I'm not a homophobe. I find both you and Blaze attractive. Shaking his head to clear the negative thoughts, he refocused on the technicalities surrounding the consummation aid. Questions. If both of us are topping the aid, how is that you penetrating me in any regard? It's charmed to relocate my ejaculate into your anal passage. The magic will then register us as being bonded with me as the dominant, assuming I also drink your blood upon release, Lucius explained. Hadrian swallowed hard. Wouldn't that pose a risk of getting me pregnant? Lucius met his gaze, his expression carefully neutral. There is a possibility, slim as it is, that the bonding could lead to pregnancy, but it's almost unheard of as magic is far busier doing the bonding. There are contraceptive potions you can take, but they require timed dosages to be fully functional. Illnesses and missed doses can dramatically reduce their effect. He couldn't help but grimace. While we are on this topic, how does a man get pregnant? I remember Marvolo explaining that Severus and I have uteruses, but where? How does that work with impregnation and birth? We only have one hole. Lucius sighed. What is with teenagers and wanting to have these discussions with anyone other than their parents? Draco insisted on discussing it with Severus. Are you sure you'd rather not ask them? Hadrian shook his head. That's just embarrassing. I'm at least supposed to be able to have sex with you, so it should be a topic we are able to discuss. Very well. Magic plays an obvious role in male pregnancy. Your uterus, for the most part, will simply lie dormant within your abdomen. There is a passage, similar I suppose, to a vagina canal, that connects your anus to the uterus. While in women, there is only one cervix, you possess two, though one is more similar to the hymen. The second one prevents fecal matter from going the wrong way. Now before you get your wand in a knot, during birth, the amniotic sac will flush any debris out of the way before the baby goes anywhere near it. Most bearers will find that their appetite decreases drastically in the run-up to birth as well, which, as I'm sure you can understand, will reduce bowel movements in the first place. As an extra precautionary measure, the midwife will also cast a gentle cleansing spell before the baby is pushed out, though it is rarely necessary. Pushed out? Hadrian could feel himself turning green. He'd heard horror stories of the pain women went through to give birth vaginally, and that was an organ designed for childbirth. Babies weren't small. How the hell did they come out of an ass? Lucius squeezed his hands, giving him something to focus on. Breathe. Yes, it is possible for bearers to give birth naturally. The hormones women produce that allow for dilation are doubled in bearers. So alongside that, spells that can be used to assist with pain and the fact that most bearers will have far smaller babies compared to women. If it makes you feel better, cesareans are also a possibility, though many healers are against those if not medically necessary. He cringed. He didn't want to get pregnant, he didn't want to deal with any of that absolute nonsense. Then again, to continue his father's legacy, he would have to produce at least 2 heirs, not including the rest of his titles. Would he be able to ask Blaze to take the illegal potion in order to bear them for him? He swallowed down the fear. He could never ask him to do something like that. He looked over at the consummation aid again. Would using that enable pregnancy if used outside of the bonding? He asked quietly. That is the idea. You don't want more kids, do you? I'm not opposed to more, but I have my heir. For the record, I would assist you with any children you have, even if they're not mine biologically. Fuck, Blaze needs an heir too, doesn't he? Yes, though he has suggested he would be willing to take the hermaphrodite potion if need be. Hadrian shook his head. That's not fair on him, though, to change his whole biology just because I'm freaked out by my own. I can have 3 kids. It's what I'm supposed to be made for anyway. Fear and nausea twisted his stomach into knots. When he was pulled out of his chair and into Lucius's arms, he didn't fight it. Instead, he curled into the comfort provided. It's quite obvious that what you're feeling is more than, as you so eloquently put it, being freaked out by your biology. I have the feeling that if you were to fall pregnant, it would have severe psychologically damaging side effects. Neither myself nor Blaze would be willing to force that on you. He is more than happy to take the potion, Hadrian. He is not as attached to his male identity as you are. That is not an attack on you or any kind of insult. Some people simply do not associate with their gender. But I am male. That's precisely where the issue lies, Hadrian. Bearers, despite outward presentation, are essentially a mix of male and female. There are some, like Nestalio, who relish in their androgyny, while others, like Severus, simply accept it as a quirk of his being. Then there are those like you who cannot cope with the parts of yourself that make you not male. Perhaps you will outgrow this mentality, as all of this is new to you and you're still young, but it is entirely plausible that you simply are not mentally capable of being a bearer. Either outcome is perfectly fine. He couldn't help it. He began sobbing. His mind was working overtime trying to correlate everything, but none of the pieces were fitting together. Chapter end notes. Fuck you, JK. Harry and all the bearers are a little bit trans. Irrational jealousy, irrational jealousy. Let's play a seeker's match. Draco stared at him like he'd gone insane. You have wings. It wouldn't be fair. Hadrian scoffed. Firstly, fair play never bothered you before. Secondly, I didn't have wings the last time I kicked your ass, so it's got nothing to do with it. Come on, Malfoy. Not scared, are you? The blonde, obviously, couldn't handle the questioning of his pride and immediately agreed to meet him on the pitch. Shaking his head at the fact that Draco had his own pitch, he headed off to his room to get his firebolt. It was probably the best thing ever to come from Sirius, even if the man had been completely deranged. On his way he ran into the twins attempting to get into Lucius's office. With a smirk, he simply turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. I'm included in his wards. Just keep mum on it or I'll make life hell for the both of you, Hadrian said quickly. Fred bowed dramatically while George gave him a mocking salute. The two scurried into the room and Hadrian walked away, choosing not to tell them that there was also an alert on the door that informed Lucius the moment someone other than him entered. He reckoned the twins had anywhere between 3 and 10 minutes to get out before the elder blonde found them. He chuckled under his breath. Well, they weren't the only ones fond of mischief. Hovering a few feet off the ground, he couldn't help but snort when not only Draco but Lucius and Severus both came out, the latter two sporting bright orange hair and high-stepping forwards. Hadrian, you wouldn't happen to know how the Duende twins managed to get into my office, would you? Only it seems they left a variety of booby traps while in there, Severus called. Feigning complete nonchalance, Hadrian shrugged. Haven't the foggiest, father, though I must admit, orange really isn't your color. Severus scowled. I had hoped you planned to own up to your assistance of your own volition. Lucius's wards alert him if you enter his office. I know you helped them. If you'd like to be technical then, I simply opened a door. I had no concept of what they intended to do within the room. They will happily inform you that the pranks were entirely their doing. His father beckoned him down and with a sigh, he drifted towards the ground. Draco promptly flew into the air, clearly unwilling to be involved in whatever punishment he was about to receive. Once grounded, Severus crossed his arms. It didn't occur to you that allowing them access to Lucius' office, a man they are blatantly targeting with little regard to his sanity, would lead to him being pranked? They are biological mischief makers, Hadrian. They do little else with their downtime. I said I had no concept of what they were going to do. I knew they would prank him, and he's their target because he was a douche to them for so long, but they never do anything that would cause actual harm. Not to Lucius at least. Give them access to the order and I'm not convinced. I can also guarantee you that if you were to ask them, once they'd gotten their laughs out of it, they'd undo anything they'd cast. They aren't the marauders, father. Severus flinched minutely before he sighed and dropped his arms. I know they aren't. Just please, desist on enabling them. They're good enough by themselves that they needn't the assistance. Hadrian gave his father a one-armed hug before turning to look at Lucius. An apology might set their sights elsewhere for a while, in case you were wondering, he then grinned. Now while you're out here, perhaps the two of you would like to cheer me on in the Seekers match against Draco? No. You can't have your father as well as mine cheering you on, Draco yelled. Hadrian smirked, glancing up at the blonde who was a few feet in the air, before looking back at Lucius. Surely being my mate gives me privileges? Lucius shook his head. Alas, in circumstances such as these, Draco is my priority. The blonde decided to head to the stands to watch, and Hadrian couldn't suppress his snort as he continued to high step. He had to give the twins credit. While they never took pranks too far, they certainly knew how to leave an impression. Severus cleared his throat and he smiled sheepishly. You've got to admit, they're good at what they do. I'll admit to no such thing. You shouldn't try to make Lucius pick between you and his son. It's unfair. Hadrian frowned. How is it? He is my mate. Besides, he's got a mother. He's more than welcome to her. I can resolutely say I want nothing to do with her." Wrapping an arm around his shoulders, Severus sighed. "It would be like asking your sire to pick between you or me. Either choice would break his heart." Granted, in this scenario, the consequences are a bit of pouting from the unpicked party, but in a more serious situation, asking Lucius to pick one of you over the other isn't fair. On another note, do you still despise Narcissa so much from her sharing your information? He screwed up his nose. "She's a healer, which means I automatically dislike her, but along with doing that, I despise her being Lucius's wife. Are you jealous? Imagine if Sire was married to someone else as well as mated to you. Wouldn't you be? Follow that with him having a child within the marriage? It's completely irrational, and I have no ill will towards Draco for existing, but she intentionally married him knowing that he was likely to find his mate. It makes me want to rip her head off, but on the other hand, I'd never cause Draco to lose a parent." Severus shook his head. "Yes, thank you Hadrian for putting images of your sire with other people in my head. You're wanted for a seeker's match. I will be routing for you to win. Off you go." Hadrian grinned before mounting his broom and shooting into the air. Safe to say growing wings had no ill effect on his ability to thrash Draco at catching the little golden ball. Hermaphrodite potion. Hadrian had just finished his most recent transfiguration essay when there was a knock at his bedroom door. A glance at the clock proved that he wasn't missing any meals or gatherings. When nobody entered, he could only assume that it was one of the Malfoys. His fathers both gave cursory knocks before entering, and Blaise tended to call out that it was him. The twins just didn't bother him when he was in his room. Rising from his desk, he opened the door and frowned at Lucius. "Is everything all right?" he asked. "As far as I'm aware. Blaise has need of us rather urgently," Lucius replied, his face giving nothing away. "He didn't want to come himself. He's otherwise engaged, but our presence is required." Not understanding the cryptic message but willing to trust his mate, Hadrian left his room and silently followed Lucius to wherever they were going. It took far longer than it should have for him to realize that they were headed towards the infirmary. "You said everything was fine. Why are we going to the infirmary? Is Blaise hurt?" "Blaise is fine, Hadrian. He was having a checkup last I saw him." Not convinced by the pacifying but continued deception, Hadrian took off at a run. Something was up and he wasn't happy about being lied to. He burst into the infirmary to find Blaise sitting upright on a bed, completely alone. "Lucius found you then," Blaise said cheerily. "Why do you need a checkup? Lucius said you were fine. Are you okay?" Blaise held out a hand and Hadrian crossed the room to take it. Feeling the usual warmth of his mate's skin had him calming slightly, but he was still unnerved. Why the secrecy? "I am perfectly healthy, Hadrian. I promise you. I simply needed to be cleared to do something important." "Which is?" "You and Lucius are both acting all Slytherin-y and it's putting me on edge." Lucius finally joined them and came to stand by his side. Blaise withdrew a potion from his pocket and Hadrian frowned at it. Was he supposed to know what it was? It was a swirly dark mess of blue and brown that in no way looked appealing to consume. "I had to be cleared to take this. It will help all three of us in future." His eyes snapped away from the potion to look Blaise directly in the eye. "What does it do, Blaise?" He could hear the fear in his voice but had no way of stopping it. Past conversations were rearing their ugly heads and he really wanted to be wrong. It couldn't possibly be. "It's the hermaphrodite potion. It will enable me to carry our children," Blaise replied softly. Hadrian lunged. He couldn't allow his phoenix to alter his entire biology. Evidently his reaction was expected as Lucius pinned his arms while Blaise held the potion out of his reach. "Lucius told me about your conversation. I agree with him that you aren't ready to bear children. Maybe in the future you will, but no. We aren't even having sex. Why would you want to take that when we aren't even at the point of making babies? There's no rush for any heirs. Why would you do this?" Lucius's arms tightened around him and he sagged into the older man. Blaise gave him a sad smile. "Because we have no idea when fate will enforce the bond, Hadrian, and quite honestly, given the number of heirs required, the earlier we start, the easier it will be. It means that whenever we bond, there will be a chance of us having our first." Hadrian burst into tears. "I can't let you do this. You shouldn't have to change your bloody biology because I'm being dramatic." "Darling, it's not being dramatic. It's gender dysphoria. You've been hurt too much for me to risk adding to it. I couldn't care less about my being male or presenting in a masculine way. The idea of carrying our children brings me joy, because it would be a testament to our bond. It would only bring you pain and mental suffering. I won't allow you to do that until you are ready for it, if you ever are. This is my choice and you cannot change my mind. Blaise uncorked the potion and downed it. He spasmed once, the glass vial shattering on impact with the floor, before he dropped back like a stone onto the bed. Hadrian shrieked, struggling to maintain human form. His instincts were screaming at him to transform, but he couldn't risk injuring Lucius in the process. Said mate kept hold of him, his grip tight enough to cause bruises, but didn't attempt to soothe him. Clearly he understood it was pointless. Hadrian stared blankly at his frozen phoenix. From the outside, it appeared as though the potion wasn't doing anything except forcing him into a coma. He couldn't say how long he stood there, limp in Lucius's embrace, before Marvolo entered the room. He waved his wand over Blaise's still form, before lowering it again. He's completed the transformation. His body simply needs time to rest now. Hadrian barely heard him. He felt cold and heartbroken. His stupid brain had caused his mate to irreparably alter himself because it couldn't deal with reality. He was a curse on his mates, something he had forgotten in the time at Malfoy Manor. From one moment to the next, he'd been freed from Lucius's arms only to be forcefully seated on a chair opposite his sire. Hatchling, do you understand what is happening? Marvolo asked. I'm too pathetic to cope with my own biology, so Blaise changed himself to make sure we get heirs, Hadrian replied. It has nothing to do with you being pathetic. Did you know your father struggled at first, knowing he was capable of carrying children? He was adamant that we could simply hire a surrogate. Do you know what I told him? That we absolutely could. I had no desire to force him to carry our children if he didn't wish to. Taking this burden away from him allowed him the space to truly think about why he had issues. Eventually, he conceded that he feared being perceived as less of a man in my eyes. Once I assured him that nothing would change his manliness, he desired nothing more than to give me our child. My point being, Hadrian, that despite Zabini now being capable of carrying your heirs, it doesn't mean he has an obligation to. If in a few years, you have passed enough of your trauma barriers to have penetrative sex, then you can consider carrying your heirs yourself. Until that point, it makes very little difference regardless. Hadrian stared blankly at his sire. Had Severus really struggled at first? Was it just some made-up platitude to try and calm him down? Had you asked him, he would have gladly informed you himself, Marvolo said, replying to his thoughts. Would you really have used a surrogate? He rasped. It wasn't the most ideal plan, but if it helped Severus, then I wasn't going to oppose it. The larger issue would have been finding someone to carry that wasn't interested in being a parent. Nonetheless, it became irrelevant. Now, would you like to return to your mate's side? Hadrian nodded, feeling vaguely disoriented. Perhaps his meltdown has exhausted him more than he realized. Marvolo grasped him by the arm and hauled him to his feet before pulling him close. Guided back across the infirmary to Blaise's bedside was a marathon of its own. He hadn't realized how much energy he'd expended in not becoming a creature. He was exhausted and raw. So when his sire skipped the armchair and helped him lie on the bed beside his mate, he was more than grateful. He curled up on the bed, placing his head firmly on Blaise's chest to listen to the steady rhythm of his heart. His sire was correct on one front, though. Until he could cope with bottoming, he had no business contemplating who was carrying children. Please comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.